Okay, everyone, thank you. Can you all mute yourselves? And we're live. Good morning. I'd like to call the planning meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and archived on the city's website, and that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate form. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function, which I will do right now. Thank you. Members are also reminded of our 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. Members of the public have 5 minutes to address the committee. Today, the Planning Committee meeting is being run in a hybrid model. As I was explaining to some of you earlier, I'm not on WebEx. This is done just as if we were a chair in the council chambers. So in front of me is my eScribe, and I'm looking up at the big screen to see the WebEx meeting. So we're asking everybody for their patience because we're doing hybrid. Things are a little bit on the slower side. So we are going to do a roll call. I see Councillor Pearson, Councillor Danko, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Farr, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Wilson, and myself. So we have a full complement today. Thank you very much, folks. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda? You guys might want to get your coffee while you're waiting. This is going to be a long one.
Yes, Madam Chair, there are changes. Under Communications, added 5.2, communication from John and Brenda Ross and Joel and Ilana Goldberg respecting the HATF report, which is item 7.6 on the agenda. Recommendation that it be received and referred to the consideration of item 7.6. Under delegation requests, 6.3, Hardeep Singh Tata has withdrawn his request. 6.5, we have added delegation requests respecting encampment enforcement, which is item 11.3 on today's agenda. Delegation requests are from Aggie Kwiatkowski, Vic Wojciechowska, Mohammed W. Shalalafe, Jim Quinn, Wynn Baker, Theo Vittor, Eric McPherson, James Lambert, Ishan Murali, Sabrina Dahab, Rebecca Morris-Miller, Jillian Vieira, Sarah Imrisek, Alicia Attree, Laura Katz, Sarah Jama, Joanna Atchison, Coral Wasaki, Chelsea McDonald has withdrawn their request, Tanya Collins, Dean McGlinchey, Spencer Naylor, Ali Jones, Don McLean, Matthew Higginson, Montana Mellett, Blake McCall, Gabrielle Barbeau, Mary Love, C.A. Klassen, Roa Mohammed, Marcy McIlveen, Jaden Lavallee, Miriam Sager, Becky Katz, Sarah Dawson, Mary Sepp has withdrawn their delegation, Rebecca Casalino, Rachel Moore, Nicole Tolinar, Grace Cameron, Noorhan Afif, Navin Garg, Bertie Thorne. As well, there's added written submissions from Joshua Warshik, Megan Jansen, and Kara Jonalgling. Under 6.6, delegations respecting 1107 Main Street West, which is part of item 7.1 on today's agenda. Request from David Falletta and Dr. Sarah Sheehan. And 6.7, Viv Saunders with Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting site plan approval, building permit issuance for the April 5th meeting. Under public hearings and delegations, 9.1, application to amend zoning bylaw for lands at 1040 Garner Road West. There's an added written submission from Nadia Hamilton. For 9.2, the Waterdown Community Node Secondary Plan report. There's added written submissions from Bell Canada, Dana Anderson and Andrew Hannaford from MHBC, and Mike Croft from IBI Group. And under notices of motion, 12.1, demolition control bylaw exemption for rapid housing initiative modular affordable housing project at 221 and 223 Charlton Avenue East.
Thank you, and it's been moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Danko. Yes, I see you. To put it on the floor that we approve it as amended. Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just for the committee's indulgence, please, I will have a motion that I'll be bringing forward at the end as a notice of motion with regards to bylaw to license and regulate various businesses, being the taxi industry. It didn't get on the agenda, so I walk it on as a notice of motion and respectfully move it up to a motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you don't mind, could you please send that to Lisa, to our clerk, just so that we have it, so she may be able to put it up on the screen when the time comes. Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as amended. Please vote on eScribe. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And at this point in time, I understand that Councillor Partridge will be popping in and out for a couple of meetings today. Is there anyone else that would like to announce anything for quorum purposes? We have a full complement today. I'm hoping we can keep quorum for the rest of the day. Thank you. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I heard Councillor Pearson say she's going to walk on a motion related to the taxi industry. So that's something new. I don't know the content of it or what it's about, but I may have a conflict depending on what she places before us.
So heard, sir. Okay, thank you. I don't see anything else. And when it comes, when that motion comes forward, I'll go back to you, Councillor Ferguson, to see whether or not you feel that there's a declaration of interest there. Approval of the minutes. It's been moved by Councillor Pearson, second by, Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Farr, to move the minutes of February the 15th, 2022. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none. Sorry, folks, if I'm rushing, let me know. Councillor Pearson. Thank you. There we go. Thank you very much. Communications, Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting area-specific development charges. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor, Danko, seconded by Councillor Pearson, to receive the communication. Any questions, comments? Thank you. Please vote accordingly. Next on communication, we have John and Brenda Ross and Joel and Elena. My apologies ahead of time. Goldberg, respecting the HATF report. This is on item 7.6. Please receive this communication. It has been moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Oh, to put the vote up, you mean? We're freezing here. I have my coffee, I'm good. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, to receive and refer it to consideration of 7.6. Vote is up. I told you guys before that this is going to be a little slow today because I think the e-scribe doesn't work very well in this council chambers. Thank you, everyone. So now we have delegation request 6.1 to, I think it is going to be 6.7. So please note the delegations approved for today's meeting will be heard after 10.4 as they're all here for motions. We are going to deal with the regular business today and get through that, and then we can excuse about 50 people, and then we can go right to motions, and we'll hear the delegations at that time. So I need an approval for the delegations, please, that they're requested for the meeting for today. It's Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Danko. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, just a question for the clerk, if I can, because I see there's some 45 delegations requested, and if they take 5 minutes each without questions, it's around 4 hours. And so have the delegates been told that if they have to be presenting something new? Because a lot of them the names look very familiar to me on this topic.
Lisa, what instructions were given to the delegates, please?
So all of those delegations came in over the weekend, and it was, most of the descriptions were quite vague and talking about that they wanted to speak to the motion. So it was not possible for me to go through and verify with each of them, because I know there are different matters. Like I know there's a motion going to ENCS. For the most part, they want to speak to Councillor Farr's motion.
Councillor
Okay,
Ferguson?
Madam Chair, I'm going to leave it up to you then to control
Yes.
that and make sure that we're hearing something new as required under our rules of order, because 4 hours is a long time to sit here if we're going to hear the same thing over again, over and over again from 45 different people. So I just put that out there for your consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So we do, and I believe it was been moved and seconded by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Danko to approve the delegation request. Your vote is up. Thank you. And we have delegations I'll just keep talking and then you, right. Delegations respecting 1107 Main Street West. This is item 7.1 on the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Report, recommendation number 7. So we're going to ask David Folletta and Dr. Sarah Sheenan to be prepared to speak now because it's just before that item. So David Folletta, a returning planner for the city of Hamilton, one of the very first planners I ever had to deal with as a new councillor. Go ahead, David, you're on, please. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
No, yes.
Great. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bousfields. And we are the planning consultants for the ownership group of 1107 Main Street West. And as you've heard, I'm here delegating with respect to item 7.1 of the agenda. And that's the recommendations of the Municipal Heritage Committee. And it's specifically related to recommendation 7 of that report in the agenda package. And the recommendation states that 1107 Main Street West, which is the Grace Lutheran Church, be added to the Municipal Heritage Register and to the staff work plan for heritage designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. And I'm delegating to you today to inform you that we are not supportive of this recommendation. And the reason is that we have a current development application filed for the subject site, and that began in 2020. So we filed an official plan amendment and rezoning applications in order to permit a mixed-use development along the LRT corridor, and that would include commercial uses on the ground floor and residential uses above. And since those applications were filed in 2020, we've been working collaboratively with the city's planning and heritage staff. And as part of the application, we submitted a cultural heritage impact assessment, and it was recommended the recommendations of that report basically included that a documentation and salvage report be prepared, and that a portion of the church's facade, which includes the stained glass window, would be retained and reused in the redevelopment as part of the community garden at the corner of Main Street West and Dow Avenue. So the intent of the application is to retain some of the church and reuse it as part of the redevelopment application. Now, that's inconsistent with the recommendation before you today. And I will tell you that staff are generally supportive of that recommendation, and that recommendation will be coming forward to you as part of the official plan amendment and rezoning applications. So the intent, again, for our delegation today is that you reconsider that recommendation and that you do not support the Municipal Heritage Committee's recommendation in that regard. I hope it's clear in terms of why. Again, staff are supportive of it. Our cultural heritage consultant is also supportive of retaining a portion of it. And again, as part of sort of city building objectives, redeveloping a large site on a transit corridor is an important way to accommodate growth in the city while still retaining a portion of this heritage attribute. So I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Folletta at this point? Seeing none, thank you very much, David. We'll receive both delegates as soon as they're both finished. Dr. Sarah Sheenan, I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong.
That's okay. It's Sheehan.
Sheehan, thank you.
Like Ian. Okay.
So are you calling in, Sarah?
No, I'm just trying to access things now. Video.
Okay. Take your time. There you are. So I just need your video on. I don't have to have your video on. It's just nicer to see you.
Oh yeah, so
Go
I'll
ahead,
share my
doctor.
presentation now.
Go ahead, doctor. Your 5 minutes starts.
Okay. I don't have permission to share content. It's saying you don't have permission to share. So tell them. Sorry, it's saying I don't have permission
I'm sorry?
to share content. It's saying I don't have permission to share content. Make sure you're allowed permission to share content and then try again. Sorry about this.
It's okay. Maybe it's just a typical warning for everybody because our clerk is saying it's not from our end. They have no blocks on you whatsoever.
Let me check my settings. Sorry. Stop playing.
Yeah, our clerk is saying everybody, oh, and we lost the doctor. Okay, I'm going to give this a couple of minutes because I have a feeling she bumped herself out of the meeting. So
Sorry,
committee
I'm just
member-
working through the settings.
Do you know what, Sarah? If you're fine, leave your video off. That's fine.
Okay. I just need a minute to fix these settings. The next item is the Heritage Committee, folks. Oh, here we go. Thank you, doctor. It's coming up now. Oh. This is fun to watch somebody else work on their computer. Yeah, I think you're sharing the wrong screen here, Sarah, doctor. There we go. Wow, perseverance helps. And just to let you know, we need to unmute yourself, please, doctor. Oh, she had it. There we go. Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, your 5 minutes starts now.
Amazing. Thanks so much for your patience and for having me here today. I'm Sarah Sheehan, an advocate for adaptive reuse. I've been researching church adaptive reuse since 2020, and I'm writing a book on these innovative renewal projects. So why doesn't Hamilton have more church reuse? Standing by our heritage buildings by giving them official protections sends a clear message that we care about the environment. Caring about environmental conservation includes conservation of built heritage. Last month, the Heritage Committee recommended adding the Grace Lutheran to the register and designation work plan. The church isn't smack dab in the middle of the property, as the developer was quoted saying. It's very close to Main Street West, near the north edge of the lot, but the developer still proposes to demolish it to build condos over the entire lot at Main and Klein Avenue South. In a climate emergency, there's no good reason to demolish a church like Grace Lutheran. Reusing the church building and the proposed condo development would achieve three important goals. It would be positive climate action. It would retain the beauty and presence of this elegant local landmark while adding density. And it would respect the legacy of one of Hamilton's greatest architects. There's a high environmental cost to demolition, and the Just Recovery Initiative prioritizes green retrofits of existing buildings. In her TED Talk, sustainability expert Jennifer O'Connor says, when we throw away a usable building, we're not just wasting materials, we're throwing away the environmental investment in that building, also known as embodied energy. All too often, we overlook the green side of architectural conservation. Buildings have huge carbon footprints. Demolishing a building, throwing it away in a landfill is a staggering act of conspicuous consumption. But this destructive approach to Canada's built heritage has been normalized over generations. Our construction industry relies on a cycle of premature obsolescence, demolition, and redevelopment. Older buildings, like this one, are seen as a liability, while much new development still operates on a take, make, waste model, an extractive model for growth that's the opposite of sustainable. Reusing old buildings helps us reduce our carbon footprint. And policy states a few important points here. That the city shall conserve built heritage. That heritage buildings like Grace Lutheran should not be kept off the register just because the owner objects. And that places of worship are to be demolished only as a last resort.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but somebody's making noise in the background that's impeding hearing this presentation.
I believe it's the presenter and she's moving papers as she's speaking. So doctor, if you could be a little cognizant, they're not hearing your voice as well as they want to because there's some background noise, and I believe it's your moving papers around so that you can read off what you've prepared.
Okay, I apologize. I'll try to keep that to a minimum.
No, that's fine. They just like to hear everything you're saying. Thank you.
Thanks. So the neighboring synagogue is a partner in this development. As you can see, the combined church and synagogue parking lots occupy a huge area, many times that of the church. Surface parking is the opposite of intensification. To offset retention of the church, could the synagogue's parking be moved underground to the new development? There are many design alternatives to the developer's proposed raising of Grace Lutheran. These offer the opportunity to make this corner part of a vibrant, walkable neighborhood. These aren't new ideas, but well established at dozens of church projects worldwide. From the satellite view, it's clear the church building can be built around or incorporated into the condo development, perhaps with a small glassed-in atrium or commercial patio to connect it to Main Street. And just a little bit about the architect. Grace Lutheran was designed in 1959 by William Russell Suter, towards the end of that firm's work. He's best known as a partner in Hutton and Suter, who designed Delta Secondary, the John Sopinka Courthouse, and the Christ the King Basilica. After the First World War, he returned from serving in the Air Force to co-found the firm Hutton and Suter. Suter's career spanned over 50 years. He died in 1971. Hutton and Suter designed the McLaughlin Motor Company showroom in Toronto, which was carefully dismantled and then reassembled to become part of a new condo development there. There's also Suter's Tudor Revival home on Aberdeen, the Art Moderne of 1 St. James Place, which was saved thanks to City Council, the Hale House, and McMaster Innovation Park. W.R. Suter and Associates also designed several stunning and modern places of worship, including Sacred Heart Roman Catholic Church, Beth Jacob Synagogue, and Grace Lutheran. So,
Doctor, this is your last minute, please.
All right. In short, Grace Lutheran isn't an obstacle, it's an opportunity. This is because churches can be housing, they can be retail and restaurant spaces, they can be cultural and community spaces. Architecture like Grace Lutheran is a precious, renewable resource. It's time we stopped seeing it through the lens of planned obsolescence. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, and I appreciate your patience as well. Are there any questions or comments with the doctor, please? Okay, I don't see anybody. Thank you very much. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to receive? I'm looking on the screen. Councillor Danko, second by Councillor Pearson, to receive the delegates. Electronic vote, please. Go. Thank you, folks. We're now on to consent items. Members of the staff who are speaking at today's meeting are asked to state their name and title before speaking for the first time today. 7.1 Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 22-002. Let's put it on the floor. Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson, being that you're on the committee. So it's on the floor. Is there any discussion on the report itself? Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've just received 2 delegates who were speaking to Grace Lutheran Church on Main Street West. And for that purpose and in the context of this report, I would like to ask, I think, Mr. Coit, a question of process and content through you, if he is available.
I believe he is. I saw him chime in earlier before the meeting started. There you are. Good morning, Mr. Coit. How are you?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Did you hear the question?
I didn't pose the question yet, if it's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Coit. Just pretend you know what she's going to ask.
Mr. Coit is really, really, really smart and good, but he probably does know my question. He's so smart and good, but I'll ask that anyway. Through the chair to Mr. Coit, just if you could assist me, this church is in Ward 1. What does this recommendation mean ultimately for the consideration of this ongoing consideration of this application in the future? Thank you.
You already knew
Ken
that.
Coit. Ken Coit, Manager Heritage and Urban Design. Through the chair, I am not completely familiar with the rezoning process at the moment. So if Steve Robichaud would like to step in on process to make sure, correct me if I've said something wrong, as I'm not familiar with that. But it's my understanding that this will be putting the building on the register, which will give it a 60-day protection. And it will also be putting it on our work plan to look at designation, which we are looking at in the term. We're already looking at the heritage attributes of the building, as Dave Folletta spoke to, in context with pressures around intensification, LRT corridor, and other issues as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coit. I appreciate that clarification. That was my understanding. I'm glad you said it into the public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coit, I believe that's all the questions today. So it's been moved and seconded by Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson. All those in favor with the recommendations held within 7.1. Thank you, folks. We're on to 7.2. This is the annual report on building permit fees, PED 22069. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive the report? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Farr. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to this? I believe Mr. Is it Cayetano that's going to be here, or George is here? If anybody has any questions. Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So reading the report, I think it was about $3 million in fees were collected above expenses last year, and that gets added to the reserve. If I recall, the reserve balance was $24 million, something like that. So I'm just wondering, at what point do we look at restructuring the fees to maybe reduce costs a little bit for those that are applying, or do we maintain fees and just continue to add to the reserve account? But the balance of that account seems pretty substantial.
Morning.
So, good morning.
I'm the Chief Building Official here for the City of Hamilton. Thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity to provide the answer to that question. The Building Enterprise Reserve Policy has a target amount of 2 times the annual operating cost of the enterprise process. So last year, as you notice in the report, the operating cost was about $14.2 million. So our target is about $28 million. That's a number that was derived as being we deemed to be sustainable to carry the building division through the lean years. They occur every so many years in a cycle. So we anticipate they will be coming at some point. So the $28 million was at this point determined to be the right amount. So we are still $4 million short of our target amount as it's identified in the policy enterprise reserve, but we are getting closer. Should we get nearer that amount, of course, we will be looking at either our service delivery and adding to the service delivery or reducing the fees to adjust our income.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Danko? Thank you. Anyone else have any questions before we move on? Seeing none, the vote will be up, please. Thank you, Mr. Vanderwint. Thank you, everyone. 7.3 is an amendment to the pool enclosures bylaw 16-184 PED 22067. So we can move Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Danko. Are there any discussions regarding 7.3? We have two. Councillor Ferguson first, then Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Just another question to add, so you can leave your camera on it. I actually understand why you're changing the enclosure, that any horizontal fencing can't have gaps in between it, so kids can't put their toe in it and try to climb. I'm trying to find it, and I can't just get my hands on it right now. I read it yesterday, where on vertical ones, you minimum 100 millimeter spaces, and because I can't find it yet, I'm scrambling for it, in a circle. And I didn't understand what you meant by that. Quite often, pool enclosures, when they're made of wood, are board on board, which is 1x6s with the width of about 3.5-inch opening between slots, which is covered on the other side by a board that covers that slot. What changes are you making to vertical fencing on wooden fences?
So through the
Maybe,
chair, through the council, I'll let George Catano speak to it. He did the research on the report.
yeah, through the chair, Councillor. Basically, there's no
Sorry,
changes.
George, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes,
It's
my
your
name
first
is
time speaking.
George Caetano, Manager, Plan Examination, Building
Thank you.
Division. And basically, there's no changes to vertical fences at this point. The spacing is still the same as before. The 4-inch spacing is for vertical, just the space in between the boards. That's what they figure a child can't get their head through it. That's why it's there. For horizontal, it's a different requirement because of the toe hold.
Okay,
Councillor?
so a typical board-on-board fence is still okay then, is it, George?
Yes, correct. It's as long if it's board on board, if the boards are there's no space between them, it's still fine.
Okay, that's all my questions, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. The first, if I may, through to you to staff. I think given the interest in this, I was wondering if I could ask staff to just give a very quick overview of what is being proposed here, and then I have a question.
Okay, thank you. George, are you prepared? Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair, the main intent of this amendment to the bylaw is to allow for additional fence construction options, such as horizontal and glass panel fencing. We had a lot of, for pool enclosures.
Mm.
And basically the intent here, there's been a lot of requests for horizontal fencing, and there's no current requirements in the bylaw or any construction regulations. So we've been doing those as one-offs, is it equivalent to a vertical board fence? So in order to simplify it, we said, well, let's just put it right in the bylaw, and then someone can just follow those requirements, and they don't have to go through an alternative solution or go through a lot of back and forth trying to get it approved. So this is just to simplify it. Glass is the same. We're just including specifications for if you're going to put glass fencing or glass in the fence, what the requirements are for them. Composite boards, we're putting that in the bylaw also. It's basically adding additional construction types. There's been a lot of innovation in materials and changes in what people want to build on their fences, how they want them to look. So we just want to be more proactive and say, let's get these in the bylaw so we don't have to have a discussion as to what's permitted and what isn't.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through the chair, thank you very much for that. That was a really thorough overview. So rather than continuously doing them one-off, you're recognizing the new elements, putting them in the bylaw. So my other question, though, is if further to Councillor Ferguson's question about the horizontals and the spaces that could be used effectively as a ladder, if you come across those that don't meet the specs, they're still going to be a contravention to that bylaw. Is that correct?
Through
George?
the chair, yes, that's correct.
Mhm.
They could have tried to apply to the director to see if they would, if they're doing other alternative solutions or other things that make it equivalent to a fence that's permitted. They can still apply for it, but basically the requirements in the bylaw is what we're going to be enforcing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers. Thank you very much, George and Ed, for your time this morning. It has been moved and seconded, and please vote accordingly. Thank you, everyone. 7.4 is an appeal of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment applications to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, for lack of decision for lands located at 299-307 John Street South and 97 St. Joseph's Drive, Hamilton, PED 22038. This is in Ward 2. So we need a mover and a seconder, please, just to receive the report. Please note that there is a 14.2 item under private and confidential. Any questions will have to probably be referred to that private and confidential discussion. So it has been moved by the ward councillor, Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Partridge, go ahead. Oh, did you just want a second? Sorry. Too late. So it's to receive that. So Councillor Farr, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, and it's a general question, appreciating your comment and knowing later on in the agenda we may learn more. But this is a lack of decision. We've had them before. Basically a pretty significant project in our core over by St. Joe's, now going straight to LPAT. So generally, and for the layperson, through you to Steve Robichaud, how do you explain the lack of decision? I know the report outlines timelines, and there was 3 submissions, and the dwelling units went down, and all of those things. But in a nutshell, how is that explained? That potentially there's no public local debate.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud.
Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning and Chief Planner. To the ward councillor's question, under the Planning Act, where a non-decision of council has been made on a development application involving an official plan amendment, the applicant can file an appeal directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal after 120 days. And that's what happened in this case. I mean, it's more than 120 days has lapsed, but the applicant has filed that appeal in response to the various comments they have received on the development application. Council still can have a non-statutory public meeting at some future point in time to get input or advice from the community, whether that be either yourself, the ward councillor, holding a neighborhood information meeting, or alternatively directing staff to give notice as we work through the issues. One of the issues or the comments we received back related to the provisions of the Niagara Escarpment Plan and the Niagara Escarpment Commission's comments on the development application as it relates to the visual impact assessment. And very often applicants will file an appeal in order to help to facilitate discussions between departments, agencies, or external groups as it relates to their development application. And my understanding is that the applicant is still willing to work with city staff on the design issues, but it would primarily their concern related to the Niagara Escarpment Commission comments and issues relating to the preparation and submission of a visual impact assessment. And it was for that reason why the applicant filed the appeal. It's very similar to the situation that happened, Councillor, in your ward in Wellington, where we had that one development where they actually had to revise it in response to the NEC comments. The applicant was, I think, wanting to has been working with city staff, but they were concerned about the NEC comments and requirements for the visual impact assessment and what would that mean for their development proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Appreciate the analysis, and especially the last bit that does explain things. Thank you, and that's all, Chair.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly. Councillor Partridge, no, I don't think so. Oh, she said she was at this time. She's popped out for a meeting. She'll be back. Thank you, folks. 7.5, active official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision of applications, PED 22039, citywide. So it's been moved by Councillor Danko, second by Councillor Wilson. Let's see. Thank you. So any questions or comments? If not, please vote accordingly. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're on to 7.6. This is the City of Hamilton's response to the Provincial Housing Affordability Task Force, HATF, report PED 22071 citywide. It's been moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Danko. Are there any discussions regarding this item? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Danko. So Councillor Wilson, you're first, please.
Thank you. Given the significance of this matter, I was wondering, first of all, if I could ask staff to provide an overview of their recommendations and the distinction between what they're suggesting and, of course, how that aligns with the recommendations coming out of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I don't have my notes. Who is speaking to this as staff?
Madam Chairman, Steve Robichaud here. Tiffany Singh has prepared a brief overview of the staff report and the staff submission, so I will hand it over to Ms. Singh to just provide a high-level overview of the staff or the city's staff comments on the provincial task force report. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. You're slowly disappearing from your screen, just to let you know. So, Ms. Singh, thank you very much for joining us today.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I want to speak up just a little bit, though.
Okay. Is that better?
A little bit better. I'm getting too old.
All right. I'm going to share a little PowerPoint. All right. So if we were on Family Feud, I think this would probably be listed as like the #1 topic of Canadian pastime or favorite pastime, just talking about the housing market. So this report was a riveting addition to this discussion, consisting of bold recommendations to help solve the housing affordability crisis across Ontario. So staff have provided we were provided with very little notice on kind of responding to the report. So I'm just going to kind of give an overview of some of the themes that were presented in the report, and then some of the items that staff agree with, and some that we are concerned with, and where there are gaps of information. Okay, so this task force was actually first created in December of last year, consisting of 9 members that were mandated to explore measures to address housing affordability by increasing the supply of market rate rental and ownership housing, building housing supply in complete communities, reducing red tape and accelerating timelines, encouraging innovation and digital modernization in the planning process, supporting economic recovery and job creation, and balancing housing needs with protecting the environment. On February 8th, they released their report setting out their recommendations, which matched that of a leaked document that had been kind of circulating in the media a week prior. The themes described in their report kind of bolster this premise that increasing supply is the issue that must be addressed in order to tackle affordability. Over 50 recommendations were provided under the following kind of 5 themes. So focus on getting more homes built, making land available to build, cutting red tape so that we can build faster and reduce costs, reducing the cost to build, buy, and rent, and supporting and incentivizing scaling up housing supply. There were also additional recommendations that were provided in Appendix B, and those were specific to affordable housing, with 3 that were outlined legislation changes that they were recommending to the inclusionary zoning policies. So Here are kind of the things that staff agreed with and support. So that is making policy changes to prioritize growth and allow for greater diverse density and intensification while providing a variety of housing types, investigating opportunities to reduce and streamline application processes, preventing abuse to the appeal process, and in particular, non-decision appeals, and ensuring effective case management by the OLT. Aligning efforts between all levels of government to incentivize more housing. And lastly, we welcome funding opportunities to both modernize technologies to improve our intake and review processes, but also to deliver the necessary municipal infrastructure, both hard and soft, and the services that growth requires. So with that, there were directions that staff have some concern with. There was a lot of emphasis on municipalities being more permissive and expediting the process for getting projects approved. But this does not guarantee that proposals will be built. And in our experience at the City of Hamilton, there have been many efforts that we've made to streamline the development approval process and prioritize files, but only to see them then sit vacant for some time. So we feel that there should have been some more focus on providing tools or mechanisms to ensure that proposed developments get built and in a reasonable time. The ability to kind of sunset approvals would be one mechanism that would allow for better allocation of servicing capacity. Another issue that we had was that the dialogue regarding growth funding tools like development charges that are used to service growth, municipalities will still need to be able to fund all that infrastructure, and that is required for servicing new unit supply. Some of the recommendations that were provided would change the way that DCs are currently collected and calculated, and that would shift a lot of the cost for growth onto existing taxpayers. Arguments can be made, though, that on both sides, that this approach could be more equitable. Regardless, though, it is a far departure from how growth has been funded since the late 90s. Several recommendations suggest a one-size-fits-all approach to land use planning across the province with heavy provincial jurisdiction on zoning, the approval processes, and public consultation requirements. It must be noted that recognizing the variation that exists across the province is key to implementing successful land use planning tools and processes that meet the objectives of building and increasing the affordable housing supply. So we've seen a lot of Planning Act legislative changes in the last 4 years, many of which have been kind of reactionary moves to curb the perceived overreach of tools by specific municipalities. In turn, these changes have kind of caused many limitations to utilizing these tools that have some questioning whether they're even meeting the objective that they were intended to meet. The recommendation to completely remove consultation is not supported at all by staff, as it removes the opportunity for meaningful conversation to improve the outcome of developments. So it's been our experience that early non-statutory consultation with general public allows for early identification of all concerns, and it really provides that opportunity for the applicant to revise their proposals to kind of respond to some concerns, but it also helps us to educate the public as to what a municipality can regulate and what it can't. We also were concerned with the term abuse that was used with regards to heritage preservation and urban design considerations. This has not been the City of Hamilton's experience. The province has also made a lot of significant changes to the Heritage Act very recently. Quality urban design and heritage are important matters of public interest, and it is also critical to the success of widespread infill development. So that is a major objective of the task force, infill development, and ensuring that that's done well requires quality urban design and heritage considerations. A province-wide approach to drastically changing these tools that help ensure high-quality urban design and heritage preservation would be, again, a reactionary kind of move to curb a perceived overreach of these tools by specific municipalities. Mostly, it fails to recognize that both heritage, and urban design are valuable. They add value to the planning process, and they contribute to creating distinct communities and enjoyable spaces. And then lastly, there was a lack of any implementation plan or phasing. The report consists of really bold recommendations, many that could significantly alter the local decision-making process, but these changes would require legislative changes. And with it being an election year right now, there is some concern that these changes could be introduced prior to legislative recess, leading up to the provincial election, and then potentially with very little consultation time. So then lastly, we have report gaps. The task force's message is very clear. It focused on increasing market rate unit supply. Recent census data and growing list of expert opinions are refuting the idea that housing supply is the sole issue of housing affordability in Ontario. The report contained no meaningful discussion on other contributing factors to housing affordability. Historically low interest rates, accumulated home equity, amplifying the buying power for those whom own homes, related to the increased commodification of homes through REITs and other investment property holdings. I think it was the CBC a week or two ago, they actually had a stat that 1 in 5 Canadian home buyers are doing so for investment purposes. So there was no discussion on kind of that increase in commodification and really the shift in consumer habits over the last few years and over the last decade, really, and our societal kind of normalization over the years of commodifying housing. Supply of housing is not just about the number of units, but also about the type of housing, the diversity of form, the tenure, the size, bedroom units, or bedroom number rather. The decision about how to increase supply must be sustainable in terms of the cost of service, the cost to deliver and maintain those services, environmental performance, as well as providing necessary social infrastructure and other forms of infrastructure that are required to build complete communities. And then rewriting official plans, secondary plans, zoning bylaws, all of that takes time and resources, and especially to meet the timeframes that were kind of indicated in their recommendations. Again, there is this need to recognize that municipalities are diverse in many ways and in their housing supply issues, and the factors contributing to those issues are different across the province. So overall, staff are supportive of the overall kind of ideas that are presented in this recommendations report. However, we do have some concern with the details and the lack of clarity, as well as understanding kind of the implementation timeframe and further consultation opportunities. So,
is that the end of your presentation? Oh, thank you.
yeah.
So thank you. Councillor Wilson, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Ms. Singh, I don't know if you've presented to this planning committee previously. If you have, forgive me. I just wanted to congratulate you on an excellent report and superb presentation. Thank you very much. I'm really impressed with the identification of the gaps that you set out on that one screen, and to that, I'd like to focus on it. The development charges. Does the report speak to what I would think would be a conflict of objectives in shifting the cost of development even further onto existing taxpayers, along with the objective of intensification? Does the report speak to that? I would think would be counter forces, because if you're shifting more of the cost onto existing taxpayers, one of the arguments that that makes sprawl so pronounced, even after 40 years of acknowledging it's not financially or environmentally healthy, is that in fact our pricing system enables it and does so at the cost of older urban centers, which are trying to renew themselves.
Through the chair, yeah, the report, it's a great point that you're making. The report doesn't really talk about those nuances where, there recommendations of increasing supply, but then also reducing all these costs. How do those two things how can we do them together? And where does the funding come from then to fund the services that are needed to build those complete communities? It's kind of implied then that it would be the existing tax base that would have to pick up those costs, but it's not very explicit. So that kind of clarity is definitely needed.
Thank you. Through the chair, does the report define what complete communities are?
Through the chair, no, the report does not provide that kind of clarity, like a definition of what a complete community is. However, what's interesting is their mandate in December, like when this group was created, it included, this idea that sustainable communities must be considered, all things, and preservation of the environment as well must be part of that kind of equation. However, the actual recommendations are definitely a bit not lopsided, but there's so much focus on increasing the supply, and there's very little discussion about the other attributes to building a complete community and other attributes that are required for ensuring that that is sustainable development over time. So again, there are gaps that are definitely present, but also a bit of a divergence from what their mandate was, if that makes sense.
Time?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I thought my microphone was off. Go
That's
ahead,
okay,
Councillor Wilson. You have time.
Okay, I was just going to check with you. Did you say time? Thank you. Then I'll
I have 2 minutes, actually.
Okay, thank you. To that, I've been hearing about the argument about red tape for 30 years now, and how it's at fault. And I was just reading a report out of the House of Representatives in Australia last night, their look at homelessness and questions of affordability. And you're hearing these same themes across every jurisdiction, that it's the planning approval process that is to blame. And, once you hear it in one jurisdiction, maybe, but there is an affordability crisis across the spectrum, across all countries, and most jurisdictions. So I take your point about the simplicity of checking in on just supply and not looking at any market solutions or any of those other variables. But to that point, does the report itself identify the actual supply of land that's being held in Ontario that could be developed but is not being developed and is being held by developers at this point? I've asked that question before. We didn't know the answer, but I'm wondering whether it's identified, if we're focusing on supply, if it's identified in this report for Ontario. Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Councillor Wilson, that's your last question.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I actually can't answer that. I don't recall if that is in there. I'm not sure if Steve or anyone else on the call may be able to provide an answer to that. I don't recall. I would have to look back at the report and the introductory pieces.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you to Ms. Singh for an excellent presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Danko, you're next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate the thorough overview. There's definitely some good recommendations in the report that make a lot of sense. And as was outlined, some pretty significant issues there. So just on the supply, was there any discussion on, we talked about the quality of the supply of new housing and the heritage and design. Was there any discussion on environmental considerations as well?
Ms. Singh?
Through the chair, sorry, just for clarification, are you referring to, was there like a recommendation from the report that spoke to environmental considerations?
Well, yeah, in terms of recommendations for where infill is built, greenfield versus within urban boundaries, and also the building code requirements for new construction in terms of climate change and that kind of thing. Was that addressed at all by this report?
Through the chair, I would say that it wasn't discussed at length. There were no recommendations that spoke to kind of environmental sustainability in particular. I would say that there was a focus on kind of infill development without specifying that it would be preferred over greenfield development, but there, like, with the degree of recommendations that kind of target kind of infill, that seem to be more prominent throughout the recommendations list.
Right.
I see Steve put his camera on. Sorry, I'm not sure if he wants to add anything.
Through you, Madam Chairman, the issue the councillor raised, both as the city's regional planning commissioner of Ontario rep and participating through our PCO at the AMO table, we have raised that issue, and with our conversations with the province, it's not simply a unit is a unit. It is where does that unit get built and what is that unit. So in the same way that you can have quote unquote urban sprawl, you can also have intensification sprawl if it misaligns with other public benefits. And you can also have what we refer to as vertical sprawl, where you're getting overdevelopment in inappropriate locations. And then you also have to look at that unit type and composition. It's no good to be building, 1,000, small, bachelor units if you're really trying to address that full continuum of housing supply and housing need. And then the other area of concern that we've also expressed to the province is you also have to ensure that it's sustainable, both in terms of where the location, whether it's that it's sustainable in an urban location, and also if they start to look at relaxing development in the rural area, what are the long-term implications of that? Because there are some talk in some of the smaller communities that they have infrastructure constraints, so they want relaxations around the rules around sustainability, source water protection, groundwater protection, those sorts of considerations. So this is why it's very, it is a very complicated issue. And I think one of the things in response to some of the previous councillors' comments are, there's a lot of good things that Hamilton does that the province isn't really taking exception with. They are looking at other municipalities that may not actually play by the same rules or work with the development community and their broader community to the same degree that Hamilton does. So as like Tiffany points out in her report, there's many things that the city already does, and we are already recognized as a best practice leader. So delegation to staff, protection of heritage buildings, the way we try to align our public investments with where we want growth to go, like along the LRT corridor, and trying to generally, and also looking to how to do red tape and sort of unplanning those things that don't make sense and really planning for what is important. So I think what happens is, because we're doing all that good work, we do get recognized as being sort of a school of best practice, but there's other municipalities that don't necessarily do the same thing. There's, I've heard of stories of municipalities that never make a decision so that everything gets appealed to the OLT. And that's a bit of an abuse of a process, right? Where here we try to make timely decisions on development applications, and then ensuring, complete communities mean, in terms of what we build, where we build it, and for the long-term sustainability lens that gets applied to it. Sorry. It is, and that's one of the frustrations that we have when we're dealing with the province. We're saying that it is not one size fits all. Major urban centers such as Hamilton, it's very complex, the issues that we are dealing with. So as much as we also have to deal with issues of gentrification, renoviction, how homelessness, and then how does our housing strategy respond to all of those elements, and not simply just either having vertical sprawl or traditional urban sprawl, which then does not pay for itself and causes all sorts of other issues. And then the second area of concern is we don't start relaxing some of the rural servicing regime, because that can have major cost implications if we start getting into issues of groundwater contamination, those sorts of concerns. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. I think that would be your last question. Since there's no one else in line, I'll let you have one more.
I do have two more, if that's okay.
No, go ahead.
So I really appreciate the thorough answers from staff. I think that's something that we as planning committee deal with on a regular basis, is that balance between quality and quantity, and trying to, err more on the side of quality. My next question is just about affordability, actual affordability. So this report deals with market-based affordability, but doesn't, in my understanding anyway, it didn't address like actual affordable housing and including, requirements for certain number of units of affordable housing or other incentives for building below market value affordable housing.
Through the chair, you're correct. I would say that majority of the recommendations were targeting kind of market rate housing supply. However, in Appendix B, there were additional recommendations that didn't have kind of numbers presented. There were 3 that kind of targeted inclusionary zoning legislation. I would say, though, that those recommendations are kind of they target how municipalities who've kind of started the inclusionary zoning process, how they have described some of the issues that they've been facing. So what we've heard through talking with our counterparts in other municipalities is that the inclusionary zoning legislation really is set out in a way, it's so limited now with the recent changes that it really targets kind of the 80th percentile. It's not quite providing true deeply affordable units. It won't be able to do that. However, there is a discussion piece in that appendix item about incentives and providing incentives to help alleviate some of those costs for developers that could then in turn maybe allow them to provide more deeply affordable housing. So there is a bit of discussion in Appendix B, but it's clear that their focus isn't really on true affordable housing and that it's more market rate housing supply, and that in turn, by increasing supply, it would shift the cost.
Right. Thank you. I do have one final question. I really appreciate the leeway. I think these are just really important discussions and appreciate the answers from staff. Final question is, I've been hearing that one of the criticisms across the province of this provincial government is that the development industry is running the show. How have you raised in the presentation kind of concern that there might be updates to the Planning Act? I've heard that there might be an update to the Planning Act as soon as this Thursday. Has there been any information that our staff has received of updates? And specifically, the one that I've heard is adding an appeal to the 40-hectare urban boundary expansion to allow developers to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal and then basically get a rubber stamp for incremental urban boundary expansions, which obviously, we would be adamantly opposed to. Has there been any indication on your end that that might be coming, or those discussions have been happening, or meetings between developers and the ministry to try to convince them to add those kinds of changes to the Planning Act?
Through the chair, I have not received any kind of formal correspondence or seen any kind of formal correspondence. I'm not sure, though, if maybe my manager or if Steve have any further comments to make regarding that.
Steve?
Through the chair, I could maybe speak to that as Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development.
Thank you.
So to your question, Councillor Danko, yes, I'd say we're hearing the same thing, that there is some legislative changes that are expected to be imminent pre-election. So the window for that timeline is obviously very short. So possibly in a few days or a few weeks, we could see essentially what would be the province's legislative response to the task force recommendations. We don't have a clear indication of exactly which of those task force recommendations that Tiffany has just gone through will find their way into that legislative package. You're right. One of the proposals coming out of the task force is around introducing expanded appeal rights around municipal comprehensive reviews, which would certainly be of significant concern to Hamilton, and we expressed that in our comments. I don't know if that would be part of a pre-election legislative package. But yes, to answer your question, it is our understanding that we expect to see something soon. Exactly how comprehensive that will be, we don't know for sure. And whether or not that would be kind of a part one with maybe a part two to follow post-election, again, we don't know. But I have heard that that's a possibility as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I've heard that developers have been meeting directly with the minister himself in order to influence policy. And there could be changes to the Planning Act, basically writing the Planning Act for the minister. And those changes could be as soon as this Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded, folks, and there are other speakers on the list. Please vote accordingly. Good job, by the way, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we're on to public hearings, folks. The first one is 9.1. We don't have any staff presentations, by the way. The public has been advised on how to pre-register to be a virtual delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes that decision regarding the development applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. 9.1 is an application to amend Hamilton zoning bylaw number 05200 for lands located at 1040 Gardner Road West, Ancaster, PED 22059. This is in Ward 12. I'm going to go to the ward councillor. Councillor Ferguson, would you like to see the staff presentation, or would you like to?
No, it's not necessary for me to see the staff presentation. I've gone through it, and I'm comfortable with the report, and I'm comfortable with what was in the presentation. I just have a question, but I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask it. I assume it's not. So since you're simply looking for direction to whether or not to do the staff presentation.
Okay, so I'm just going to go to the rest of the committee members to see if anyone's interested in the staff presentation. If not, then we will waive the staff presentation and we'll go straight to your questions. So I don't see anybody, committee members, waving frantically. So I'm assuming everybody's okay. Councillor Ferguson, you can ask your questions and then we will waive the staff presentation after that. Oh.
Well, okay. My only question is, they're proposing a restaurant in one of the units of this prestige industrial development that is almost complete now. They got full zoning approval, building permits were issued, and the buildings are up. There seems to be an issue around a restaurant going in one of the units. And of course, a restaurant does provide a service to this very successful industrial park. There's a lot of people that are employed in that park now, and they need restaurants to go to. I understand the restaurant that's being proposed is one that exists just down the street slightly. They're looking for a bigger facility for obvious reasons, because there's a lot more business due to the park, and the Ancaster Fairgrounds is just down the street too. And the fairgrounds is daily now having, with their new buildings and world-class show facilities, are getting events in there almost daily, certainly weekends, and they fill this particular restaurant up. The only concern that I've read in the report is from the corner of Shaver and Garner. It's a residential property. It's in an area that's designated prestige industrial. And the concern from the resident was that she's concerned about too many restaurants. I don't understand that part of it, but I would suspect what the real reason is. Back when I was on Ancaster Council days, there was always complaints from neighbors about restaurants because of odors, the cooking odors that would come out of these facilities. But since I've been on City Hamilton Council, I never hear that issue anymore. So my question is to probably either the chief planner or the chief building official, and I'll start with Ed, and then go to Steve about what is done during the site plan approval process. But under the Ontario Building Code, Ed, does restaurants now have to install filter systems in their exhaust fans in their kitchens to capture odors that could be of nuisance to neighbors?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Again, it's Ed Vanderwent, Chief Building Official. So restaurants and cooking facilities are defined by what we call grease-laden vapors. Grease-laden vapors are the things that you hear or smell in the air, and you can pick it up with your nose. So there are filters that are required now to catch grease-laden vapors. They usually come inside the hood range that has the spray mounts for the extinguishing system or suppression system in the system. So there's definitely a filter in the process in the system. The item you're speaking to, though, often comes about of restaurants not maintaining their filters. Either get plugged up and they remove them, and the blast goes right out the outdoors, and that oil and grease-laden vapors get out to the environment. So it's more about a maintenance issue than it is actually an installation or design issue.
How long has that been in effect where they must do the grease filters? I'm testing you a bit here, I know.
As long as I've been a building official, that's 36 years.
Okay, because I remember in my Ancaster days, McDonald's and others were proposing to go in residential areas, and there was always a lot of pushback because of odors. And they ultimately got approved, but I don't hear the complaints about odors anymore. So I guess bylaw would only act on complaint if a neighbor was complaining about the odors, and they would go in and do an inspections, find that the filters have been removed, if that's the case. Is that generally what happens now?
To the chair, to the councillor, there are now two backup systems. One is, of course, bylaw enforcement. The other is the health unit. When they go in and check, they check for the grease buckets in the emptying process to keep those filters clean in the restaurant and outside the restaurant.
So they go in annually to get their green tag for the front door. So they will check for those filters, will they, in that annual inspection?
They check for the kitchen for the filters. They check for vermin on the floors. They check for rodents, whatever. Clean surfaces, yes.
And grease traps to capture the grease that goes down the sewer. Okay,
Yes,
thanks very much. That's helpful, Ed. And just to Steve, there's nothing in the report about this. So is this something that you would capture in the site plan? And would you, at the site plan, insist that these grease filters, airborne vapor grease filters, are installed?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor. Not normally, because this is an OBC requirement as well as provincial regulation requirement. It becomes the onus is on the operator when they're designing the restaurant to ensure that they have the necessary equipment in accordance with the Ontario Building Code and other applicable provincial legislation. So it's the same way as we don't regulate the method of construction. Under site plan, we're not allowed to regulate the method of construction. Where we do have, we often will have the owner acknowledged, if we have to put that on as part of the site plan approvals, that they will have to design and implement and maintain the restaurant exhaust equipment in accordance with the OBC and other applicable legislation. There is a requirement under the provincial legislation that they prepare, and it's part of their building permit submission, how they're going to deal with this odor issue. They have to have a management plan in place, and then they're required to implement and maintain that sort of odor management plan as part of their requirements. And because that is sort of within the OBC issue, we don't normally attach it to the site plan issue. If there is a concern here that the councillor want regarding the odor, we can there can just be a direction to staff to include it in the site plan, as the owner acknowledges that they have to adhere to all applicable legislation as it relates to odor management. Or we can just rely on the, as Ed indicated, through the normal regulations that are in place as it relates to restaurants. Thank you.
Okay, I see Ed had his hand up. He
So-
wanted to respond to that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And just to let you know, I don't have any other speakers on, even though your 5 minutes is up. I still don't have any speakers, so continue. Go ahead. Ed, you're muted.
To the chair, to the councillor, the building division and review staff look in each restaurant for the cooking items. So if there's a deep fryer or a surface fryer of any sort, we recognize that to be an oil vapor-laden air source. If it's a sub shop where there are no cooking utensils at all and only a microwave, that's different. But as soon as you cook with has any grease in it at all or other additives, we require that by the building code. Filters.
So this particular restaurant would probably use a lot of bacon. So that would create odors.
100%. We will look for those. Yep.
Okay. Do I need to put a motion that planning staff put this as a condition, or you automatically catch those things during the building permit application time?
We automatically look for these things and we deal with them. Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's all my concerns. And I as I say, I haven't had a complaint about odors coming from restaurants since the 16 years now that I've been on Hamilton Council, but I used to get them when I was on the 10 years on the Ancaster Council. And Ed was our chief building official then, so he did something to fix the problem. And so I'm okay with this now. I support the application and I'm satisfied with the answers. And I think that would satisfy the one concern that my office received. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So it's been moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge, that we waive the staff presentation. And just to let everyone know, when you leave your screen, the clerk automatically promotes you as absent. So it takes a few minutes to put you back into the meeting, just to let you know. Thank you. I don't see Councillor Farr now. Thank you, everyone. And Matt Johnston from Urban Solutions is in attendance. Matt, are you agreeable to the staff report?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Morning.
Madam Clerk, for the benefit of the Chair, Johnston is spelled Johnston. Just wanted to make that clear for the Chair. Thank you. Having a little fun as I'm only the one taking that jab rather than her. So good morning, everybody. Yes, supportive of the staff report. Thanks staff for their work on the application. I do have a short presentation, but I'm not sure it's really necessary. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And why don't we wait to see if there are any questions, and then we may refer to your presentation. And we're just lazy. We don't want the extra tea. So can I please have a motion to receive Mr. Johnston's, Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Ferguson, to receive. Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman,
sorry,
I had the privilege of seeing the presentation, staff presentation, because it's in the report. But if it's a short, I would like just take a couple minutes and hear what Matt has to say with his presentation.
Certainly.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you. And yes, so I'm here this morning on behalf of Gardner Road Investments, better known as Elite Development Group. The subject lands are located on the south side of Gardner Road, just west of Shaver. The aerial photo is a little bit dated, as Councillor Ferguson alluded to. The building and construction is substantially complete, and occupancy dates are right around the corner.
Matt, excuse me, can you just make this bigger? I can't see it. It's only taking about a quarter of the screen.
Oh, am I not sharing? Sorry, I was hoping.
Just make it bigger.
Let's try this.
There, that's better. Now you got it on presentation mode.
Oh, so you're okay.
I'm seeing your notes.
That looks fine, Matt, if you want to just continue.
Okay. So yes, the aerial photo shown here is a little bit dated. Construction is substantially complete. We are located in the employment area business park land use designation. This eastern half of the Ancaster Business Park is really starting to come on stream now. The lands are in a site-specific M3 zone, matching up with the business park employment designation. We have the approved site plan on the screen here that started back in 2018. And essentially the M3 zone in the city of Hamilton has some areas within the municipality that have the restaurant use permitted as of right. And then we have areas like the one in question that don't have that permission. So although these lands here in the Waterdown area are also zoned M3, they do have that as of right restaurant permission. Another similar scenario along the QE corridor and the Barton corridor through East Hamilton and Stony Creek, where the restaurant use is permitted as of right in the M3 zone. Again, this particular area in Ancaster didn't have that as of right zone, so the application is essentially asking that permission to be extended to the subject property. And with that, we continue to really maintain the intent of that land use designation. It's really intended to serve that growing restaurant market. I'm sorry, the restaurant market to serve the growing employment center that is the Ancaster Business Park, that's having a lot of great new developments occurring. And this permission will provide a little bit of relief and accommodate those restaurant uses on the site. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. If you can remove the presentation, that would be great, Matt. Thank you.
Move would be received,
Any
Madam
questions
Chair.
for the presenter, please? Not seeing none. Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Pearson, to receive Matt's presentation and his approval of the staff report. His consent, I should say. Please vote accordingly. We have a written submissions too. Do you want to put them all in one, Lisa, then, if it's going to take a minute? Okay. The vote is up. Thank you, everyone. And the same mover and seconder through the whole thing, if you don't mind, please. And this will be to receive the written submissions and to close the public meeting. We're going to do two different votes here, folks. And to close the public meeting, same mover and seconder. And the same mover and seconder that the public submissions were received and considered in approving this application, and that the application be approved. The report recommendations. And to approve the application, please. Seems like a lot of steps, right? There's reasons if we all want to know and I don't want to know. Just do as you're told. That's what I always say for me. Has everyone voted? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Danko? Well, she should be. She's seconding this.
I'm here, but I've got a whole thing of the whole recommendation before me. I can't hit the vote button.
Thumb up.
Well, it's not on my computer. Sorry.
Thumb up.
Okay.
Yep, we're good. Thank you. There we go. I saw that big thumb. Okay, folks, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Hang in there. You're coming up next again. But I'll just get you to turn off your video. That would be great. So now we're on to 9.2, folks, Waterdown Community Node Secondary Plan and Waterdown Community Transportation Management Plan, PED 22001. This is in Ward 15. Melanie Flam will be providing an introduction, followed by staff and consultants' presentation. This is approximately 50 to 60 minutes long, folks, so get comfortable. And this is a good news story from what I understand. So Melanie, you're up first, please.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Melanie Pham, and I am a senior planner with the Sustainable Community section of the Planning Division. The report before you today is a combined report for the Waterdown Community Transportation Management Plan and the Waterdown Community Node Secondary Plan, as well as the Urban Design Guidelines, the Cultural Heritage Review, and the zoning changes associated with the secondary plan. Due to the extensive nature of the report, there are several presentations planned. I will be presenting a short introduction. Excuse me one moment while I adjust the slides here. Thank you. I will be presenting a short introduction now, and then my colleague Steve Malloy will be doing a presentation on the Transportation Management Plan. And this will be followed by two short presentations on the Waterdown Cultural Heritage Review and the Urban Design Guidelines, which are two supporting documents to the secondary plan. And these will be presented by Christina Martens and Nathan Flack, representing the external consultants retained to complete these studies. And finally, I will be making the last presentation on the secondary plan and related zoning changes that are proposed. Presentations will be made on all these items together so that all of the information can be heard prior to opening the floor for questions and discussion. So the direction to complete these studies originates from the Urban Hamilton official plan, which states that secondary plans should be prepared for all community nodes. Additionally, in 2014, Council endorsed a strategy with respect to traffic management and land use for the Waterdown Village core area, which directed staff to complete both the secondary plan and the transportation management plan. The transportation management plan and the secondary plan were completed concurrently, as the transportation management plan is a key input into the secondary plan process, and the secondary plan also provided input into the transportation management plan. The studies were initiated in late 2018 and early 2019. The transportation management plan was led by the city's transportation planning division, and the secondary plan was led by the planning division, both of the planning and economic development department. Here's a location map showing the extent of both study areas. The transportation management plan study area encompassed the entire community of Waterdown to ensure a comprehensive review of the transportation network. The secondary plan study area was limited to a much smaller geography, focusing on the central core of Waterdown, including the Waterdown BIA and some adjacent areas. The transportation management plan followed the municipal class EA process and completed the first two phases of the municipal class EA process. The Waterdown Community Node Secondary Plan Study has been completed in 3 phases, and this was followed by a 4th implementation phase, which included the preparation of zoning updates to align with the secondary plan and the urban design guidelines. Consultation was included at various points throughout both projects. So the transportation management plan, as mentioned, was a key supporting study to the secondary plan. It was a very important component that fed into the process, and the secondary plan also provided input into the transportation process. The timing of another initiative, the Waterdown Village Built Heritage Inventory, was also aligned with the secondary plan process. And the purpose of the inventory was to review individual buildings within the historic Waterdown Village area and make recommendations for properties that should be added to the city's Municipal Heritage Register or designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. The inventory process has been substantially completed. Register listings which were part of this process were approved in November of 2021, and designation recommendations were recently reviewed at the February 25th Municipal Heritage Committee and are also on today's Planning Committee agenda. Two supporting studies were also directly part of the secondary plan process. the development of urban design guidelines to support the land use plan and provide more detailed direction for new development, and a cultural heritage review to provide recommendations for how best to conserve the area's heritage resources. Brooke McElroy Consultants and Archaeological Services, Inc., respectively, were retained to complete these studies. A large number of different consultations occurred over the course of both studies at various points during each project phase and using a variety of consultation methods. Comments and questions from agencies and the public were incorporated and responded to as appropriate within each phase, and the timing of consultations for both projects were coordinated, and a number of these consultations were held jointly. Some of the consultations were also held jointly with the Waterdown Village Built Heritage Inventory in the first phases of the project. So the process to complete these studies has taken several years and involved a lot of work from many different people. So before we continue with the next presentation, I do want to take a few moments on behalf of myself and Christine Newbold, the Manager of Sustainable Communities, and also Steve Malloy, Manager of Transportation Planning, to recognize and acknowledge some of the people involved and thank them for their work. We wish to thank our consulting team, which included Dillon Consulting, Brooke McElroy, and Archaeological Services. We also wish to thank the many city staff from various divisions in the Planning and Economic Development Department who assisted with providing input, and the staff members on the Technical Advisory Committee as well, who reviewed and commented on materials at various stages of the project. And we also wish to thank the many members of the public who took the time to participate and provide input. And these include volunteers who sat on our community focus group, the Waterdown BIA, the Waterdown Mill Street Heritage Committee, the Flamborough Community Council, and also various attendees at workshops, in-person and virtual events, as well as all those who provided input through our website, by email, and through submitting written comments. Thank you for all of your ideas, time, and commitment to these processes and to shaping the secondary plan and supporting improvements to the area's transportation network. And lastly, we also want to say a thank you to Councillor Partridge, who was with us throughout the process and was an invaluable resource that connected us with the community and communicated information about important issues in her community. So I now want to turn things over to my colleague, Steve Malloy, for the next presentation on the Waterdown Community Transportation Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. And welcome, Steve.
Thank you. I can see my screen, I hope, and can hear me clearly. I can get it to go to
everything's good.
Full screen. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, Melanie. Really appreciate that introduction. So I'm Steve Malloy. I'm the Manager of Transportation Planning in the Planning and Economic Development Department. I also want to say that, of course, with great coordination between all the studies, there might be some overlap in slides, so I will do my best to quickly go through the ones that were overlapped. And I do want to extend my thanks to our colleagues in Planning Department and in Public Works as well for their contributions throughout the study. Councillor Partridge, your invaluable insights and information and collaborative nature with our team as well as the public and the public itself. They certainly had an influence on the study, and I think that will kind of demonstrate itself as we go through. So thank you for this time. As Melanie had mentioned, our study area was much broader than the community node. However, we know that with the growth in the community node, that will have the far-reaching impacts on the rest of the transportation network. So we kind of looked at the entire community of Waterdown. So our objective was really to identify what the current transportation problems were, develop solutions to address these problems, as well as support growth and protect for future needs. And that is really supported through the Waterdown Node Secondary Plan, as well as other ongoing developments throughout the community. Melanie had a much briefer and prettier version of the EA process that was guided our study. But we focused primarily on phases 1 and 2, again, to identify what the problem and opportunity were, what the needs are for, and demands are for the community, and come up with alternative solutions, evaluate the impacts, and document for future steps. So as a result of this, there will be a number of A and A prime projects. So those are projects that are a lot easier to implement. So there's some public consultation when we get to construction phase, and that's largely relating to some active transportation projects, as well as traffic calming and management mitigation measures that we've identified. There are very few projects that we may require B or C, but those would be determined later on in the future. So just a quick overview on the existing conditions. Waterdown as a unique community, a lot of the trips generated in Waterdown are automobile trips. So, 88% of all trips in Waterdown are made by car, and that's in combination of whether you're a single occupancy vehicle driver or a passenger. And the trend, of course, in Waterdown is the origin destinations for all trips are mostly outside of Waterdown. So when you're making a lot of vehicle trips and they're outside of Waterdown, that creates some challenges for the transportation network. And one of those challenges, of course, is if you're going to Halton Region, which is a fairly big, as you can see, 22% of the trips going to Halton Region, they're going to be probably taking the line of least resistance through Dundas Street. And when you have 4 lanes in Halton and 4 lanes on one side of Waterdown, and you have a core that's important to people and protect it, and it's 2 lanes, you inevitably it just runs into mathematics. When you have a lot of volume and then you have constraints in the middle, it creates some problems. And some of those are short-term peak hour issues, and that may result sometimes in cut-through impacts. So the numbers here, the 50% and the 25%, those are really trips that are true through trips. So trips are east of Highway 6, west of Highway 6, destined east through the community.
For the guys, it's just like a little to this too, but it goes into a.
My apologies. I'm trying to get to the next slide.
No, that's okay. We have to mute a few people here.
Okay.
It's okay. Take your time. Thanks, Steve.
There we go. Thank you. So of course, in documenting the transportation issues is not just the data that we've collected through different sources, but also feedback from the community itself. So documented through complaints directly to the councillor's office, or to Hamilton Police, or through our partners in Public Works and the road safety section of TOM. So we kind of highlighted, 4 buckets of issues. It's the network capacity issues, which I had mentioned in that one slide, especially through Dundas Street and at Hamilton and Mill. So really within the core area, the BIA area of Waterdown. Some excessive speeding issues were documented. So we've kind of highlighted those streets. I'm not going to go through every street in detail. Again, some safety concerns that have been identified, some around school crossing areas through the neighborhoods. And one concern, again, Mill Street South, people trying to get to Smoky Hollow with, when you have a curvy road that it's a major connector into destinations into Burlington and the Aldershot GO station, and the lack of pedestrian facilities, that becomes a challenge, especially when it's through the escarpment. And again, as mentioned, when we have some congestion issues, spot congestion issues, what happens is people tend to try to shortcut and go through the neighborhood, and we don't want that to happen. So again, part of those constraints is the Highway 5 and 6 intersection, which we've recently heard some great news about that, which I'll talk about in a minute. We also in that area. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor here. There's also some development interest in the redevelopment interest in the southern portion between Parkside and Dundas Street. So we had to do some sensitivity, although not approved. We had to do some sensitivity of proposed development and what that could impact the road network, as well as the Grids 2 process, and trying to anticipate in conjunction with the community node where development could be occurring, what potential impacts that could have on the network. So we did some sensitivity analysis on that, but given the opportunities, it was not as much pressure as things that are already approved or in the works for approval to the 2031 planning horizon. Probably our biggest issue is, as Councillor knows, is just implement previously approved network improvements that would, help mitigate the issues that are experienced today. So with that information, our problem opportunity statement is, the transportation network is becoming insufficient to accommodate current and future traffic volumes, and it's resulting in congestion and safety concerns and infiltration into the residential neighborhoods. So although it's not across the entire community, we do have some pinch points: Highway 5 and 6, Mill Street, and Dundas Street in the core. There are areas that are at or getting close to being insufficient, and we need to address those problems. And that's really the intent of the study, is to address the short-term and long-term improvements needed for all road users, for the road network, public transit, pedestrian and cyclists. So in terms of coming up with alternatives, we kind of bucketize those as well into road network and system optimization. We recognize with the green belt and the escarpment, there is limited opportunity to create new road networks to mitigate some of those problems. So the opportunities is to look at what can be done within the existing network and optimize. The other bucket is really travel demand management. So looking at expanding or upgrading the active transportation network, opportunities to expand HSR transit service, and one of the big ones was improving connectivity, and that's really how can we connect better the communities on either side of Grindstone Creek. And of course, as mentioned, addressing the safety issues within the roadways itself, and the cut through traffic or excessive speeding. Of course, we apply through our evaluation criteria, transportation elements, the physical environment, public health, which is inclusive of air quality, and it does have a climate lens applied to that. It's kind of all inclusive, as well as cost. So we look at all those elements in terms of the evaluation of those alternatives. I won't go into a great amount of detail the public consultations. I think Melanie did a great job, and I'm sure the other presenters will do that as well. But I just do want to say that it was a great example of collaboration between various studies, and not being siloed, and bringing this information together to the public. And I think it was quite successful in that way. And as a councillor, will probably tell you that the Waterdown residents are very vocal, very clear, and throughout the study and before the study, and I'm sure it will continue, their engagement in Waterdown itself, and what their thoughts are on how we move forward. But I certainly think that we have, from the beginning of the study, we've certainly built those relationships with the community, and I think the one thing that they appreciated is that we listened. A lot of their input was taken into consideration, and the one example I will give in terms of the alternatives is from a purely road capacity throughput perspective as an alternative, whether good or bad or indifferent, the community is quite clear that protecting the core and the village was critical to them and important, and maintaining that streetscape. So we had identified a peak hour restriction that would improve the transportation capacity elements, but the community certainly valued the pedestrian scale and the community feel of the core, and that helped guide us looking at other alternatives to mitigate it. So I think that's to me, that's a win. That's a great example of the process working and listening to the community and getting a result that the community wants. So I'm quite proud of the community for sharing that feedback and really applying what they said into the study. So through the study, another benefit is, although study took a little bit longer than we had anticipated and wanted, is through the study and other initiatives that we are advancing some provincial investments that will help the community of Waterdown as well as city as a whole. So recent letter from the MTO about the advancing the Highway 5-6 interchange and getting into the detailed design process. We'll hopefully in a few years see some shovels in the ground and activity working there, because that critical piece of infrastructure will certainly help some of the problems that's occurring in Waterdown. We're also part of the Metrolinx Dundas Street BRT, so we're engaged as part of that process, and that's the 48-kilometer long corridor stretching from Toronto, Mississauga, and connecting into Waterdown and Hamilton. So we're certainly engaged with Metrolinx. We know that in terms of BRT, when it gets to Waterdown, it won't be a dedicated lane BRT through Waterdown. It certainly would be mixed traffic, but I think the important thing is getting the service and getting choice and providing more choice and regional choice to residents in Waterdown, certainly to help with that commute into the region, as we know that there's a desire line and that demand exists. So the quicker that project can get underway and get tapped into, that would be great.
Morning, is Phil in by chance? Is Phil in by chance?
Can you please mute Councillor Pearson?
Yes, my name is Maria Pearson. And
My
I'm a
apologies,
councillor for the
Steve. I don't know why that
Ward 10,
happened.
Stony Creek.
I get
I'm the
interrupted all the
elected
time,
official.
Councillor. It's okay.
If you want, we could just sit here and listen to the conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I was rambling on a
apologies.
bit too much anyway. I needed a break.
Yeah, just wrap her up. No,
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your patience.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor. So the other investments, again, I put in here upstream, downstream network improvements, although it is not directly impacting Waterdown. Certainly the Morston bypass, that project certainly brings more volume to Highway 6. As well as MTO has initiated a Highway 6 and 403 interchange preliminary design and environmental assessment to fix that interchange at the bottom of the Highway 6. So those are provincial investments. Those projects are moving along, and through upstream and downstream, as we know, it does have an impact on Highway 6, and of course with the interchange. All these things work together as part of a network, and once those improvements are in place, that will hopefully improve the system in general, and hopefully alleviate some of the pressures that's occurring in the community. In terms of our preferred alternative, we're looking at network optimization, and really what this is we continue to always review traffic signal timings where there may be issues, and maybe there's more left turn demands in 1 year, and then patterns always change. So continuing to monitor that. That's always going to be part of our city business and moving forward. Trying to improve moving people, not just the cars, but also if there's an area where more pedestrian time is going to be required, those things are always monitored and tweaked. In terms of road networks, it's really, I think the council will echo that the problem before is how come we're not building the roads? Well, the roads are being built. They're going to be built in short order, and I think the new problem the council will have is there's a lot of construction going on. But in the long term, that's a good thing, because that will help improve connectivity and help alleviate some of the issues that are going on. So I won't go through this in detail, only to say that these are projects that were already pre-approved to improve the conditions in Waterdown. We just need to move forward in building them. There is one project that we have identified that would help with connectivity, and that's the extension of Clapison's Avenue. To investigate that in the future, that might help provide that redundancy in the network and connectivity, and hopefully with the employment uses in the western part of Clapison's and Highway 6 area, that people won't infiltrate through the neighborhood, and give an extra valve to get to North Waterdown Drive and provide that connectivity. So that's really the only additional road network improvement that we've identified. In the long term, on Dundas Street, providing at least the right turn lane into Avonside would be helpful. And as well as part of new development, we are looking at potentially punching through Avonside to provide a proper intersection for local traffic only. So we would put in traffic calming measures, certainly to protect against infiltration through Avonside Drive, but really we're trying to alleviate some of the pressures in the new neighborhood within Waterdown Bay, and to help facilitate better connectivity and getting out to the arterial road, as opposed to creating more cut-through traffic through the neighborhood. Another big item is really the active transportation network is moving forward with those improvements. I know that as part of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, we have a project along Dundas Street west of Centre Road, connecting toward Highway 6, and providing a multi-use path to create better connectivity. So we're in the feasibility process of that right now, to improve that connection to the neighborhood, and provide improved options for people to use cycling and walking as a preferred mode of transportation. In addition to that, we recognize, again, within the core of the village of Waterdown, the need to get people to the core and through the core by walking and cycling. So we have identified a new route, as opposed to having challenges to fit a cycling facility through the core itself, kind of deviating a little bit to the south along Barton Street, and through hopefully new developments, patching it a network to get back into Dundas Street and into the eastern part of the community. As part of that, again, we've identified two potential crossings of Grindstone Creek, one to get to Smoky Hollow over the rail line, as well as in the northern part of Dundas Street, where the creek and the rail line rolls through there, connecting these neighborhoods on either side of Mill. Another win, actually, is when we're going through this study process, having HSR engaged and having their alternative service delivery pilot and on-demand transit pilot was introduced as part of the study. So that was good collaborative effort that HSR was the leader on. And we're looking forward to those results, and if that's something that could be applied moving forward. We have identified some potential transit service and coverage expansion for the community, and those are things that HSR would bring forward at a future date to look into what that could look like and what the implications would be for the community. And of course, as I mentioned before, it's having the Dundas Street BRT through Metrolinx would obviously improve choice. And one of the important parts of that is having, in collaboration with the secondary plan, is having the transit node near Dundas and the Hamilton Street intersection. So this is the unreadable part of the map, and these are the interventions that have been identified for complete streets and Vision Zero perspective, and that's really to address the traffic calming, the speeding, cut through traffic issues. I have a little bit better, a little bit zoomed in. So we've identified pedestrian crossings. So there's 5 new pedestrian crossings identified. There are 5 upgrades to existing pedestrian crossings, as well as 18 streets with traffic calming that we will have, and 9 streets with some traffic management treatments on there. So there's a lot of work to be done and move forward with. There is some budget existing to do some quick wins in terms of streets that have immediate need, and then we will be bringing forward budget requests for implementation of the rest of the infrastructure that's required to make the communities more livable. So that kind of just leads into the recommendations of the report, where we will need direction to file the environmental assessment for 30-day public review. And then upon completion, use the funds that we've identified to move forward with implementation. The other direction would be, again, the extension of Clapison's Avenue. We need approval to move forward with that project, as well as looking in more detail about having active transportation bridge across Grindstone Creek to connect to Margaret Park, which is our preferred location, but much more work needs to be done in study, as well as the active transportation bridge connecting from Sealy Park to Smoky Hollow as well. So more study required, and we need funding for those studies. And again, the rerouting of the planned bicycle routes, as I mentioned, to kind of detour and connect, provide that connectivity to the village core. And with direction today, we would consider these as part of the 2023 capital budget process. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I believe we're waiting now for Christina Martens.
Hello, I'm here. I'll just get my screen set up.
Okay, thank you. And go ahead, Christina, when you're ready. Just introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Christina Martens of Archaeological Services, Inc. And our firm conducted a cultural heritage review that informed the secondary plan. So I just have a brief presentation to share with you the objectives and results of our work. So our objectives were to assess the secondary plan area, to identify any new cultural heritage landscapes, and to assess any previously identified cultural heritage landscapes within the study area. After our research was conducted and new cultural landscapes identified, we evaluated those areas using Ontario Heritage Act Regulation 906 and the Council adopted cultural heritage landscape evaluation criteria. And from there, we put forward recommendations for heritage policy and heritage mapping for inclusion within the secondary plan. And as well, we reviewed the Waterdown Community Node Urban Design Guidelines and made recommendations to that study in order to integrate heritage into the design guidelines. Throughout the course of the project, we had several points of contact with the Technical Advisory Committee, a focus group, and the public. Our first set of meetings took place between December 2019 and October 2020, and we presented the identified cultural heritage landscapes at those meetings, as well as a toolkit of potential conservation strategies so that we could receive feedback on the cultural landscapes that were identified, as well as their identified significance, and the types of tools that were being considered for conservation. Our second round of meetings were held between January 2021 and June of the same year, and at those meetings we presented conservation recommendations for both built heritage resources and cultural heritage landscapes. So of the areas evaluated, 6 of them met the criteria and are recommended to be recognized in the secondary plan as cultural heritage landscapes. There are 2 streetscapes that were identified, one on Dundas Street that is located just east of Hamilton Street to First Street, and then along Main Street between Parkside Drive and just north of Thompson Drive. Both of these streetscapes are identified for their mix of historical, commercial, residential, and public properties, and they're dating to the mid-19th and early 20th century. Dundas Street, of course, as well, was established much earlier than Main Street in the 18th century, and it has been identified for that reason as well. The Waterdown Heights subdivision has also been identified. It's located in the northeast corner of the village of Waterdown, and it is a residential neighborhood that was the earliest post-Second World War subdivision in Waterdown, representing a period of distinctive growth in Waterdown. Then there are 3 individual properties that were identified. The first is Waterdown Memorial Park in the north end at Parkside Drive and Hamilton Street. It's a community park that was established in the mid-20th century as a memorial to Second World War veterans. The next is Union Cemetery that sits on the east bank of Grindstone Creek. It's an active cemetery which has served the community since 1830 and has over 1,000 burials. And the final cultural landscape identified is Sealy Park, towards the south end of Main Street. It's a community park established in 1931, but it has a long history of use prior to that establishment as a park as the site of the Waterdown Grammar and Common School, of which a portion of that building remains on the site, and a drill shed, both dating to the mid-19th century, though the drill shed is no longer extant. As part of our work, we reviewed the Built Heritage Inventory and made recommendations for conservation of those resources, both designation and listing. So our recommendations included protection through inclusion on the Heritage Register, requirement for cultural heritage impact assessment for Planning Act applications, and to ensure alignment between the built heritage resource conservation measures and the cultural heritage landscape conservation measures, as many of the built heritage resources are concentrated within areas that were identified as cultural heritage landscapes. For the cultural heritage landscapes, our recommendations focused in on several distinct approaches to protection. We looked at protection of individual properties under the Ontario Heritage Act using Part 4, protection of groups of properties through Heritage Conservation District designation under the Ontario Heritage Act using Part 5 of the Act, cultural heritage landscape identification in the secondary plan, identification of heritage roads in the secondary plan, area-specific policy areas, using the urban design guidelines to provide guidance, protecting views and view corridors, and zoning bylaws. So for our first set of cultural landscapes that include multiple properties, We address the conservation of the streetscapes, Dundas Street and Main Street, with recommendations to identify these areas as cultural heritage landscapes in the secondary plan, identify them as heritage roads to address their scenic qualities and mature trees and other characteristics, such as on Main Street, the narrow road width, the curvilinear quality of the road and the scale, as well as having an area-specific policy areas for these. The Waterdown Heights subdivision is also addressed in the secondary plan through identification as a cultural heritage landscape and through an area-specific policy area. All three of these cultural heritage landscapes are also addressed through the urban design guidelines and zoning bylaws. Additionally, views that were identified as significant have been identified in the secondary plan. These include views eastward and westward along Dundas Street, from the Dundas Street Bridge north and south along the Grindstone Creek, and along Main Street to the Water Street Tower. For the individual properties, 2 have been recommended for designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. They are Sealy Park and Waterdown Memorial Park. Waterdown Union Cemetery is being considered for Part 4 designation, but there are several complexities to work through with that with the cemeteries group based on the funding model that currently exists for active cemeteries and budgetary constraints, and the internment rights of individuals and their families who are buried in that cemetery. All 3 of these sites have been identified in the secondary plan as cultural heritage landscape, and views have also been protected. There's a view into Waterdown Memorial Park and a view east from Sealy Park. We also made 2 additional recommendations coming out of our work. The first is that the Grindstone Creek Valley should be researched and evaluated as a cultural heritage landscape. Several of the areas that we evaluated but didn't identify as cultural heritage landscape interface with the Grindstone Creek Valley and contribute to its significance overall as a natural landscape, as well as being the site of numerous milling industries and the Canadian Pacific Railway line. This work is recommended to be completed as part of the citywide cultural heritage landscape inventory. Our second recommendation coming out of our study is that a heritage conservation study be conducted for an area that looks at the wider village of Waterdown as a whole, and that it's the best option for protecting a broad area that would encompass the identified cultural heritage landscapes, as well as other areas. This Heritage Conservation District would be complementary to the existing Mill Street Heritage Conservation District. So nothing would be planned to be amended with that existing district. And we heard from the community that there was interest in having further protection through a Heritage Conservation District. So that is the end of my presentation on the Cultural Heritage Review. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Now we have Nathan coming up as our last speaker. Oh, sorry, then Melanie's coming on. I apologize. It's Nathan first.
Thanks.
Good morning, Nathan.
Good morning. I'm just going to share this here. Is that visible for everyone?
Not yet, but it's coming. It says it's starting to share.
Let me know if that's up.
There you go. Thank you, Nathan. It's good to go.
Perfect. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present today. I'm Nathan Flock with Brooke McElroy. We are urban design and planning consultants. We were retained by the city to produce the urban design guidelines as part of the Waterdown Community Node Secondary Plan. Now, the guidelines document will guide the design of new buildings, sites, and the public realm. It'll be used by city staff to review and evaluate development proposals in Waterdown. And key guidelines from this document have also been translated into policies within the secondary plan itself. The guidelines primarily focus on the portion of the secondary plan area identified as the community node, which is outlined here with the thicker blue line. Within that community node, we have defined two distinct character areas. So these are the historic commercial character area, also known as the village core, that's in blue, and the Hamilton Dundas character area, shown in yellow. We'll describe each of these areas a bit further. The guidelines also provide high-level guidance for residential neighborhoods within the secondary plan area that are outside of the community node, and these are shown in orange on the map. The guidelines have been developed to achieve 6 guiding urban design principles that were born from the extensive community consultation undertaken throughout the project. These include creating a connected water down, creating animated streetscapes, creating more compact and efficient development through intensification, protecting neighborhoods, conserving and enhancing natural and cultural heritage, and promoting high-quality design for sites and buildings. The guidelines address the design of both sites, both sites which may contain multiple buildings and open spaces, as well as individual buildings. So key directions for site design includes sustainable site design, landscaping, circulation and site servicing, mid-block connections and crossings, and public realm design. Key directions for buildings themselves include general building design guidelines, articulation, facade design and materials, as well as compatibility with heritage resources, including existing heritage buildings. The historic commercial character area includes the eastern portion of the community node centered on Dundas Street, east of Hamilton Street, and this is the area commonly referred to as either downtown Waterdown or the Waterdown community village core. This area will maintain the small-scale character of the commercial village with low-rise building forms. It'll maintain and conserve the heritage elements and sensitively integrate new development into those existing contexts. We'll also be looking to enhance the public realm and the streetscape to prioritize walking and active transportation. The key directions for the public realm in the historic commercial character area include prioritizing pedestrians and enhancing pedestrian safety through wide sidewalks with curb extensions near intersections to make crossing the street easier and safer, as well as incorporating safe cycling routes that Steve had mentioned earlier, and accessibility that's universal to ensure that everyone is able to enjoy the enhanced village feel. Creating a gateway from the east will also signal to all drivers that they have entered the village core. The Hamilton Dundas character area contains large lots that provide opportunities for diverse mixed-use development in the future. Street-facing development will frame a network of finer-grained streets, open spaces, and mid-block connections. The future-built form will really unite seamlessly in its identity in this character area with the historic commercial character area. The urban design guidelines will establish a vision where, as Waterdown evolves over time, a gradient in height and density is achieved that buffers and appropriately transitions from established single detached homes in the neighborhoods to mid-rise mixed-use building forms along the larger streets. So this will be achieved by encouraging a range of building heights and densities, including townhouses and row houses, as well as stacked and live-work townhouses, in addition to taller apartment-style residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings. The key directions for the public realm within the Hamilton Dundas character area include prioritizing pedestrians with wide sidewalks and safe crossings, as well as a new two-way separated cycle track that allows for safe cycling for all ages away from car traffic. Also, integrating transit infrastructure will improve access to and convenience of using public transit within Waterdown. Outside of the community node, the guidelines establish key directions for existing low-rise neighborhoods. These include recognizing that these areas will remain stable but not static. Infill development may change or occur over time on residential lots, and guidance is provided to ensure that those changes are appropriate and complementary to the neighborhood area. Large institutional sites can provide a range of housing forms and options for more inclusive and diverse population. And this new development should also complement the neighborhood's prevailing low-rise form, as well as development should complement and enhance the existing character of Waterdown. Now, finally, the guidelines recognize the unique character of 4 distinct heritage areas within Waterdown that Christina had alluded to earlier. These include the Mill Street Heritage Conservation District, as well as cultural heritage landscapes in the Waterdown Heights subdivision, the Dundas Street residential areas, and the Main Street area. Specific guidelines are provided here to complement the policies established for each of these areas within the secondary plan. It's our hope that the urban design guidelines for the Waterdown community node will help to build on the established strong character of Waterdown and to accommodate growth and development in a responsible, sustainable way. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present on the ongoing evolution of Waterdown and to contribute here. We're very happy to answer any questions after all of the presentations have been completed.
Thank you, Nathan. And we're now back to Melanie for wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is everyone able to see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now I will be providing the committee with a summary of the secondary plan and the zoning changes that have been prepared to implement the plan. And this will be the last presentation for this item. So the secondary plan area, as you've seen, is located in the heart of Waterdown. Some of the major features in this area that I just want to highlight include the Mill Street Heritage Conservation District, also Grindstone Creek, and the Smoky Hollow waterfall is just outside the boundary, and Waterdown Memorial Park is also within this area. And the major roads in the area, as Steve alluded to as well, are Dundas Street, which runs essentially east-west, and Hamilton Street, which goes in a north-south direction. And this central area of Waterdown functions as a focal point within Waterdown for a variety of services and public uses, as well as commercial uses and different types of housing. It's also an area with a very rich history, as Christina said, beginning with Indigenous use of the area thousands of years ago, followed by Euro-Canadian settlement in the core of Waterdown starting in the late 1700s. So the secondary plan, which I'm going to speak about, is a visionary plan for the Waterdown core. It provides more detailed land use directions for the area, in addition to the general policies of the Urban Hamilton official plan. The plan contains a range of policy sections that address various land use planning topics, so including a vision for the plan, principles and policy objectives, land use policies, urban design, cultural heritage and natural heritage policies, transportation policies that align with the transportation management plan, infrastructure, energy, and sustainability policies, as well as some implementation policies. And there are also 4 maps which are part of the plan. The vision for the plan outlines a number of key elements, and these include planning for growth and redevelopment to 2051, recognizing and maintaining the historic identity and the small town character of the area, supporting the community node as that important focal point, and also recognizing that the portion of the node centered along Dundas Street, which in the urban design guidelines is the historic core character area, recognizing that that area has a special character, ensuring compatible and well-designed new development, supporting sustainability and active transportation, and maintaining green space as well. So the secondary plan includes 2 defined areas, the community node and certain neighborhood areas outside of the node that contribute to the overall character of the area and were strongly valued by the community for this reason. Most of the node is in close proximity to the 2 major streets, Dundas Street and Hamilton Street. There are 6 principles that were developed that support the plan. These reflect the main themes heard in the first phase of consultations for the study, and there are numerous objectives grouped under each principle, which refer to various things that were identified that we would like to protect or support or improve in the area. So here's an image of the land use plan, which is part of the secondary plan. The land use plan identifies the community node area and applies a land use designation to each property within the plan. The majority of lands in the node are mixed use medium density, which is shown in pink, and these permit a wide range of uses. Medium and high density residential uses are also located within the node, as well as Memorial Park, which is the large community park in the area. Neighborhoods outside the node consist of primarily low-density residential uses, some existing institutional sites, and there's also a utility corridor along Grindstone Creek and various parks and open spaces. So this land use map also identifies the pedestrian focus area of the plan, where the pedestrian focus policies of the Urban Hamilton official plan will apply, and it identifies the location of various area and site-specific policies in the plan. So there are 4 area-specific policies and 5 site-specific policy areas, which provide more detailed direction for land use or built form or urban design beyond the framework of the other secondary plan policies, or in some cases, they recognize existing permissions that are being carried over into the secondary plan. So highlighted here is the pedestrian focus street area of the plan in the blue. There was a strong desire from the public to link the character and function of the pedestrian focus areas of the node along Dundas Street with commercial areas on Hamilton Street. And as such, the option for extending the pedestrian focus street policies was preferred by the community, and these policies were applied to a portion of Hamilton Street in addition to Dundas Street. So as noted, there are a variety of land use designations in the plan. Low density residential designations include low density 1, 2, and 3. Low density 1 and 2 have the same height and density requirements. However, the low density 2 permits some additional uses, including semi-detached and triplex dwellings. Low density 3 sites recognize existing townhouse developments and permit up to 3 stories in height. Other residential designations include a medium density residential designation and a high density residential designation. And some of these medium density areas are existing developments, but some are also areas where lot assembly could occur to create opportunities for intensification. So the medium density designation is intended to facilitate that. High-density designated sites are existing, except for one property on Hamilton Street, which has a pending site plan application. So commercial designations include the mixed-use medium density designation and also mixed-use medium density lands, which are identified as pedestrian focus, and one local commercial site as well. The mixed-use medium density designation permits a wide range of uses at heights ranging from 6 to 8 stories. One exception to that is within the special character area along Dundas Street. A maximum of 3 stories is permitted to maintain that low-rise character, and that's in the areas east of Hamilton Street. So within these pedestrian focus areas, we have a minimum building height requirement of 2 stories, requirement for active commercial uses on the ground floor of buildings, and other design requirements that are intended to create a pedestrian-friendly commercial environment. And the local commercial site in the plan is a small property on the southwest corner of Hamilton Street and Dundas Street. There are a variety of parks and open spaces also within the secondary plan, and these have been designated as appropriate based on the function of the spaces. And lastly, existing schools and places of worship in the plan. With institutional zoning, were designated as institutional to recognize that, and the rail corridor along Grindstone Creek is designated as utility. So the second map in the secondary plan is a transportation and connections map. It shows the location of various arterial and collector roads within the plan and existing and proposed elements of the transportation network, as well as a gateway at Hamilton Street and Dundas Street, and a potential future transit hub location, which was identified by HSR and could operate as an enhanced stop with additional supporting infrastructure in the future. And this aligns with the recommendations coming out of the Transportation Management Plan. There's 2 appendix maps included in the secondary plan as well, and these are meant to be information maps. The first is a map of the cultural heritage resources in the area. So this includes the 6 cultural heritage landscapes identified through the Cultural Heritage Review and addressed in the secondary plan policies, as well as the identification of the significant views that exist as part of those landscapes, and also all properties in the area that are listed on the Municipal Heritage Register or designated, which includes the properties that are part of the Mill Street Heritage Conservation District. And the second appendix, the last map of the plan, is a map of natural heritage resources. This is the same as our Volume 1 schedules, but show a little bit more detail of these natural heritage resources, which are centered around the Grindstone Creek Valley. And also for information, escarpment natural areas, which are part of the Niagara Escarpment Plan, and approximate conservation authority regulated areas are shown on the plan as well. So just a few other specific policy matters that I wanted to highlight, which are addressed in the plan, looking at ensuring that a certain level of commercial is maintained within the node to support that commercial function, which is key to the area, managing vehicle access numbers and locations, as well addressing compatibility of infill development, specifically in low density neighborhoods as well, and on institutional sites within neighborhoods, providing some guidance for large site development, and also providing direction for maximizing on-street parking, and in the future investigating the feasibility of a municipally operated lot. So I just want to touch a little bit on growth and intensification within the plan. The secondary plan directs the majority of growth anticipated in the area to the community node. The node density estimate is right now is about 76 persons and jobs per hectare, which is reflective of a medium density mixed use area with a higher concentration of jobs and population than the neighborhood areas around it. The planning work for Waterdown was guided by the existing Urban Hamilton official plan policy framework, which has a target of 100 jobs and persons per hectare for community nodes by 2041. This target is expected to be exceeded by 2041. Some additional analysis was also done to test the implications of Council's direction for growth through the GRIDS 2 process. So the area has the capacity to accommodate the required level of growth estimated by the GRIDS 2 process, which would be a density of about 144 persons and jobs per hectare by the year 2051. So this represents about 50% of the total build-out potential of lands within the node, which were identified as potential intensification sites. High-level servicing capacity for the area has been confirmed to 2031 based on current servicing master plans. And servicing needs for growth beyond 2031 will be incorporated into the citywide servicing master plan updates, which will be done for the Grids 2 study. Okay, so now I just want to speak a little bit about the zoning changes being proposed to implement the secondary plan. During the course of the secondary plan study, there was concern raised by the public about the time it may take for zoning changes to be implemented to align with the secondary plan policies. So it was determined that we would proceed with making the zoning changes and preparing them so that they can be implemented at the same time that the secondary plan is brought forward for approval. So there's two zoning bylaws that apply within this area. Zoning bylaw 05200 applies to mixed-use medium density and commercial areas, as well as all the parks and institutional sites. And then we have the Town of Flamborough zoning bylaw, which applies to all residential lands within the area. So staff have prepared zoning changes to the commercial and mixed-use zones and the institutional zones, as well as low-density residential areas in the plan. Medium and high-density lands were excluded from the review, and those will be completed at a later date when the citywide zoning for medium and high-density residential uses are developed. And also we excluded a newer subdivision on Fern Avenue and Cedar Street in this area here, because of the low potential for infill development and being located outside of the historic neighborhood areas. And also parks and open spaces were not part of the review as no changes to these zones were needed. So just to highlight a few of the key changes, there were a few properties removed from the Flamborough zoning bylaw and added to the mixed-use medium density zone. So these include a fire hall on Parkside Drive and two properties on Howard Boulevard, which will have a holding provision applied until lot consolidation takes place with a lot fronting on Dundas Street. And also one existing residential property was removed from the mixed-use medium density zoning and placed into a residential zone under the Flamborough zoning bylaw, as it is designated a residential use in the secondary plan. Within the mixed-use medium density areas, the key changes were implementing a change to apply the mixed-use medium density pedestrian focus zoning to a larger area to reflect the pedestrian focus area that was identified in the secondary plan, and also applying a site-specific policy to the special character area along Dundas Street, which limits height to 3 stories and applies some other design standards that implement the directions of the secondary plan and the urban design guidelines. A few other minor changes were made to uses and requirements through the updating of existing special exceptions and creating some new special exceptions to reflect permitted uses and design directions in the secondary plan and directions in the urban design guidelines. So some of these included removing permissions for car-oriented uses like gas bars at the Hamilton and Dundas Street intersection, a requirement for a ground floor amenity area in larger residential developments, an adjustment to minimum planting strip requirements, some front yard setback requirements, building step backs for upper stories of mid-rise buildings, window glazing standards for the commercial areas, directions for commercial parking facilities, and also for the 2 large plazas in the area, minimum commercial gross floor area requirements. So there were very minimal changes proposed to the institutional zoning in the area. There are 4 institutional properties that this would apply to. These changes are focused on allowing adaptive reuse of existing buildings that may be designated for residential purposes, and also standards for potential infill residential development, so new low-density residential development that might occur on these properties in the future. The housing design in the area is varied. as mentioned previously, there are historic neighborhoods in this area which have some infill development that has occurred, and lots are on average quite large in the area. So due to that and the age of some of the dwellings, there has been infill development occurring. Zoning changes that are proposed are intended to allow for infill development and redevelopment, but to ensure that it's also compatible with the housing that exists in the area. There are two different residential zones for the neighborhood area within the secondary plan. There's an R1 residential zone and an R5, which is a core area residential zone. And these zones have been aligned with the low density 1 and low density 2 designations in the secondary plan. For the R1 zone, a site-specific exception was developed as part of the zoning to apply various zoning standards which implement the secondary plan and the urban design guidelines. The R5 zone requirements are very similar, but since the R5 is located solely within the secondary plan area, the standards of the zone were amended rather than creating a special exception. There are some existing zoning exceptions in the neighborhood, and some of these are being carried forward as well, but we are removing some if the new regulations apply something similar or more stringent. So just showing on the mapping here, these are the R1 areas, which align with the low density 1 designation. And these are the core area R5 zoning, which aligns with the low density 2 designation. So just to highlight a couple of few of the changes that were proposed in the zoning, it's really intended to be a character zoning to be responsive to the character of buildings that exist in the area. The dwelling styles and sizes do vary in the area. So some of the standards for things like yards respond to this by setting requirements based on the context of adjacent lots, so the building on either side of a lot, or the height of a dwelling. For example, the side yard requirement changes based on the change in the height of the dwelling. A new standard has also been added for maximum dwelling depth to prevent dwellings from extending too far into the rear of very deep lots, and standards for heights have been adjusted based on the character of the area. Because the lot coverage requirements have also been adjusted to respond to varying building heights, with greater lot coverage permitted for lower building heights, and some new definitions have been added for things like dormer, dwelling depth, pitch roof, and flat roof to assist with the interpretation of the zoning standards. Additional standards include restricting the height of structures within front yard landscaping, adjusting permitted widths for driveways to a 2-car width, and restricting T-shaped and U-shaped driveways, as well as setting some standards for garages, which include increased setbacks as the width of a garage increases, and also some adjustments to accessory building standards to encourage detached garages in the rear yard, which is a very common design characteristic of this area. So other changes include prohibiting exterior insulation finishing systems, upper story balconies, and flat roofs, and permitting any type of development that is approved through a heritage permit to ensure that those are recognized. In addition to this, to avoid compliance issues, we've included several special clauses in the bylaw with language similar to what exists in zoning bylaw 05200 to recognize all legally existing conditions, as well as to continue to permit previously approved applications, such as variances, severances, and site plans, so as to allow the issuance of building permits in these situations. So just going over the final circulation of the plans, a draft of the final secondary plan was released in June 2021 for commenting, and some minor changes and updates were made as a result of comments received through that process. Following this, a preliminary draft of the proposed zoning was released for comment in September of 2021, and changes were also made to the zoning based on the feedback received through comments. Agency comments on both documents are detailed in the staff report, and public comments are included in the summary report, which was attached as Appendix I to the staff report. Statutory notice of the public meetings for the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendments was given on March 3rd and 4th through the newspaper and through mailing and emailing. And notice of the public meeting meets and exceeds the requirements of the Planning Act. So notices were posted in the Flamborough Review and the Hamilton Spectator and sent out, as I mentioned, by hard copy mail and by email. So I have three submissions noted on this slide. Two more also came in just recently yesterday. The Urban Solutions submission, I just want to highlight as expressing support for the secondary plan. There's also one from Bell Canada, which has no concerns noted. There is a letter from a resident that had some concerns about a previously approved variance and being able to proceed with building permits. So staff have responded to the resident, and that the wording of the zoning bylaw that addresses that concern has been noted, and no further concerns were noted by the resident. There has also been a letter submitted by MHBC on behalf of 306 to 308 Parkside Drive, the St. James United Church site, which also expresses support for the secondary plan, but does note concern with the recommendation to proceed with a Heritage Conservation District study. And lastly, there was one letter submitted on behalf of landowners at 198 Victoria Street, which is also in the process of a severance application, and notes some concerns with some of the zoning requirements that are being proposed. So in conclusion, it's staff's opinion that the proposed official plan amendment for the secondary plan and the implementing zoning changes represent good planning and are consistent with the Planning Act and the provincial policy statement, and conform to the growth plan, the Greenbelt plan, and the Niagara Escarpment plan, and are also consistent with the intent of the Urban Hamilton official plan. Staff are recommending one follow-up action to the secondary plan, that a Heritage Conservation District study be undertaken at a future date as recommended by the Waterdown Secondary Plan Cultural Heritage Review. The review recommended that the historical village of Waterdown should be researched and evaluated to assist in the conservation of the historical village as a whole and as a means of relating those individual cultural heritage landscapes to each other. So staff have requested in recommendation D that a capital budget request be completed for this study in 2023 and that it be undertaken as such time as that funding is approved. So thank you. This concludes my presentation. I and the rest of the project team would be happy to respond to any questions you may have at this time.
Melanie, Steve, Christina, and Nathan, thank you so much for that very comprehensive presentation. For a councillor that's lived through a secondary plan process after 4 public meetings with 300 plus residents at each one screaming and hollering, I am completely impressed with the fact that we've received no huge negative pushback. And I don't think anybody understood the historical value of Waterdown. So thank you again, everyone. I have Councillor Partridge and I have Councillor Wilson. Councillor Partridge, you're on, and this is your baby, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I've got to tell you that I think it's obvious through the level of professionalism in the presentation from all staff that the expertise and everyone was just so committed to this project, and I feel very, very blessed. I do have a few questions. So if I go over my 5-minute limit, I'll turn it over to Councillor Wilson for questions, and then if you would come back to me. That would be terrific. I want to thank the residents of Waterdown as well. And Madam Chair, you just alluded that you'd been through a secondary plan. We had well over 300 people actively engaged in this since 2018, including my community council and the Mill Street Heritage folks. I'll say more on that later when you come back to me. I'm not sure who can answer this question, but in one of the previous reports, Tiffany did a presentation, and what she talked about was the provincial changes that are being, I don't know if they're recommended or if they've actually been written into law, but there was a comment she made about secondary plans will have to be rewritten along with official plans, et cetera, due to those provincial changes. So my question is, if we put this to bed today, which I'm 100% supportive, will this have to be rewritten along with all other secondary plans, please?
Thank you. As it could be under Steve Robichaud or Melanie, do you want to take this?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Ward Councillor Steve Robichaud, Chief Planner. There was in the task force report, there was a recommendation about as of right planning permissions, and I think they were looking up to allowing a 10-unit multiple dwelling as of right, which would, and then other changes in terms of what would be permitted. My sense is that because of concerns from other municipalities in Ontario, the province is not going to be pursuing some of those more aggressive recommendations. They recognize that they've already made headway in terms of allowing secondary dwelling units as of right, and municipalities following up with that. So in the absence of knowing the specific details of the provincial legislation, obviously we would have to respond to it. But again, but at this point in time, I don't anticipate that the province is looking at requiring municipalities to do wholesale reviews and rewrites of their secondary plans, simply because of the amount of time and effort that's required to do that. Rather, the province will be looking at those regulatory changes that can help facilitate the development approvals process. There's been for example, a lot of discussion about site plans being delegated, making site plans automatically delegated to staff as opposed to a council decision around site plans. But the issues of the principles in what's in an official plan, land uses, density targets, et cetera, I'm not anticipating that we will see in the short term any of the significant provincial changes around that. Anything could happen after an election, but I'm confident that we can still proceed with the secondary plan today, and that we will then obviously respond to any provincial changes as they come down the pipeline. But this has been like 3, 4, 5 years to prepare this secondary plan, and I don't think it's something that we would want to restart or put a pause on at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it doesn't leave me totally warm and fuzzy, but somewhat, I guess, because of the length of time involved, if I understood correctly. And trust me, I think everybody who's been through a secondary plan, it's incredibly long time. But thank you, Steve. Do appreciate the answer. I think everyone can see that through this entire presentation and all 3 studies, heritage has been front and center. And it is something that not only is the community committed to, but I am committed to protect the heritage within Waterdown and Flamborough for that matter. Madam Chair, again, I have a question around the cultural landscape roads that were identified in the presentation. I didn't see Mill Street, which is part of a heritage designated district, and I'm just wondering why it wasn't listed.
Steve Malloy.
I believe it was Kirsten.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking traffic. Kristen, are you there?
I'm here, yes. So our cultural heritage review did not look at the Mill Street Heritage Conservation District, since it's already protected as a Part 5 designation. So we did not relook at its cultural heritage value or what protections would be in place for it, since there are already adequate protections.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Councillor.
And thank you, Madam Chair. That is the message I want the community to hear, that the heritage values are being protected in Waterdown. The next question I have, which I think...
Councillor Partridge, this will be your last question, I believe, because it was 5 minutes. So just one more question, and then I'll refer back to you soon.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And again, it may be Melanie that can answer this. It's about the jam factory on Mill Street, right near the corner of Dundas. There's 3 properties, including the jam factory and 2 heritage buildings that are for sale. And the community is very concerned because of what has happened in another municipality of Ancaster, that whoever buys will raise the heritage buildings and be able to put up a 10-story or 6-story building. Can you speak to that, please, through you, Madam Chair?
Yes, through the chair to the councillor. The Jam Factory, as it's commonly called, on 40 Mill Street North, and the other properties that the councillor mentioned, they are located within the existing Mill Street Heritage Conservation District, and therefore designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So any changes to that property, any of those properties mentioned, would require a heritage permit before any changes are made. Also, those lands are included in the proposed special policy area for the historic core commercial character area, and that would limit height to 3 stories within that area to maintain the small scale character of that portion of the core. In addition, there are a few other restrictions on development which may impact what can be done with those lands. So the rear, approximately 1/3 of the site, is located within Conservation Halton's regulated area, as well being adjacent to the Canadian Pacific Railway. There could be additional railway requirements that impact the site as well.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you,
and thank you,
Councillor.
Madam. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll come right back to you. Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Wilson, you're up next, and I would like all the other councillors, please put on your videos so I know that we have quorum when it's time to vote. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, just a word to all the staff that were involved in this. That was an excellent, very thorough and professional presentation, and I greatly enjoyed it. I obviously don't have the depth of knowledge for all the particulars, but it was a pleasure to listen to, and I commend the councillor for the oversight and the value she brought to it. Thank you. Again, mine are just from a high level because I'm thinking of different parts of the city. So my first question would be, I think, to Mr. Malloy. I was just, if you could go through, Mr. Malloy, the area in the commercial heart of Waterdown, and you referenced the volume of population growth, but how that section in the middle, when you're getting that east-west traffic, can create a not a conflict, but a concern, if you will. But could you? I think you said that you heard from folks, despite that, and from the store owners, etc. They didn't want to see a reconfiguration of that, and that was an intentional, I think, an expression of value of how they valued the way that space worked. Could you first of all tell me what is the classification of that heart of Dundas throughout that heart? Thank you.
That's a testimony there. I believe it's a major arterial through there. I don't have the official plan, but most likely it's a major arterial road. But notwithstanding that road classification and the purpose of it, it's the context and the feel of it. And it's very, when you're dealing with long corridors, as you know, as through many parts of the city, we have varying rights of way that are dedicated. So there are parts of Dundas Street that are 45 meters wide because it was a former, MTO highway, and they had lots of right of way, and then the road was downloaded to the city. But always through the village, it's been narrow. It's narrow, and the historical landscape and the streetscapes, and it's a little bit different than, say, for your context, like a Lock Street BIA, because it's kind of a more localized street, but it serves the same purpose and function, that it's a place where people want to go in this placemaking. So the differences being, on either side of the village core, you have 4 lanes, 45-meter right of way, and then it on the eastern edge, it kind of gets a little bit narrower. So you kind of go 4 lanes down the 3 lanes, and then when you get to Grindstone Creek, certainly that's when the pinch point occurs until you get to Hamilton Street on the west. And the right of way, it's at best it's about 20 meters. So your physical ability to fit any kind of infrastructure is very difficult, especially if you want to maintain the sense of place and the identity of the village core, almost like its own downtown with part of the community. It's kind of like the James Street transformation, right, where it was a one-way and you had more lanes, and then we protected that by changing the way we thought. So notwithstanding that, I mean, one of the alternatives, of course, was we know that there's a transportation issue. We had no illusion of widening or having additional dedications through there, but certainly it was an option if that's the problem that we could investigate what if there's a peak hour restriction, recognize you want to maintain the business sense and that sense of place. But when we presented that alternative, no one held back.
Yeah, I bet.
And the way we phrase it, we have alternatives. So some of them are good, well thought out alternatives. Some of them, they're alternatives whether you like them or not. We have to look at these things. So we looked at it. There was opportunities. It would improve the flow, but if that's all you cared about was flow, then that would be your preferred alternative. However, that's the whole point of public consultation. We heard that no, we want to maintain the parking. Parking is important to the businesses as part of the BIA, and as well as maintaining and improving the pedestrian streetscape and be more pedestrian focused. So we know some of the at least the eastbound flow or westbound flow to a certain degree will be alleviated once North Watertown Drive is fully implemented, but it's not going to take away all the vehicles. So there's going to still maintain that pinch point through the core. I think that's it's recognized by the community. It's accepted by the community. Of course, maybe in 10 years, 15 years, different people, they may have a different perspective. But as of right now, that's the vision of the community, is to protect it. And those things, we listened, we took that into account, and we tried to work with that and how we can best mitigate that. And the negative impacts of that are, of course, when you go from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes, it gets backed up. People want to go elsewhere, or they don't want to. We have that element of impatience, and people want to cut through neighborhoods, and that's kind of the purpose of why we identified those traffic calming elements and traffic management elements, is to, again, protect the integrity of the neighborhood by putting in these things that make it less comfortable. So they may still choose to do that trip, but they're going to be doing it slower, and they're going to be more, hopefully more respectful when they go through the neighborhood. And it's not necessarily people passing through the community altogether. It's also local residents who may want to go to their home off of Parkside or whichever route they take. It's busy today, so I'm gonna go through a neighborhood. So that's kind of the purpose of. Again, there's no singular solution, so we just tried to put all the different options together to make a more comprehensive and equitable transportation system for everybody that works.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, that's your 5 minutes. Would you like to come on for a second time?
Well, yes.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm long-winded. I took your time.
I really appreciated that.
Steve, do you want to just text your messages?
I got to ask one question, but okay.
I know. Do you just have one more?
I do, but it's probably a little longer. So I'll go back on, of course, after the ward councillor. If I could just comment on that question, and I like to thank Steve for the breadth and depth of it, because I think it's important, and why I take your point that in 10 years people might change their priorities. I would say to you that's possible. It's not probable. And the reasons it's not probable is for the same reasons folks are willing. We all want, and I really enjoy the downtown of Waterdown. We want to go to a place that feels livable and that when we stick our nose out, we don't risk it coming off by traffic, and it lends itself to an environment where you want to be, you want to stay, and also the historic heart of that neighborhood. And I guess my own comment would be that is what most, if not all, Hamiltonians want in their neighborhoods and in surely their commercial heart. So if you could put myself back on, I have one question with respect to the zoning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you very much. And of course, part of the challenge with Dundas Street in the core is that the buildings are built right on top of the sidewalk, and there is just nowhere to expand. So I have a question on Union Cemetery. Union Cemetery is just so profoundly important to the community, to Flamborough. And I thought in the presentation that I thought I heard that it was not being identified for designation, and I'm a little concerned about that. I'm wondering, Madam Chair, who can speak to that for me, or maybe I heard wrong.
Are we asking Christina?
I think Alyssa Golden may be able to answer this, Chair.
Thank you. Is Alyssa online, please? There you are. Hi, Alyssa.
Hi, folks. Alyssa Golden, Heritage Project Specialist with the Tourism and Culture Division of Planning and Economic Development. I believe, I'm not sure if Ken or Chloe are also on, but I'll just speak to part of the conversations we had as part of the Waterdown Inventory Project and coordinating with Melanie and with ASI doing the Heritage Review. This is obviously a significant heritage property. It would be a candidate for designation, and heritage planning staff continue to have conversations with Public Works to discuss how to approach a proper protection for this property, recognizing some of the challenges around it being an active cemetery and currently in use. So that isn't off the table. Those conversations are still happening. And I'm not sure if either Ken Coit or potentially Chloe might be on to speak to where those conversations are at.
Who would like to take that, please? Oh, Chloe, I see you're on. Would you like to take that, please?
Yes, please. Thank you. Through the chair, I can speak further to that. So I have been doing some consultation with my colleagues around what we may wish to see in, for example, a conservation plan. So what we're really looking to clarify are what sort of, alterations would be exempt from the heritage permitting process. So for example, maintenance, emergency works, that sort of thing. So it is an ongoing discussion. I looked at what some other municipalities are doing for cemeteries specifically. Thank you.
Chloe, can you do me a favor, please, and introduce yourself?
Yes, sorry about that. Through the
No
chair,
worries.
I'm Chloe Richer, Cultural Heritage Planner with Planning.
Ah, very important. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chloe, for that answer. But again, I'm without something being designated, I'm not totally comfortable with the answer. However, it is an active cemetery, and you are quite right. So I just want to confirm, in the core of Waterdown, between Hamilton Street heading east to First Street, the restriction is down to 3 stories, no more. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct. So all of the commercial core lands that are located east of Hamilton Street essentially have the 3-story height limit. And then of course, residential areas along Dundas Street that are a little further across Grindstone Creek towards First Street are also designated low density residential. So they have the 2.5-story height limit.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that, Melanie, because it's been a huge concern for many years by residents. With all the building that's happening around Waterdown, I think it's the fastest growing area. With development, we've got 18,000 additional people coming into a community that had less than 20,000. We fought it at the OMB back in the early 2000s. The city used traffic as being a major issue if the developments were allowed to progress. The OMB at the time, they ruled against the city. They were ruled in favor of developers, said traffic will not be a problem. Go build to whatever the market will handle. And of course, we know where we are today with the traffic concerns, which are just ridiculous. So the sooner the last extension of the bypass is built, the better. This has been a long time coming, and there are so many people, staff, that were involved in putting this together. Many meetings. I just, you know, I can't say enough about how consultative they were with the community, how respectful they were, professional. They worked with everyone. They kept me informed on a regular basis, although they really didn't have much to say about keeping me out of it, and they didn't. I'm very blessed to live in a community that people are engaged, and they are, you know, very vocal on what they want and what they don't want. And when it comes to the broader issues, I will absolutely fight for them, and I will absolutely support them, especially when what they're going through in a community that is just exploded. You know, we have to keep some semblance of the heritage value in our community for people to enjoy and not have it blown out of the water. And, you know, huge buildings going up everywhere, similar to what's happening in Burlington, actually. So, you know, I fully support this 100%. As far as the traffic calming, again, very appreciative of working with the residents who really were foundational in forming this whole secondary plan, and the influences and giving the guidance that was needed. And as I say, staff and myself, we and the residents all worked very closely together to make sure that what was possible to do differently, we did do differently. There isn't things that can be done, but when it comes to traffic calming within the neighborhoods, that has definitely been addressed, and I thank the traffic folks for that, absolutely. So I'm supportive of this, and I would like to move after Councillor Wilson finishes up her questions, and very happy to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. I let you go a little bit further only because you're the ward councillor, and I knew that we were going to wrap up with Councillor Wilson. So thank you, Councillor Wilson. Your last questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if someone could help me just understand some terms. And forgive me, I think it was the chap who was presenting from Brooke McElroy. I'm not sure, or it may have been thereafter. With respect to low-rise neighborhoods that were set out on the screen, stable but not static. What does that mean in planning terms? Thank you.
Sure, yeah, that was in the guidelines document, Councillor. And the idea there is that we want to establish a balance, understanding that these residential areas are stable in their form and their character, where we want to recognize what's there and allow new development to happen, but to really stay within the confines of what that character is. And so that's about how buildings look, how they fit, how they face the street, the density, the heights, all of those things. So recognizing that stability in the neighborhood of keeping all of that character that's so loved there doesn't mean that things can't incrementally change over time. So some lots may have additions put on houses, and some lots may redevelop over time, and that's okay. And we can do that while still maintaining that special character. So that's that distinction between static of nothing changing and stability over time of maintaining what we have there, but allowing those incremental changes to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the chair, to the gentleman, could you help reconcile the interface between that and enabling inclusiveness throughout an area?
Absolutely, yes. So what we see in terms of intensification within community areas, we see opportunities for sometimes larger lots where, especially in Waterdown, where we see larger commercial lots, especially along Hamilton Street, where there's opportunity for much finer grain development to happen. And when that finer grain development happens and we can have a range of building types, mixed use all the way from townhouses up to apartment style, we're able to start introducing a range of housing options that doesn't necessarily exist when the majority of the housing option is single family, single detached houses. So that connection there is where we see opportunity for starting to introduce that range of different types of housing options within the established area through intensification. So it doesn't necessarily need to happen on the periphery. It can happen within those larger lots that have the ability to accommodate a denser mixed building form without having to lose the character that we see there. So that's where we draw that connection between an inclusive community that enables families of all sizes and types to live there beyond simply in single detached houses.
Thank you, Councillor.
If I could just, thank you very much. If I could just seek clarification on that, though, in this example, just because we are talking about Waterdown, but I am interested in general. So you referenced the gradual provision of more dense and alternative, meaning not low-rise single-family homes along, I think in this case you referenced Hamilton Street, but I'm sorry, I'm not sure. But that wouldn't, in this case, say a three-story apartment block, would that be enabled within that low-density neighborhood as opposed to on the arterial or whatever classification that is? Thank you. Those are my questions.
So that's where the overlap between the heritage studies that have happened and the overall urban design strategy, where we can see that in specific areas, when we drew that gradient curve, that was really looking at the fact that we can see kind of the cross section of the community where we start with single detached homes. We don't want to build tall buildings directly beside them. We want to establish this gradient where we can move up to a higher density and taller building form gradually against those larger arterial streets. Where the heritage studies become important is that we have some interfaces where some of those streets are actually located near the heritage districts that have been studied and informed. So we're allowing in certain areas some of this larger development to happen where it's appropriate, but within those heritage character landscapes and districts, it restricts, so you won't have within Mill Street one residential lot be able to develop into a three-story larger building because it doesn't fit with that character area. So that's where those various heritage studies become very important in establishing where some of that higher density can be allocated appropriately based on the exact context where they're being proposed.
Yeah, I do have a supplementary, Chair. I'm sorry, I lied. I guess my concern, though,
because we have no other, because we have no other speakers, and your 5 minutes is more than up. So I'll let this last question. Thank you.
Thank you. If that's the case, then I'll go to the question, because is it Nathan? So forgive me. You referenced that chart, that graph, and I think in that graph it went up to 6 stories. Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. And what is the rationale for the number 6 as opposed to 12 or 18 or whatever? Thank you.
For sure. So I think from the original workshops, we were thankfully able to, back in 2019, work together with the community in person. And we did a lot of analysis of different precedent buildings and how buildings affect how we feel from the street, how it affects shadowing, how we perceive the height and bulk of buildings. And that 6-story limit was really born of that idea that we see 6-story buildings as being kind of the upper limit of what's comfortable in terms of a pedestrian realm, that we still access sunlight onto the street. So that was really through conversations about is a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-story building appropriate? And there have been recent developments in Hamilton that push up to 7 and 8 stories, and it was really felt that that was getting beyond the comfort level for most of Waterdown's potential development area. So within the guidelines, we've kind of established that threshold of 6 stories, but with provisions that in certain areas, especially in these deeper development lots along Hamilton Street, they are potentially capable of accommodating up to 7 stories. There's a bit of flexibility there where that 6-story limit isn't set in stone. If it can be argued that that actually provides additional housing and can be integrated into the streetscape well without affecting shadowing or overlook onto neighboring properties, then that could be accommodated above the 6 stories. But the 6 is the general height limit that was agreed to that establishes a comfortable threshold for the height.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, again, my thanks to all the staff that were involved. Very professional, very comprehensive, and kudos, absolutely, and excellent. So I'm going to wait until we have the rest of my committee members turn on their videos, please. We cannot vote unless I see quorum. Thank you. We have quorum. So I have Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Wilson, to approve to receive the presentations first, and they will be the same mover and seconder for the rest of the, please. Thank you. Please vote accordingly. And the next vote, that Councillor Danko, thumbs up. Thank you. Thumbs up. And we have a mover and a set, and to receive the written submissions, please. As I said, most of them are positive, which was wonderful. And the next vote that will be coming up, if this moves, is to close the public meeting. So thumbs up, Councillor Danko, because apparently yours isn't coming in quickly. We're going to put a thumbs up for everything. I'm going to vote for him. There we go. The next one, folks, is to that the public submissions were received and considered in approving this report. I thought I did. Sorry. Sorry, this is to close the public meeting. My apologies. Thumbs up from Councillor Danko. The next one is the public submissions were received in considering approving this application. Thumbs up from Councillor Danko. This is fun. And now to approve the report recommendations. I don't believe they were amended, so that's just to approve. Thumbs up from Councillor Danko. Thumbs up from Councillor Pearson, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm looking at the time. It's 5 to 1. I have 2 clerks here who have not had a bio break. So if it's all right with you, can we do 9.3 and then have a quick break before we get into discussion items? Councillor Partridge, I know you are leaving the meeting as well.
Yeah, I have a Golden Horseshoe Food Farm Alliance board meeting starting in 7 minutes, so I need to leave. Sorry. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so we're down now to the 6 of us, and there's 5 for quorum. So just to let everybody know, we need you to sit tight So if we can just do the 9.3 first, and then we'll have a quick bio break for our clerks, and then we'll come back and start up at 10.1. Councillor Wilson?
Just looking for your assistance. Maybe I've missed something. I don't see 9.3 on my agenda.
This is the delegation. Sorry, my apologies. This is for item 10.1, so we can wait. Sorry. My apologies. 9.3 is from Ryan Ferrari from AJ Clark Associates, respecting the request for minor variance. My apologies. I didn't read the rest of this.
You're forgiven.
Okay. So hang on a sec, folks. We've got one delegation from Ryan Ferrari, and then we have another one. And I put that one in the wrong spot. My apologies. Give me two seconds here. Yep. So we also have the taxi bylaw section. So I'm going to leave it up to your folks. We have two delegates before we get into our discussion items. Do you want to wait to hear from the delegates, or do you want to do the bio break first and then get into delegates and move on? I'm gonna look for you for direction here. Seeing none, I'm going to make up my own mind. Okay, so can we just wait, please? Let's do a bio break for our clerks. We'll come back and we'll continue on. All right. So we need a vote for a 20-minute break. It's 5-1 now. I am suggesting we break till 1:15. That'll give everybody some time to run out. And I need so it's been moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor, please, electronic vote for 1:15 startup. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate that, and I'm sure the clerks do as well. So first thing we're going to do, there's a delegation here. His name is Ryan Ferrari from AJ Clark and Associates respecting request for minor variance for 206 King Street West. And this is for today's meeting and it's under the motion 11.4, just if you want to follow the bouncing ball. So Ryan, could you please turn on your video and your sound? There you are. Thank you, Ryan. And introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Can everyone hear me and see me all right?
We can hear and see you. Thank you.
Perfect. And if I have the ability to share my screen, perfect. Awesome, and I assume everyone now sees my PowerPoint.
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so good afternoon now, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Ryan Ferrari. I am a planner with AJ Clark and Associates. The reason why I'm here today is we're here to request a motion with respect to the site plan control application. This is the Hamilton Store Fixtures building located at 206 King. And just what I want to take you through today is just the reason why we're requesting a motion to allow to apply for minor variances and just briefly walk through all the variances we're looking for. And certainly I'm available after to answer any questions if there are any.
And just to remind you, Ryan, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just briefly, this application was approved back in February of 2021 by committee and council. And we submitted a site plan application in September of the same year. And we had a development review meeting with staff back in October. At this development review team meeting, there were some variances identified that couldn't be rectified through the initial design of this proposal. And being that we're within the 2 years of the moratorium to apply for variances, we're here now in front of committee to request variances under the Planning Act. So I'll take the committee through the variances we're looking at now. What I'm showing on my screen here is on the left is sort of our overall site plan. And on the right here, you see a zoomed in portion, which is basically the 5th floor amenity area and a 6th floor building that cantilevers over the amenity area.
Ryan.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Okay, the presentation, you brought it down. It's not on our screen anymore.
Oh, my apologies. What's going on here?
Yeah, I had the same question. There you're coming. Okay, now, sir.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Ryan.
My apologies. Okay, so as I was just saying, if everyone can see my screen now, we have my site plan here. On the left is the overall site plan you see, and just zooming in here on the terrace is where all the variances that we're looking for lie. And I'll go through them one by one. Okay, so the first variance we're requesting is with respect to the terrace on the 5th floor here. We require a 3-meter setback here. We only achieve a 2.9 meter setback. So that is the first variance we're requesting. Second variance is also in relation to that same terrace. You'll see in red here, there's a visibility triangle that is required to be dedicated to the city of Hamilton. As such, we also require a setback from this visibility triangle, and that's 2.5 meters. So that is the other variance that we'll be requesting. So now I'm going to sort of take you up to the 6th floor in the cantilever portion of the building. Similar to the above, we need a setback of 0 meters for that same visibility triangle that cantilevers over the property line. And in addition, we need a setback for the 6th floor abutting King Street, abutting that front property line. Now, just one point I wanted to raise to the committee here is the building that we submitted for the ultimate zoning approval was designed in this manner with a terrace on the 5th floor with the building cantilevering over. What I want the committee to note today is that unfortunately these variances should have been included in the actual implementing zoning bylaw, and unfortunately they were missed. And so these variances reflect the design that was already approved and seen by staff and committee. It's just a matter of reflecting the specific setbacks at this point. 2 other variances I'll bring up very quickly.
Madam Chairman, Steve Robichaud.
Yes, sir.
Purpose of
Yes,
the
sir.
delegation should be to seek permission from council to apply for a variance, not the merits of the variance.
Correct.
And secondly, under the approved council resolution, if it was an administrative error made by staff, that's already been delegated to myself to authorize the minor variance application, and it wouldn't be required. I just want to point out that's my understanding that the applicants actually are making changes to what was previously approved, and that's what the purpose of the application for. It's only for where they've deviated from the council approved zoning bylaw, but they don't need to justify the variances. It's just to get permission to apply for the variances. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before we continue on, everyone else got that, right? My committee members are clear on the direction here. So go ahead, Ryan, you have 1 more minute.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve and Madam Chair, for that. I'll be very brief now, just wrapping up here. The two matters that are as a result of design changes, as Steve just alluded to, are with respect to this rear yard setback to accommodate a garbage bin. So we require a setback, and that has changed from what was in the zoning approval. And finally, the final matter is with respect to stacker parking. The stacking parking size we requested through the zoning bylaw amendment is different because the manufacturer changed their stacker parking size. So we had to reflect that on the site plan because the manufacturer no longer makes the site plan stacker that was approved through the zoning of committee and council. And that sort of concludes my quick presentation here with respect to delegation. I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee if there are any, and certainly would request that the committee support the motion today. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And can you please remove your presentation, Ryan?
Yes. With me 1 second. There we go.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the presentation regarding applying for a variance? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ryan. Really appreciate that. If you can turn your video and your audio off, please. And moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Wilson to receive the presentation. Please.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, just.
Yes, sir.
I did jot my name in, albeit in the final second, but I just wanted to thank Ryan, and obviously at the appropriate time, I intend to move the request to seek a waiver of the moratorium.
Thank you. Please vote accordingly, everyone. Thumbs up, Councillor Danko. Thank you. And there it is. Thank you. So now we're on to delegation, and please forgive me ahead of time for mispronouncing names. Wassam Syed, respecting taxi bylaws and section 52 of schedule 25 for today's meeting. Councillor Ferguson, I will be going to you after when we come to motions. I think that Councillor Pearson is going to move a motion or a notice of motion and then move accordingly. So Sam, are you online? Please turn on your video and your audio. Kelsey, do you see him online? In the waiting room? So folks, we don't see this gentleman online. So I suggest we go ahead with the discussion items. And when he does appear, then we will ask him to come on after discussion items. He's not online. Councillor Pearson?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just want to let you know the motion that I'm bringing forward, I don't believe has anything to do with what Mr. Syed is going to speak today.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, folks, we're on to 10.1 discussion items. This is the Farm Labor Residents Discussion Paper, CI 22-E PED 22002. This is for wards 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15, and it's an outstanding business item. I don't have I believe. So Mr. Robichaud, do you want to take it from here, please? We're losing everybody.
Madam Chairman, if you allow me to cut in, this is just permission to go out to the public, including the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee and other delegates regarding temporary housing for seasonal farm workers and some full-time farm workers. So I'd be happy to move the recommendation to set out for public consultation.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Councillor Pearson, you want to second that? Okay, just do the peace sign, guys. I know you want a second and not talk. There we go. So thank you. It's been moved and seconded to go out for consultations, and the list is in the report who's being consulted. Please vote accordingly. Okay, folks. Councillor Farr, thumbs up. Thank you. So now we're on to 10.2. This is the Mohawk dedicated officer. This is to make it permanent. PED 1820, sorry, PED 18220C, citywide, outstanding business list. So is there any discussion on making this bylaw officer permanent? Seeing none. Councillor Danko, do you want to move it or do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'm happy to move it. Just real quickly, this is direction to take the Mohawk dedicated officer and convert them to a full-time FTE for parking enforcement. That FTE, my understanding anyway, is that FTE officer will then serve the entire city with kind of an understood focus around the college. That's pretty much how they've been functioning during COVID in the last 2 years. Initially, they were restricted to just the Mohawk College area, but council provided direction to extend that to help out with other areas of the city, in particular the waterfall enforcement and things like that. So this just gives our parking enforcement staff more flexibility to redeploy their officers as are needed, and they're not just tied to Mohawk College. So I think it assists everybody throughout the city and just adds that extra FTE to parking enforcement in order to help out with their workload, which is, pretty significant, and they're able to collect fines again throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's been moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Farr, you wanted to speak to this?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I appreciate it. I'm supportive of it, of course, as I have been in the past when these amendments to complement our enforcement staff with the needed resources occurs. And it certainly is, this is just yet another case of where we need to address what is pressing need in the community. And certainly I see this as one. In the past, anything from waterfalls to roadkill officers have needed to be complemented as well. And certainly we've been there for those ward councillors and for citywide purposes as well. So most supportive as per tradition for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, you're seconding it? Go ahead.
I am, but for those listening at home, it says zero cost. It's a net cost to the levy because of the revenue they're bringing in. I thought that should be pointed out.
That's right. Cost recovered. Thank you. Please vote accordingly. And the vote is up. Councillor Danko, thumbs up. Thank you, everyone. So now we're on to 10.3, discontinuation of the Special Municipal Review Program for Cannabis Retail Store Applications, PED 22054. Are there any questions or concerns? Seeing none, so it's moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Please vote accordingly. Thank you. Now we're on to 10.4. This is the amendment to the Snow and Ice Bylaw, PED 22064. I believe Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Danko. Any discussion, concerns? Thank you. So please vote accordingly. Thank you, everyone. Now that we finished with the business of this committee, we're on to motions. So now we're ready to hear the delegations. Before we start, I just want to see if Hassan, is he back on? Was Sam in yet? Thank you. So we have about 42 delegations requests respecting encampment enforcement. This is the item coming forward on motion 11.3. Please forgive me again if I mispronounce your name. The first one up is Aggie Kwiatkowski, and everyone just to remember, let's be respectful, 5 minutes, and I will give you a 1 minute warning. So Aggie, are you in? Please turn on your video and the next one after that is Vic. Vic Wojciechowska. You would be second up. So if you're not online right away, folks, I will promise to come back to you. So is Vic available? And then next up is Mohammed W. Shalafa. Oh, there we go. Vic, you're on.
I'm going to be sharing my screen at some point with audio, and the clerk assured me that that would be possible. I just wanted to confirm.
Absolutely. And so Vic, again, 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Take your time. We want to hear from you.
Perfect. Before I share my screen, I just wanted to say something as a preamble, but earlier in this meeting, I wanted to say that seeing council balk at the thought of several hours of delegates speaking to a motion is really baffling to me, because we also wish that we didn't have to be here delegating. And I'm concerned that committee meetings might become a frowned upon place to demonstrate political will. I also urge council to remember that no one is above the democratic process or above their constituents, and that this is the only avenue through which we can speak directly with you. So if it's absurd to ask that councillors be open and receptive to hearing from community members as an essential mandate of their elected positions to power, I personally pick up the suggestion that meaningful engagement should only happen at the polls, and that is a huge cause for concern and something I ask for the public to think about. Because we too arrange our entire day around this opportunity, and we're not paid to be engaging here. Many delegates on this call today struggle to make ends meet, live on social assistance rates, have children and families, juggle multiple jobs, and are precariously housed, and still make time. So I'm really hoping that we maintain quorum throughout this, and that community members who make time today, who are looking for the chance to present, are given the opportunity to do so. I will share my screen now, and I have a short presentation.
So this is on the motion. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm here outside City Hall, standing at your door by the air vents you boarded up to keep people from seeking warmth. The warmth people were using to keep from freezing to death in -20-degree weather. Our unhoused neighbors are treated like a plague, like a disease, instead of victims of the city's housing crisis. This is how an encampment resident feels. Our neighbor who has been displaced by the city upwards of 4 times in the last 3 months. We have spent cold days and rainy nights helping residents move because of an imminent teardown where residents risk losing their belongings, their home, only to be told again only 12 hours later to be moved again, to leave. I'm not convinced that you're unaware of the impacts of the process of displacement that you continuously put people through. The continuous violent crackdown is reflective of that. We've called out the lack of permanent housing solutions, the waste of time and resources on inflicting trauma, the failure to adhere to internal and court-mandated protocols. But the city continues to find ways to creatively and violently adhere to the same solution every time. Overly militarized encampment evictions that result in the disposal of belongings, increased interactions with municipal law enforcement and police, and the criminalization of encampment residents. Safe, affordable, and appropriate housing is vital to the well-being of individuals and communities across the City of Hamilton. Everyone has a home. Home is the foundation. Page 11, Appendix A to Report AUD 19004. This is from a 2019 City of Hamilton audit report that came out of the City Manager's office. Acknowledging that home is a foundation without taking appropriate, equitable, and meaningful steps to ensure access to this foundation for all is meaningless. Working towards training individuals on EDI practices, which the City Manager outlines as a key priority for 2022, while destroying and traumatizing encampment residents, is an indication that this council refuses to hold themselves accountable to their own words. Nonetheless, the lack of accountability to the human life that this council jeopardizes and ends every single time it supports teardowns. Too many lives and all of our community relationships are at stake every single time the city commits and recommits to violence instead of meaningful supports and investments. I'm running out of words to try and convince you into compassion, into care, into transformative policies that choose life for people. And I'm not sure I see the end to this vicious cycle you continue to subject people to. But so long as you continue to choose profits over people, you'll continue to have blood on your hands.
Thank you. And Vic, that's less than 1 minute left, please.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
Well, thank you for joining us today. And just to let everyone know as well that the encampment that's going to Emerging and Community Services, they're removing a motion that all these matters will go to, for encampment coordination is going to be going to our GIC. So just to let you know ahead of time, in case there are any questions. Mohammed, if you're on, please turn on your video and your audio. And Jim Quinn, Dr. Quinn, if you're available to come up next. So I'm looking for Mohammed, please. In the meantime, clerk, can we keep looking for Aggie? Thank you. Is that gentleman on? Okay, so can we go to Jim Quinn? Again, folks, you're not being missed. We're just for we're jumping ahead, but we will come back if you're not online right away. Don't worry about it. We will come back to you. Dr. Quinn, good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. Madam Chair, councillors, audience members, thanks for the opportunity to speak to this issue. I think it's an important one. Our houseless students are experiencing conditions that most of us cannot imagine. Living without a permanent place to go for shelter, their options are very limited. Some of them have anxiety and can't go to some of these short-term shelters. There are variants of COVID-19 still around, and wherever people gather in large densities, which would include some of the options that they might have if they're taken out of encampments, they risk infection. Many houseless people have pets. Some have anxieties that prevent them from going to some of these alternative places to live. Some of them are concerned about conflicts, theft, and other concerns that may be amplified within the shelters. If we're basically losing public spaces. This is another issue. The parks are public parks, and yet people and companies with money are laying claim to lands that were once shared. Our public parks are being kind of privatized, and they're being privatized really for the neighbors, the housed neighbors, who can complain about the encampments and have people removed. Now, I know that there's a camping bylaw, and that's what we're talking about. But I would argue that these people are not camping. They're trying to protect their lives. Camping is something that rich people do for recreation. These are people trying to avoid inclement weather. They're living in small communities for friendship and safety, and they look out for each other in these settings. They don't want to go to some of the shelters that they're being offered. They look out for each other, and the system works well, providing the police and bylaw officers don't come to force them off the public park lands. As I understand it, the uprooted souls are put into short-term housing for the most part, once their time is up, they're back on their own. So after short-term housing, they're left on their own. You all know about the Hamilton Encampment Support Network folks. You heard from one of them just a little while ago, or two of them. And these folks actually showed you, City Council, how to deal with encampments when they established Freedom Camp in front of City Hall in the late fall and early winter of 2020, where they were providing medical care and clothing and food and support for these people. They made it obvious what a caring municipal government would do to help. Then in December 2020, I watched and recorded as police backed bylaw officers and went through the Freedom Camp, tearing down the tents and taking belongings. Those that were not taken by the people that happened to be in their tents or could not carry their stuff, their possessions were thrown into trucks and taken to the dump. More recently, in late November 2021, I watched Hamilton police officers brutally take down 3 young Black and brown people who were members of HESN. These are people doing good in the community. And while their charges have been dropped, the police got in their own brand of punishment, tackling with multiple officers, piling on top of passive individuals who should have simply been escorted peacefully into the police station. I know the motion maker of item 11.3, Councillor Farr, said during a CHML interview that he's proud of Hamilton's efforts regarding the treatment of houseless people. He stated that Hamilton is doing better than any other Canadian city on the treatment of houseless people. True or not, this is like a parent sending their child to join others to swim to a distant island and being proud after all the kids drowned, but their kid swam the farthest. Hamilton and other cities are not doing enough. So the city and the police seem to see parks as private property of homeowners in the vicinity. Those houseless citizens are not supported by this city. I understand that some housing efforts are going on, and that's great. There needs to be more of that in that direction, and there needs to be a lot more compassion and city support for houseless people. Stop tearing down the encampments. And I would add, as asks, please remove the parks bylaw completely from municipal law. Do not pass item 11.3. Invest in accessible and permanent housing solutions for all houseless community members, and stop wasting resources persecuting houseless people. Make public parks public again, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Quinn. Unless I see somebody waving frantically, I will assume that we're just going to receive with everyone else at the end. So while we're going down the list, the clerks are constantly on the lookout to see whether Aggie or Mohammed are coming online, and then we'll insert them in appropriately. So Wynn Baker and then Theo Vittor, you're going to be up next. So Wynn, can we start with you, please?
Yes.
There you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start my session, I would like to say I was a little disappointed this morning that we did not begin the meeting with any kind of land acknowledgement. And I think this is apt considering we're talking about planning on stolen land, and especially how we're talking now about evicting people from stolen land. I think this is a major oversight and perhaps something that the committee should consider implementing. Good morning. My name is Wynn Baker, and I'm here as a concerned community member living in Ward 1. I'm a master's student at Laurier, and I have a background in social justice advocacy and social service work. I'm also a volunteer at the Hub and the Hamilton Encampment Support Network. We have heard from speakers already today about the trauma that happens during encampment evictions. I would instead like to focus a little bit on playing out what happens after the actions that will be enforced with this bylaw occur. I would like to pose the question to the committee today: where are encampment residents meant to go once evicted? We hear time and time again that encampment residents are to utilize the shelter system, but this is an insufficient response. 90% of encampment residents are unable to access shelter services due to restrictions. This data comes directly from organizations such as the Hub, who have been working tirelessly with residents since the start of the pandemic. We know that the city also has this data, In 2021, you hired and paid street outreach workers to go into encampments under the guise of providing support with the primary purpose of collecting this data. Why has this data not been released? What is being done with this data? It is clearly not being used to inform the decisions of this committee or municipal bylaws. If it was, I wouldn't be here today arguing against this motion. 90% of encampment residents are unable to access shelter due to restrictions. And I would note that there is no standard guidelines or criteria for determining these restrictions. These decisions are left to the discretion of each individual shelter and often to the discretion of whoever is on staff at any given time. Those not on restriction are facing shelters consistently at capacity. Even the city's social navigator program is unable to adequately ensure that those facing eviction get shelter. In 2021, SNP interacted with 908 unique individuals, 78% of whom were living in encampments. Of the 252 referrals made to shelter, 35% were unsuccessful. That is 88 people who were left with nowhere to go. Those who are able to make it into a shelter deal with punitive behavior from a staff who are improperly trained, violence, theft, and a complete lack of dignity. Between the hours of 10 p.m. when shelters open and 8 a.m. when clients are expected to leave, staff performs between 4 to 6 bed checks. Clients report feeling like children. Clients report not being able to access clean sheets, towels, pillows. Violence and sexual assault are frequent in shelters, especially for those in the LGBTQ+ community. And while there are supports for staff, there are no supports for clients who witness or are victims of this violence. Traumatized individuals are being re-traumatized while accessing the very services which are supposed to be supporting them. Every shift I work at the hub, I hear from our clients that they would rather sleep on the street than be in a shelter, that they feel safer on the street than in a shelter. We should not be penalizing people for choosing dignity, for choosing safety. Even those who by society standards are doing everything right to exit homelessness are faced with an impossibly broken system. Wait times to see caseworkers at shelters can be as high as 2 months, and this access requires an individual to maintain a continuous stay. For context, when people leave a shelter in the morning, there's no guarantee that they will get a bed again the next night. They have to line up and hope that they aren't too far back in line. If you miss a night, all of your progress with your caseworker is lost and you have to start again the next time you get a bed. It's not surprising that people have lost hope. The wait time for affordable housing is over 10 years, and the going rate for bachelor apartments in Hamilton is at minimum twice what is provided by OW and NoDSP. With all this in mind, I ask again, where are people supposed to go once you've evicted them from their encampments? Councillor Farr, your motion makes it clear you want unhoused people out of your ward and out of the city. You don't want to see them in the parks in your neighborhood, and you're not really concerned where they go. You say it's not fair to those who live near encampments. You can just say the quiet part out loud. We all know it. We've seen it in your actions and heard it in your statements. Your willingness to advocate for your constituents is contingent on them having an address. Councillor Farr, I do not make this plea to you, as it is clear your opinion will not be swayed.
When, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Please, you speak through the chair. You don't point out anyone. With all due respect, this is respectful. You talk to me.
All right.
Talk to
I
me.
don't believe I've said
Madam
anything
Chair, in the
disrespectful.
point of order, I would also argue vehemently that what has been just stated is completely inaccurate, and the record shows that.
Let's stop the argument. This is not a debate. Wynne, I want to hear what you have to say, but I want you to talk to me, please.
Okay, Councillor, I would like to remind the councillor that he works for us, we pay his wages, and we vote him in. And this is a performance review.
Thank you.
I implore your colleagues today to do better than your colleague and to be better than your colleague. You swore an oath when you came into office. You swore to fulfill the role of council to the best of your ability. Your role is to ensure the well-being of those within your ward and within the greater municipality. That does not just apply to those who are housed, but to everyone within the boundaries of the city of Hamilton. If you are not prepared or willing to advocate for and ensure the well-being of everyone, then you should question your fitness for office.
Point of order. I have done a tremendous amount of work with well over a decade.
Thank you.
Assisting the houseless. The record shows that, Madam Chair.
My comments there were not directed
excuse me, shut off their mics, please. Folks, this is going forward. You are going to keep this respectful. You are going to speak to me and not to anyone else. We are not going to make this a personal problem as far as Maybe I'm saying this wrong, so please forgive me. You can make your point and do it respectfully. That's what I really want to say today. When your 5 minutes are up, you have one sentence
two more
left.
sentences. And
And
I
let's
would
make
like
it respectful.
absolutely. None of what my last point was directed at Councillor Farr, but at all councillors in the city of Hamilton in general. This motion does nothing but further victimize, demonize, and criminalize unhoused individuals. It will not prevent encampments, and it will not prevent homelessness. Thank you for your time, and sorry for any rudeness.
Thank you, Ann. I appreciate that. And I'm sure everyone else does too. So, Councillor Wilson, any questions, please?
Thank you, Chair. Question. Thank you, Wynne Baker. I tried to jot down, but I may have fallen behind. So for my benefit, if you could just clarify some of those numbers, just to make sure I did jot it down. 90% of encamped persons are not able to access the shelter system due to restrictions. Is that the number you gave?
That's correct.
Through the chair, sorry. And I'm sorry, the 35% or 88 persons. Could you clarify that number, what that was referring to? Thank you, through the chair.
That came from the Social Navigator program. They, in 2021, they interacted with 908 unique individuals. 78% of those individuals were living in encampments.
Okay.
During 2021, SMP made 252 referrals for shelter. And of those 252 referrals, 35% were unsuccessful. And that number breaks down to 88 people were left unsheltered.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
No, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Theo Vittor, and then we have Eric McPherson next, please. So Theo, can you please turn on your video? There you are, thank you. So again, Theo, this is not directed at you personally, it's directed at the next delegations today. Let's make it respectful. The reason we speak to the chair and through the chair is to keep it respectful and to keep it impersonal. So go ahead. Your 5 minutes, Theo, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I'd like you to start off by saying I'm feeling very disappointed to have to be here today and feeling very somber about previous delegations. I think this motion is very serious and it needs to be taken very seriously. What I want to talk about is in the first paragraph of the motion, it says, the bylaw confirmed as valid in a 2021 Superior Court decision. And what I want to ask is what makes a law valid? You know, can this bylaw be enforced? I would say yes, but I have only seen this bylaw enforced through violence and coercion. Teardowns are enforced by a squad of men armed with weapons, pickups, dump trucks, and sometimes forklifts. And I can't forget that 6 mostly racialized housing advocates were violently arrested. People are experiencing violence simply for trying to support themselves and trying to keep themselves and each other safe. This is not acceptable. Is this bylaw just? And what I would ask is, how is it fair for City Council to decide, and for the city at large to decide, who can and can't be on stolen land? Indigenous people are about 10 times overrepresented in urban homelessness. The enforcement of this bylaw unjustly targets and criminalizes people. Parks are for the public to be used, for everyone in the city, including our unhoused community members. Aggressively enforcing this bylaw protects no one but public property. And does this bylaw help people? And to that, I would say unhoused people are harming no one. But as we've heard from other delegates, forcing people into shelters causes more and extreme undue harm. Nearly every shelter has had a COVID outbreak. You know, shelters are inaccessible for disabled people. You're unable to keep pets. You can't live with a couple. You can't keep most of your belongings. And enforcing this bylaw while community members don't have access to accessible and adequate housing causes more harm. People should be given the bare dignity of choosing how they survive until they're given actual solutions provided to the city. This bylaw does not produce actual solutions, but unjustly criminalizes people for their individual choices that is caused by a systemic failure. Unjust bylaws do not need to be enforced. The committee here today has the power to change how the city is run, to make it a more loving, safe, and compassionate place. Enacting this motion is an act of cowardice aimed to hide the housing crisis and ignore the root cause of the housing crisis in Hamilton. So what I'm asking of the committee today is to vote against motion 11.3, Enhanced Parks Bylaw Encampment Enforcement. Vote against this motion. As well, the city should completely remove the bylaw that prohibits encampments in public parks. These is public space for everyone to use. Everyone should use it how they see fit. And as well, the committee needs to address the root cause of the housing crisis and work towards providing free, accessible housing. I've seen several encampment evictions. There's countless resources that go into this with police officers, city works, private contractors, and all of these funds and resources can be reallocated to free, adequate housing. It's possible, and you can make the city a better place right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theo. That was very respectful. Appreciate that. Eric, you're up next, and then we have James Lambert. So Eric, are you available? In the meantime, we're still looking out for Mohammed and Aggie. I hear that did-do. You think that it's good news? No? We thought we saw Eric earlier, but again, we'll keep a lookout for Eric. James Lambert, please, and then we have Ashan Morali. Sorry, I can butcher anything. I apologize. Good morning or good afternoon, James. Good to see you. Thank you for being with us today. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. I think stop just for a minute, James. We'll restart you. Just unmute yourself, please. No, I can't. I can read your lips, but you are unmuted. Maybe it's just, oh, we lost James. Okay, so we'll wait. James, we're going to put you in the queue again. Oh, I heard a debut. And Ashan, E-S-H-A-N, Morelli. Okay, James. There we go. I can hear you now, sir.
Splendid. Thank you so much.
There you go.
If I may share my screen here, I just want to make sure that you can hear the audio. So I've also prepared Is everyone able to see this?
I can see it.
Splendid. Thank you. Please let me know if you can't hear it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here at Central Park, which for the last 2 years has looked like this. It's just an empty field. I was here a little less than a year ago to witness a teardown, an encampment of 2 people in the rain who had to stand by as their tarps and their belongings were thrown into a dumpster by 6 city workers, a cop, and a paramedic. All of that response for 2 people. The social nav that day was a cop, and as he was clearing out after the teardown had finished, he looked at us and he said, "This really isn't a solution. I really appreciate what you all are doing out here." And my friend said, "I wish we could say the same," because as nice as that cop was being, he had just participated in probably one of the most violent things I'd ever witnessed firsthand. This park is still just a muddy field. But instead of using this space to allow people to take shelter, the city has decided to use this space for nothing in particular. When this park is finally finished, it'll be a vegetable garden for people who have the money to buy into it, and a dog park for people with pets. But it won't serve the people in the community who were living here and using it as a home. Those 2 people who were evicted that day didn't get housing. They instead ended up moving to another location in the city. I'm here at Strawn and Bay This is where the residents of Central were sent after their encampment was torn down. Not to housing, not to permanent shelter. That pattern is representative of 85% of the city's interaction with encampment residents in 2021. The people who were staying here were deemed high acuity by the city for months. That meant that they couldn't access shelter space and the city had no right to remove them. But after months of not being able to find them anywhere to live, the city decided to tear down their encampment yet again and send them looking for a new place. During that eviction, one of the residents here asked the police where she could go that she wouldn't be harassed by the city. The police told her outside of Hamilton, to which the resident responded, "It feels like I'm being told not to exist." And the cop said, "That's not our problem." I think that basically summarizes the philosophy behind the city's encampment protocol. Telling people who live in tents that they have no right to exist in our public spaces in a safe space. And that protocol is killing people. So I'm here to ask the city to stop this cycle. Instead of evicting people from park to park and spending money and time not solving the problem, allow people to encamp where they feel safe until you can actually find them safe housing on their terms.
I'm going to stop sharing here.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe that was a 2.5 minutes, so I believe I have a moment. Eric McPherson, by the way, just messaged me, and he will be joining the queue momentarily, so hopefully he'll be able to participate. I'd like to say, just in closing, that I appreciate it must be very frustrating for councillors to have us all attend these meetings, and I know that Councillor Ferguson lamented the fact that it seems like we just keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. And if that feels frustrating to you, please try to appreciate how frustrating it is for us to have to keep coming here and interacting with this process, which frankly is intimidating, I think, for a lot of us. There are a lot of rules, there are a lot of regulations, and there's a great deal of demand for respect from councillors. And I can't help but feel like this problem would have been addressed a long time ago if some of these councillors cared more about the people that they ostensibly represent than about their reputation or about whether or not they've been seen to do good in the community. I think that if you really are acting in the community's interest, that will out and that will be clear. And so that's the last thing I'd like to say today, and that's all I have for you.
Thank you very much, James. We have, still looking out for Aggie, Mohammed and Eric, Ishan, Morelli. So thanks, James. You can turn off your video and join us by web. And we have Sabrina Dahab is up next. There we go. Can you please say your name for me? I just want to know I'm at least.
You got it right the last time, Ishan Morelli.
Super. Thank you for joining us today. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you for having me. I'm just going to share a quick video. Can you all see my screen all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you hear it too?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear it?
No.
No, but it's wonderful that you've put captions underneath, though. So I wouldn't worry too much if we can read the captions.
All right.
Well done by you.
Hi, just wanted to say there is a setting under audio and video in WebEx that will help with the playback of video.
Oh, thank you so much.
That was our clerk, by the way.
The setting in audio and video.
Make a note.
If you have the controls at the top of WebEx saying audio and video,
Yes.
scroll down
To switch audio?
video settings.
Video settings, okay.
Leave.
Thank you, Elsie Kelsey.
Sorry, one sec. Someone's telling me there's a checkbox where I share my content and then, oh yeah, share my computer audio. Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
All right.
If you want, just you can read the captions for us.
Okay, yeah,
How's
if you still
that?
can't hear it.
Then we can hear your voice.
You could hear it?
Beginning. Let's start at the beginning and go.
Okay.
Go.
So we're at the Red Hill Valley encampment, former encampment, in Ward 4, where an eviction took place in mid-February. City likes to maintain the idea that encampment evictions are disjointed, when in reality, a lot of the folks that were living at Red Hill were displaced from JC Beamer. The folks that we met here also had significant health problems, one of whom had just lost his jobs along with his benefits, and had hospital fees racking up with other medical fees. Another person had lost their baby while they were camping out there. And I wonder if with proper social and health supports that may not have been the case. Before the demolitions here, there was subsidized housing, just in the area that you see right now, which has been torn down and sold to private developers for townhouses and apartments that are not going to be affordable. There's a condo in development right over there, and these empty vacant homes, they were available just meters away from this encampment. But the residents were not allowed to use them as shelter. Private security was brought in to protect these vacant homes from the residents that were living here at the Red Hill Valley. And the city talks about prioritizing safety through encampment evictions, but it doesn't seem like anyone's really whose safety is being prioritized. The folks were not offered solutions by the city, and in fact, even on the night before the eviction, we came and talked to some of them, and they had to find their own solutions. In Woodlands Park, there were 10 city workers staffed all day to evict 2 residents. And why is the money being invested in violent encampment evictions as opposed to actually housing the people that are living in encampments? And these evictions took place at a time when temporary emergency shelters at hotels, the admissions to the shelters were halted. So these people were not given any options. The city acknowledged that there were no options available. So these people, where were they supposed to go? We're coming to a point when the weather's getting warmer. People are going to start moving outside again. It's no longer going to be declared an emergency situation. People are not going to have anywhere to go, and encampment evictions are going to be ramped up. And I don't understand the rationale behind that, and I think many people can echo that sentiment. And sorry that the audio wasn't working on that, but while I want to just quickly end it off with, I know this is a long meeting. I know y'all are tired, but we're also tired. There's 40 other delegates here, 40 other people that decided that this is important enough to actually speak on. And we're telling you that these solutions that you're trying to implement are not practical, they're not productive, and they're not working. You've heard it before, and you're probably going to hear it again throughout the day. And I'm going to say it again, these solutions put people's lives at risk. So I'm asking you to not pass this motion and to stop enforcing the encampment protocol. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much. And that was a good video. So we have, is it Sabrina Dahab, D-A-H-A-B?
Yes, can everyone hear me?
And then right after that is Rebecca Morris Miller. So Sabrina, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
I do hear you. There you are. I think we saw you earlier.
Yes, there's a video of me earlier.
Famous lady.
I will be sharing my screen.
You have 5 minutes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm going to be sharing my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see the video?
Yes. Just a minute. It disappeared now.
It disappeared.
Yeah, it's black.
Can you see it now?
I do, but only half of it. Do you see how it's scrolled down? Can you see that?
No. Oh, it's a different video. This one. Can you see it?
I see. Okay, there you go. Oh, so you're sharing it. Oh, so you and Vic got together. Way to go.
Okay, let me know if you can't hear it.
Okay. So maybe we can do the same thing. Sabrina, why don't you start it from the beginning and just read the captions?
Give me
because we had the same issues with the previous delegate, and I think that it seemed to be just read the captions as the video's playing, and then we've got both audio and video going.
Okay, I'm just going to try something quickly, and then if that doesn't work, then I will.
I was trying to be Miss Fix-It here.
Hi, Elsie Kelsey here. In the WebEx Help Center, it says under Share that you have an option to select Optimize for text and images or Optimize for motion and video. So if you have that option, Optimize for motion and video.
I know. It's so frustrating, isn't it, with technology, and if everybody had exactly the same computer, exact same everything, it would be, but we don't.
Okay, I think I'm going to try one more time.
Okay.
See if this works.
And sorry, I didn't realize my mic was on.
Okay. Let me
There we
know
go.
if this works now.
All right. No.
Okay. I will.
Audio's not working.
Okay, no worries. I will read it out.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Something we've talked about in recent months is instructions that encampment residents have gotten from Hamilton police officers and other enforcement agencies that the city sends to encampment evictions, instructing people to move their tents and encampment sites to the escarpment. When we consider that Hamilton has one of the highest densities per capita of disabled people in the province, when we consider that most encampment residents are living with multiple health conditions and concurrent disabilities, not only is this not a safe or accessible site for anyone to be setting up their encampment, it's also a public health concern. Disappearing people, pushing them both to the fringes of the city, pushing them onto the escarpment, into the woods, onto the railroad tracks, doesn't actually meaningfully address the housing crisis whatsoever. If anything, it puts people in worse positions than to actually be housed, to actually meet with outreach, to access supports. We have counselors that flaunt that Hamilton has one of the strongest and best housing outreach program in the entire nation. My question is where? We are literally meeting people camped out in the woods. We're speaking to individuals that are so stressed about the coming weeks, who have serious accessibility and mobility concerns, that are again thinking about setting up in the escarpment, which, as we've seen, is not an accessible or safe site because they have nowhere else to go. I've spoken to encampment residents that are dreading going back into the shelter system because they get 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night. I've had people verbatim tell me I can't wait for summer when I can finally set up with my community outside where I will actually feel safe. And now, with new knowledge that the shelter hotels are an overflow, with mostly families, because new families are ending up on the streets due to renovictions, due to skyrocketing housing prices, where are people supposed to go? We are long past the conversation of this great shelter space debate. We know that there's no space. And now we know that there's also no space in the hotel overflow programs. And yet we are doubling down on encampment evictions. We are actively putting people into greater danger in unsafe scenarios by forcing them to move with all of their belongings in terrible weather conditions. We've seen encampment evictions take place in -10, -15, -20, when people have their limbs actually exposed to freezing temperatures in order to comply with these rapid encampment enforcement timelines that the city is placing upon them. No one on city council is actually an outreach worker or anyone that works with encampment residents or anyone that actively has a history of working with unhoused communities. And yet you are making decisions for individuals that you won't even sit down with and talk to about what this process of encampment eviction looks like. I actually implore you to sit down with encampment residents that have been through this process and talk to them about the kinds of trauma that they have sustained directly as a result of your voting choices, and who you prioritize when you're thinking about what this city should become, because it's certainly not people that are struggling to survive if you're sending them out here into the middle of the woods to do that. It's the real estate developers, people who have never actually worried about where they're going to sleep tomorrow night. And I'm asking you too, with this upcoming election, is this the kind of legacy that you want to leave behind as a city councillor? I would ask you if you sleep at night, but I genuinely don't think that you give much thought to what impact your actions are having. Whereas for a lot of us, it's all we can think about. I wish we weren't here imploring you and asking you this over and over and over again, but you've been implementing the same strategies for decades and they're not working. So what are you going to do differently this cycle? What are you going to do differently this year? What are actual material steps and choices that you can make that will guarantee that people have access to the supports that they need and will guarantee that more people will not end up dead because of lack of housing, because of lack of support? I'm going to stop sharing. I think I have a couple seconds left.
Yeah, it's very quick. Thank you. Yep.
I'm just going to add quickly that it's not every day that you see over 40 people signing up to delegate to speak to things that are important. And I can appreciate that your job is to sit behind a horseshoe and make decisions, but your decisions have impact. And I urge you to listen carefully to every single delegation, and not from a place of defensiveness, but from a place of genuinely wanting to make things right and to make things better for people across the city.
Thank you, Sabrina. So we have Rebecca Morris-Miller, and then we have Julian Vieira. So Rebecca, are you available? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. I'm not seeing anything. So Aggie, Mohammed, Eric, and Rebecca will be on the lookout for you. Julian, are you available? And then it's Sarah Ermesic. Julian's here.
Hi there. Thank you, Chair.
Hello, Julian. Thanks for joining us today. Your 5 minutes start now.
Great. Thank you. Hello, my name is Jillian Vieira, and I'm a resident of Ward 2, where I live with my husband and my 1-year-old son. I'm speaking today to urge you not to pass this motion being put forward, item 11.3. As a Hamilton newcomer, I'd like to acknowledge these delegates that have come before me and who will come after me for their dedication to supporting our neighbors and sharing such important information. I'll keep this really brief, but I'm here to echo their sentiments and learn from them as well. When it comes to encampment teardowns and this motion, my question is, who are these brutal encampment removals for? Certainly not for the folks who are unhoused, as the solutions available are not safe, humane, or long-term in any sense. Is it for the so-called perception of our city, a factor that seems to be of such concern for some councillors? If that is the case, I can point to countless things that can and should be prioritized before forcibly removing people from the places they feel are most safe and dignified for them. Taking care of our most vulnerable neighbors in a way that we take care of our own friends and family is a way of showing people what Hamilton is really about. If we're concerned about perception, affordable housing, and putting people first would be a really good place to start. Over the past 2 years, in becoming a parent and experiencing the pandemic, things have really been simplified for me. Everyone is someone's child. Everyone has a right to housing, and everyone deserves dignity. And I urge the councillors to really consider people over profit. There's a huge, huge housing crisis that affects everybody we know. And these folks who live in encampments are doing the best they can given what they have. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Sarah, you're up next, and then we have Alicia. So Alicia Tree, sorry? I'm so sorry. Julian, are you still there?
Still here.
My apologies. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. My apologies. I'm looking down at the desk down here for names, so I'll keep looking for waving now. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Go ahead.
No, not at all. And before I ask Jillian a question, I should ask from the chair. Would you prefer, if we do have questions, to put it in the chat or to wave, Chair?
Do you know something, quite frankly? Both have been working. It was just I missed you this time. I'm sorry.
No problem.
You feel good about waving? Go right ahead. Nice exercise.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your delegation. I have a question, and it is a personal one, so I will not take any offense if you opt not to answer it. I'm just thinking about something of what you said. You said you were a relatively recent resident of Hamilton. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And a new mother?
Yeah.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
May I ask, where did you move from rather?
Toronto.
Okay. Did you see encampments where you lived previously?
Yeah, I lived in Parkdale. I don't know if you're familiar. I
Oh,
lived
yes.
in Parkdale for about 10 years.
Yes, I did a social housing study in a neighborhood in Parkdale. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you. You lived there for 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years and 13 years in Toronto.
Okay, thank you. And you saw encampments in Toronto?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time and your delegation.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Julian, also for hanging in there. Sarah, I'm sorry for interrupting you. You're in next. And then Alicia Turi is now after you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and committee members for listening to my delegation. My name is Sarah Imrisek. This pictures that I've put up as my background is my ex-husband, John. He died he died well, homeless. He was staying at a homeless shelter at the time of his death. And I put him up there to explain how I became educated about the problems that people face. He is not even the first person that I knew who lost his housing. In total, 4 people, including John, 4 people close to me have suffered personal crises and disability that resulted in them becoming unhoused. John was a renovation carpenter who became addicted to prescription OxyContin during the big Oxy push. And then when doctors started pulling back on that, he lost his prescription, started buying pills from non-official sources, and it escalated into a really bad addiction that I couldn't continue to support him through. And my point is that I watched the whole process of trying to get him support and trying to both in the beginning support for his addiction. I watched how the medical system treated him as he slowly went down the triage line. He came from a good family. His father was a judge. And I watched him go from that to becoming, he was on the Ontario Disability Support Program, and the respect that he got and the treatment that he got gradually dropped down until it was at the point where I was trying to help him find a place to stay when we couldn't stay together anymore, and spending hours and hours on the phone trying to get through to shelters. My point is, and the other people that I saw that lost their homes, one had a master's degree, was a university administrator, one was a Microsoft certified systems engineer, and the other one was also a software developer. These are like, these could have been any of us. And when these people end up in encampments, it is because they do not have other choices. Some of them, one of these 4 people has managed to get off the street after 6 years. My friend Dan finally was able to coordinate with housing and is starting to rebuild his life, thank God. But the people who are here, I just ask you to, if this is the choice that they're making, I ask you to consider their other choices. And after they have fallen through all these cracks, the absolute least that we can do as their neighbors and as their community is not to harass them and take their last belongings away once they're down. I understand. I want to say, first of all, thank you to everybody here in the committee who has made efforts to assist this problem. I heard the discussion about accessible housing at the beginning. I understand this is not an easy problem to solve in any dimension. I know how many complicated factors there are at play. And I think this is a situation where, as sometimes we find in complicated circumstances, that our different values come into conflict. So we all value compassion for our neighbors and citizens, and we also value to be able to walk around in a city which looks like it doesn't have the problems that we actually do have. We would love to be able to look out at a pristine park and not see people there who are suffering and who don't have anywhere to go and whose support systems have all fallen through on them. But in that place of conflict, I would just urge that the only way that this is going to change is by not trying to sweep it under the rug, but making sure that nobody is removed from a park until a real solution that they choose is in place. And the last thing that I wanted to say is the thing that really struck me from the motion in question is the line, whereas City Council believes that Hamilton should not be the only city with a parks bylaw enforcement process that often results in both an increase in the number of encampments and an open-ended duration for encampments in parks or public spaces. I want to say that if that is true, that Hamilton is the only city that is this lenient towards encampments, then that is, it is absolutely all the more critical that we maintain and increase our tolerance for preserving the dignity of our most marginalized people. I believe that Hamilton can set an example for the other cities in Ontario to show that there are other ways of dealing with problems in our community. And I hope that we can come together to stay supporting these people until real solutions can be put into effect, as difficult as that is.
Thank you, Sarah. That was more than 5 minutes, but I knew I wanted you to finish your thoughts, and my condolences on your loss. Councillor Wilson, you're waving.
Yep, thank you. Similarly, Chair, Sarah, I think it's really brave of you to share that personal story. There's a lot of, particularly at a time when there's still an outstanding amount of fear and judgment to those who are addicted, and the fact that you took the time to share that, it's just really quite moving. But you did bring it up, so I would like to ask you further about your. I think you said John was your ex-husband, or
yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm clear in what you were telling us. With his addiction, was his addiction what complicated his ability to move into a temporary and or permanent shelter? I just want to make sure I'm clear on part of the message that you're giving us. Thank you.
Sarah?
His addiction was definitely a complicating factor in all of his problems. The problems with the shelter system, however, were more complicated than that. He was robbed multiple times in shelters. He had conflicts with the staff. There were a lot of reasons why that was not a very safe place for him, even though that was the place that he he did keep returning to shelters. He was even briefly housed in a hotel, but it only lasted about a month, and then that affordance was shut down, and all the people in that hotel were returned back into the shelter system or the streets.
Councillor?
No, thank you for expanding on those details, and I'm sure it's very painful to share this, so I appreciate you taking the time to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again, Sarah, for coming with us today. So I'm going to ask for Alicia, and then Laura Katz, you're on after that, so you might want to get ready. So Alicia, I don't see. So we're still looking for Aggie, Mohammed, Eric, Rebecca, now Alicia. So Laura Katz, you're up, and then Sarah Jama, you're on after Laura.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Laura Katz. I'm calling in from Ward 1 today.
Thank you.
I also wanted to add for the record that I too am bothered that a councillor didn't see value in listening to 45 delegations. Even if we said the exact same thing, I thought that was part of the process. Just wanted to add that. So I'm delegating today from a place of anger and frustration, but also hope. I'll start with anger. Anger that this motion, a motion that actively harms my unhoused neighbors, was even put forward today. Frustration that the city is not taking this crisis seriously enough to put forward any meaningful or impactful solutions. And lastly, hope, because this city is actually filled with creative and bright and compassionate individuals who do have the capacity and skill and heart to fix this problem. For example, the Hamilton Encampment Support Network. Not only have they been working tirelessly to keep our neighbors alive throughout this brutal winter, they have also created thorough policies that have truthfully made your jobs easier. All you have to do is adopt them. Or the new working group that is committed to building an annual average of 15 three-story low-cost residential buildings across the city over the next 10 years, but are facing roadblocks, including current Hamilton zoning bylaws, such as parking, that are not aligned with the housing or climate crisis, not to mention the fact that City Council has overall been reluctant to sell pre-zoned lots that will enable projects like these to commence. Housing is a human right. It may seem radical. You may think that the people delegating today are radical and harsh, but you must understand that these political views come from the absolute softest, caring parts of us. We simply want people to be okay. Can you imagine having no better option than to live outdoors in your beloved city throughout a harsh winter? Can you imagine having all of your belongings repeatedly thrown in a garbage truck? Can you imagine knowing that the people elected to serve you and the city were moving motions to cause even more of this harm? Can you imagine this happening to you? Can you imagine this happening to a loved one? With all of the instability in the world, I do wonder when that day might come. And if that day comes, would you be hopeful that your neighbors would speak up for you? Would you call them radical then? So what will it take to radicalize City Council? When are we going to see some decision-making that will get people out of encampments and into safe and dignified housing? When are we going to start copying more progressive cities like Burnaby, BC, cities that are making way for inclusionary zoning and approving city-owned land for non-market housing programs? In closing, because I still am on my hope portion of the delegation, I'd like you to please vote no to this harmful motion, and please consider implementing policies that have been presented to you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Laura. So now we have Sarah Jama and then Joanne Atkinson or Aitchinson. So is Sarah available? Clerk is looking now. Oh, we saw her earlier. Sarah Jama. Okay, so Aggie, Mohammed, Eric, Rebecca, and Alicia, and Sarah. Not seeing anyone, so can we go to Joanna, please, and then Coral? Or, yeah, Carl Wasaki is next after Joanna. There's Joanna. I'm so happy when somebody pops in. Thank you for joining us, Joanna.
Thank you for having me. I'm also going to share my screen, and hopefully the sound works for me.
How you making out?
It says that you have to install a driver, so maybe all following people sharing screen should do that in advance, I guess.
Do you want me to come back to, oh, there we go. You've got it.
All right.
I think. There you are. So, Sarah, just to let you know, there are some people who have been having difficulty with the audio, and if you are, then you're more than welcome just to follow the video and speak through it. So let's try it.
We need to talk about the
Oh my gosh, it works. Yep, you got it. So let's go to the beginning and your 5-minute start. Thank you.
Outreach workers. We need to talk about the inadequacies of the shelter system and the unsustainable capacity at which shelter staff, outreach workers, and healthcare providers are having to operate. During a February GIC meeting, one delegate spoke about her experience as a shelter worker, saying, "We are no longer an emergency shelter. It may say that in our name, but that's not the reality. There's nowhere for people to go. More and more, we see individuals and families living at our shelters for months. For the last year, our shelter has been completely full." This motion doesn't really change much. It reinforces, in fact, what the city's continued and ongoing approach to encampments is, that they are not welcome, no matter the inadequate and non-existent shelter supports, housing options, or viable alternatives for residents. All this motion does is apply more pressure on already burnt out staff and a crumbling system. It just shows us that houseless folks are not the only people the city council is willing to sacrifice, but they are the ones who will face the most serious consequences. On December 7th, 2021, the city announced a pause in admissions for couples in its hotel shelters. According to the city's update, this decision was made due to multiple incidents of concern raised by providers, including multiple incidents of domestic violence in hotels providing shelters. Effective immediately, this announcement eliminated any shelter space the city could use to accommodate couples. The city attempted to wash its hands of this major gap in service by saying, prior to the pandemic, there was not a dedicated couple shelter, essentially communicating, hey, we tried offering something we weren't even giving people before, so it shouldn't be a big deal that we're now taking it away due to our inability to creatively problem solve and increase safety for these couples. This pause is ongoing. We're now over 3 months out from the decision, and there have been no updates regarding couple shelter spaces. Although we've heard that one of the true reasons for this pause is due to the high number of people entering the family system and needing hotel space. Most often, this is women and their children. Currently, there are 300 people staying at 4 Points in Sheridan. Various council members have expressed confusion as to why anybody would choose to stay outside in the cold and risk their life. To summarize, here are several reasons why shelters are not sustainable for many individuals. In order to be admitted to most shelters, an individual will have to dispose of the majority of their belongings. If the goal is to see people permanently housed, why are we forcing people to begin their life in their new space without possessions? When encampments are torn down, houseless folks are forced to surrender everything they've collected and saved from their life and start from scratch. I spoke with one couple who shared how they took care of each other and didn't want to be apart. They knew how to settle each other during episodes related to trauma and understood each other's healthcare needs, what to do during seizures, and what medication was needed when. Many individuals have been banned from shelters due to mental illness. A spec article featuring a man who had been banned from multiple shelters due to schizophrenia revealed that in 2020, 850 people had been barred from one or more shelters for varying lengths of time. Other reasons include beloved pets, trauma from past experiences, difficulty sleeping in shared spaces, fear of contracting an illness like COVID. This could be a never-ending list. But counselors are unwilling to acknowledge that the shelter system is inadequate. To admit this would reveal how much the city is failing to house people and how cruel the encampment teardowns are. It's clear that the community needs free housing options. While this solution won't happen overnight, we demand a stop to encampment teardowns that leave people without any viable shelter options, possessions, and community support in the meantime. While tax dollars are funneled into teardowns, municipal law enforcement, contractors like Quantum Murray, and policing, what is really needed is harm reduction. Safe use sites are a great example. The safe injection site that was made available at the Salvation Army from early February led to a 95% decrease in opioid-related deaths until its closure in early March. If we know this, then why does the City of Hamilton website indicate that we are still in the initial steps of this process? The study was released over 4 years ago. In 2021 alone, there were more than 115 probable or confirmed opioid-related deaths. Why does council pour so much energy into motions like FARS, while truly supportive options remain in progress for years while more people die? The city has resources and solutions at its disposal, but why are my neighbors being killed?
Thank you, Joanna. That was exactly 5 minutes, right on the nose.
Would it be possible for me to just make a small closing statement under a minute?
Under a minute, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight how it was mentioned that we speak through the chair to keep things impersonal. And while I understand the desire for counselors to distance themselves from their jobs, I think this is an incredibly personal conversation. The political choices that are being made have real life consequences that a lot of us are either experiencing ourselves or seeing like every day. We see that people are dying. We see the pain that is out there. So when it concerns counselor, it seems as though respect for those of us in Hamilton who are not part of a wealthy class is long gone. Some counselors here can't even be bothered to keep their cameras on. Good leadership looks like hearing pain and practicing compassion. But what we see in these meetings seems to be an effort to control those in pain, which just makes me see how much these meetings are an example of a white supremacist ladder climbing and a kind of controlling of people. And I've frankly had enough of it. What needs to happen to change this process in order to make it so that our leadership can actually lead effectively?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
really offensive to
Councillor
call
Danko. I think I was just about to do this. So go ahead. I'll hear your point of order, but I will probably agree everything you're going to say.
I really don't appreciate to being referred to as a white supremacist, and that is completely out of order. Thank you.
I agree. So thank you very much.
May I respond to that?
No, actually, this is not a debate. No, this is not a debate.
I would just like to clarify something.
Well,
I can do so respectfully.
This will be your last sentence. Go ahead.
Councillor Dinko, Chair, my naming that this space is a white supremacist space is not saying that as an individual anyone here is a white supremacist, but the amount of fragility that it must take to hear that and to take that into your own personal, as a personal attack, speaks to the fact that work needs to be done here.
Thank you, Jemima.
Thank you.
Thank you. So folks, let's carry through. Let's be respectful. Let's keep it. I don't know what else to say. I know everybody is very compassionate about this. I would appreciate if we don't pick on different, or not pick on, I shouldn't say that. When we highlight different councillors and their decision-making, please remember that it was the council decision for the encampment enforcement. It wasn't one councillor, it was majority of council. So let's keep that on the record as well. So I have Carl, K-O-R-A-L, Wasaki, and then Tanya Collins is coming up next. So is Carl there, please? Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for Carl as well. So Tanya Collins, are you available? And then right after Tanya is Deanne, I think it's McClinchy or McClincy.
Hi.
Oh, Tanya, I see. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Usually wear this Xbox headset. My name is Tanya Collins. I'm a resident of Ward 13. I'm angry and saddened to be with you today, and I'm grateful to be delegating with my fellow citizens. I'm not sure if any of you have been to an encampment eviction, and I hope you won't be, as I never want another eviction to take place. I have, however, witnessed many teardowns. What I see and hear is a lot of stress, pain, and what must be trauma. After all, how much violence can residents take? And I hate to break it to you, respectfully and through the chair, that you are also dehumanizing city workers. I'm baffled that despite being gifted with excellent and compassionate solutions, having time, energy, and resources on your side to research and discuss dignified solutions, here we are talking about accelerating evictions. I'm a homeschooling parent pre-COVID, and this year a fellow parent approached me and asked to talk to me because they were teaching their children about displaced persons. They asked what ideas I had for teaching their children about how people in the city of Hamilton become displaced persons. I suggested that they form organic connections with their neighbors, learn about city policies and run evictions, and watch some videos that tell the stories of the displaced, unhoused residents of Hamilton. Respectfully and through the chair, do you see the problem here? Do you see that we're in a manufactured housing crisis, a crisis of morality? I want to know where the people are who have been displaced by encampment evictions. Are they on the escarpment? Are they at the railroad tracks? I want to know where the people the city and police services have displaced are. So we know evictions cause a lot of harm. They don't solve anything. Here we are at the end of another very cold winter. We haven't tried anything new, and we're talking about doing evictions faster and more frequently. Frankly, and respectfully through the chair, it's giving Elmer Fudd. Earlier, through the chair, Councillor Ferguson was wanting us to present new information. Well, that's not a problem, because surely very often folks are becoming newly unhoused. Folks are becoming newly disabled due to being unhoused. They're being newly displaced. And heartbreakingly, some have been, and some will become newly dead due to the policies and choices of City Council. At times, my tone has been a bit sarcastic, but I'm very serious. And if City Council wants to be taken seriously, respectfully, and through the chair, I'd ask that you get serious about serious matters. Below are some things you can do. Below on my paper, which I will read. Council must vote to remove the parks bylaw completely from municipal law. This bylaw prohibits overnight camping in parks and the erection of any tents or encampments. Do not pass this motion, item 11.3. Invest in accessible and permanent housing solutions for all unhoused community members. reallocate all resources put towards encampment evictions, financial and otherwise, towards housing infrastructure and programs, as well as transitional supports for those newly housed. I also want to say that the idea that it is rude to speak directly to a councillor, I take issue with that idea. I feel that through the chair, council repeatedly weaponizes decorum and procedure to evade accountability. The last thing I want to say is that it's really important that anyone who is occupying a role of leadership and power, such as a city councillor, it's important to know the difference between systemic racism and white supremacy and individuals being literal Nazis, like in the movie American History X. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tanya. And now we're on to Deanne and then Spencer Naylor. So is Deanne there, please? So Tanya, can you please, yeah, there you go. Thank you. I don't see Deanne.
I'm here, sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay.
My first time doing this, so.
No, take your time. I just want to let everybody know we're still on the lookout for Aggie and Eric and Mohammed, Rebecca, Alicia, Sarah, and Carl. So we have Deanne, and then we have Spencer Naylor. You're up after that, and then Allie Jones after Spencer. So hello, Deanne. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, let's refer to my notes here. Good afternoon, Chair, committee members, and fellow delegates. First of all, I just want to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am here to implore you to vote against Councillor Farr's motion. I'm a taxpayer and a homeowner here living in Ward 2. It's a little history about me, I guess. I was born at St. Joe's, and I've lived just about everywhere in this city. You know, the East Mountain, West Mountain, East End, Satellite City, Stony Creek Mountain, for those of you that aren't familiar. And down for the last 17 years, and primarily in Ward 2. I don't have any special education or training on today's subject. You know, I don't have any statistics to share or any stories, as some of my fellow delegates have had. I'm just your average citizen, and I'm speaking from my heart. I'm a proud Hamiltonian. I love my city. I always have. I've been one of its biggest supporters and defenders for always. Back in the days when there was nothing good to say about this city. You know, I love the small town feel in this big city. The sense of community is something that has always made me so proud. The way that we come together in times of crisis is the reason why I stay here. For example, fundraising for folks who've suffered tragedy in a house fire, or, you know, as a longtime Cat fan, you know, every year the Purelator, Tackle Hunger. Hamilton is the city that collects the most donations out of all the teams in the CFL. Places like Toronto and Vancouver that are much larger. So these things make me really proud to be a Hamiltonian. The way that we support each other has always amazed me. The generosity of this community is astounding. Things like community fridges, food banks, and initiatives like 541 Barton. But the actions of council of late have not made me feel particularly proud. Specifically, I live steps from Gore Park. It's one of my favorite places in the city. And I happily share that space with my houseless neighbors. But there are times, have been times this winter in particular, during cold weather alerts. I'm not being dramatic. Okay, I have cried myself to sleep, knowing that within steps, feet, meters of my front door in any direction, there are my house's neighbors, you know, fighting for shelter, fighting for food, fighting for all the necessities of life. They're fighting for their lives. Day in and day out, I bear witness to the horrors and injustices suffered by my house's neighbors. Okay, and this is not about me. I volunteer where I can, I donate what I can, but the responsibility for these folks is on council, is on elected members of council. The duty of care for these folks is on all of you. It's on all of us. But as elected members of council, it is on you. Excuse me. It is widely known that Councillor Farr does not live in Ward 2, which he represents, and was twice elected to represent. And, you know, specifically through you, Chair, you know, to Councillor Farr in particular, because this is your ward, but realistically to all of council, you know, when was the last time any of you spent time here in Gore Park, for example, you know, meeting and greeting my house's neighbors, you know, hear their stories, hear their tragedies, their fight for survival, their resilience, their humanity. These are real people with real problems, regardless of their financial structure or status, regardless of whether they have a job or not, regardless of whether they use alcohol or drugs, regardless of whether they live
Diane.
in a condo, in a house, in a tent, or on a park bench. They deserve to have your respect, and they deserve to have their humility intact. So I'll just finish by saying that, you know, this summer, it was sort of indicated that the houseless crisis is like a game of whack-a-mole. And this is not a game, not at all. Not for them, those living in parks, and not for us. The idea of not in my backyard is a shameful mentality. And rather than working on ways to further enforce the bylaws that are in place, we need to work on further solutions. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So now we're on to Spencer Naylor, then Allie Jones, and Dr. McLean. Oh. Okay, so Spencer, you can go first, please, and then Sarah Jamed has joined us. So we're going to go. Remember, I told you we're going to insert people as they come in because they've somehow got booted out. Wonderful technology. Sorry about that. Spencer, good to have you. Thank you. And then we're going to have Sarah Jama and then Allie Jones.
Thank you for having me as well. I'm glad I could squeeze in before some other students stuff that I have to deal with the graduate students to McMaster. My name is Spencer. I am calling in as a Ward 1 representative as well as a graduate student at McMaster University. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Political Science. And I come to this committee to echo the concerns of my peers here on motion 11.3 and to call on all councillors to vote against it. With the time I have here, I want to focus my discussion primarily on the contentions that I have with the justifications that have been presented for the motion in writing. Based on my reading of the motion and the encampment response update in Appendix A, the committee's main concerns with the current status of the bylaw are that 1, the number and duration of homeless encampments has increased in the last 6 months or so. The interactions with public officials have become increasingly combative, and quite literally that every other municipality is doing what is being proposed here. I'm going to attempt to address these issues in turn with the time I have. The first concern is perhaps the most pressing one in terms of justifying the response proposed here. But however, I think as has been very clearly elocuted by my peers, the solution does not address any of the underlying causes of the increased presence and growth of these encampments. And if anything, it only temporarily reduces the visibility of these encampments and the people within them and disperses them to larger areas and with increasingly disastrous effects on their health, safety, and well-being, as we've seen from my peers and their statements. Meanwhile, these residents are doomed to continue to suffer under these conditions of homelessness, which, as the information report contained in the appendix notes, have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which I want to remind the councillors, if they are not still aware, has not fully ended. Also noted within the information report are the occupancy pressures, availability of appropriate supports, staff turnover, shortages, presence of outbreaks that continue to impact the responsiveness of the housing services system, which the City of Hamilton also clearly recognizes only as a temporary measure of accommodation. What the report doesn't sufficiently expand on, however, is equally important, and I speak particularly of outcomes associated with the approaches to homelessness that have been taken thus far. I, for one, would want to know just how successful the Housing Services Division was in its campaign to house 250 households experiencing homelessness, for example. And of course, even if we are reporting positive results on that particular project, it is imperative that we continue to see more discussion of the outcomes associated with these non-militarized or non-aggressive and authoritarian approaches to homelessness as well. All this is to say that carrying out the authoritarian enforcement approach will ultimately amount to a waste of valuable city resources, and again, only temporarily disperse and displace the problem at hand, and in a callous and dehumanizing manner to boot, as noted by my peers. My second point on the council's justification for this motion is the noted increase in combative interactions with public officials. My main response to this is a question, which is, if the committee is so concerned about the combative interactions with public officials, then why does it think that increasing the combativeness of its response will help? It stands to reason that reintroducing the police element of the enforcement strategy will only further increase the combativeness of the public officials' interactions with the residents of these encampments, both in terms of the teardowns themselves and then in future interactions. I'm at a loss as to why the committee believes that sending police officers into encampments is a better approach to health and safety concerns when the information reported makes reference to notes a far more damning issue with these interactions. The MLE officers are not even trained in outreach or mental health engagement techniques. To the councillors before me, I must ask you, did it not cross your mind to think that perhaps introducing some form of outreach and mental health engagement training to these officers might be a more prudent course of action to help reduce the combativeness of their engagements? Truly,
One
there
more
is.
minute, Spencer.
Thank you. Yes. The hypocrisy of a committee simultaneously bemoaning the health and safety of public employees and encampment residents while suggesting that the solution is to pick the approach that only increases the health and safety concerns of both parties is astounding and problematic. My final point is on the frankly ridiculous proposition that the Hamilton City Council should be concerned about being the only city with a parks bylaw enforcement that doesn't involve forcibly dismantling encampments. On this point, the motion notes that Hamilton includes outreach assistance and safer options to encamped individuals as part of their enforcement process, but as noted earlier, also clearly acknowledges the tentative nature of these accommodations and the increasing strain of resources currently faced by them. It also suggests that the current parks bylaw enforcement process results in the increase in number and duration of these encampments. So let me be clear on refuting this as a final point. It is not the current parks bylaw enforcement process that has led to the increases in size and duration of these encampments, but the lack of available housing as a result of an unfettered real estate market, which has been allowed to explode uncontrollably for decades. A lack of community support systems being available, including and most importantly, mental health services and provision of those, and ultimately a lack of ambition upon those in power to actually attempt to solve these underlying issues which have led to the rising population and permanence of these homeless encampments. That the City Council relies on appealing to joining its peers in approaches to the presence of homeless encampments that have been demonstrable failures only further demonstrates the sad reality. Thank you for the time letting me speak, and I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Spencer. Really appreciate you to come in today. So Sarah Jama, are you here? We're going to just go back up the list a little bit to gather some of the people that either got bumped out or there you are. Go ahead, Sarah. You have 5 minutes.
I can start. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am back to talk to you about encampments and the need for this consistent pattern of criminalizing houseless people to end. We have to come up with a better solution. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach with my delegation today and kind of explain personally where I'm coming from with this issue. So I don't really talk about this a lot, but I have an older brother who's 9 months older than me. He has schizophrenia and he's lived in encampments before. It's like mental illness is something that runs a lot in my family. And I think that it's very easy to see how someone ends up in an encampment, even with family, even with supports. There are so many cracks in the systems that force people onto the streets. And especially when you have disabilities, when you live in a society that went from having poor houses to having shelters to institutionalizing people with disabilities at not too far from here at places like the Aurelia Asylum for Idiots and the Feeble-Minded, like 3 hours away from here. If I had been born a couple decades earlier, I would have been sent there, and my brother too. And what we have today are the remnants of that, where disabled people are discarded. Many people who are forced to stay on ODSP and OW, because if you end up getting a full-time job, you can't actually get your healthcare benefits. You're forced to stay on social assistance to get your proper healthcare benefits, but the rates that you get on social assistance are actually below the poverty line. And so what we've seen, especially over the course of this pandemic, is disabled people who are like making poverty wages, essentially unable to pay rent, and actually have been rent evicted and are living in encampments. And I've met people like that myself. It impacts like so many people that I know and my friends and my family. It's very easy to end up in encampments, and I think what this council has done repeatedly over the last 2 years is blame individuals for how they ended up in those conditions instead of ending up in shelters. But what we've seen in shelter systems over and over again is this idea that if you're too disruptive, you can be barred from a shelter. I've met a couple individuals who've been banned from shelters until 2025 for being too disruptive. But that terminology itself is ableist, right? And so you have conditions where disabled people are not allowed in the shelter systems or kicked out, and then back into the encampments because the income they're making is not enough to actually pay rent. So people are actually fundamentally stuck in these environments, and none of us want encampments to exist. That's something I want to make very clear. It's not like we're saying we want people to be living outside in tents. What we're worried about, what I'm worried about, is the fact that people are being criminalized and being pushed out of parks over and over again with no other place to go. I've met, with all due respect, a lot of people who have died over the last couple of years because of nowhere to go indoors. And it is really cruel to sit behind your screens if you've not lived in those conditions, if you've not experienced it, to then continue to pass legislation that says people deserve to be kicked out of parks with nowhere else to go or deserve to move into the woods. I understand that you believe that there are alternatives, but I don't understand how many more times we have to tell you that the alternatives that exist are not adequate and will continue to cause people to die. It is your responsibility to move a city housing Hamilton with teeth and to take public land that you own instead of prioritizing development and developers and the interests of developers in our communities to build social housing, to build proper housing to put people in. And what we're asking for is, until such a time where there's adequate places for people to live that they can afford, that you stop criminalizing people for living in encampments when there's nowhere else to go. We know that the shelters right now are full. The hotel shelter system is full, and with tourism ramping up, and with outdoor activities, more and more people are being kicked out of the hotel systems. More and more shelters are having a hard time securing hotel spots for people. And so there is no alternative. There's no space for people to go. And what this motion does is further criminalize people simply for being disabled, simply for having nowhere else to go. And it comes down to a conversation about morals. 10 years from now, what do you want to look back and remember about your time on council? Like, yes, it's a good thing that people are, the people who can afford to be comfortable are comfortable. That's great. But if those who just need a little bit more support have nowhere else to go, criminalizing them for sleeping in a park is really cruel. And I think a lot of times I think about how easy it is to end up in that situation. That I could have been the one in my family to be in that situation right now. It comes down to a conversation of luck. It really does. And we need to.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your thoughts because you were on a good roll.
Okay.
Your time is up, so can you just wrap it up in a couple of sentences?
Yeah, I really urge council to vote down this motion. It doesn't help the cause. It's just furthering the divide between citizens and community and council. It's not fixing the issue.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. So, Sarah, thank you for joining us. I am now So Alicia, Eric, Mohammed, Aggie, and Carl, we're still looking for you. Allie Jones, and then Dr. McLean. Allie? Oh, there you are. Thank you for joining us.
Hi there. Okay, so good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and members of committee. My name is Allie Jones, and I have a bachelor's degree in social work. I'm presently completing a master's degree in social work at McMaster University. I'm a Hamilton resident, and I've lived here my whole life. And I'm presently residing in Ward 2. I have never delegated before, but I felt compelled to on this motion because I stand with people who have been evicted. Before I start, I also want to add that hearing essentially a complaint about having to listen to community members gathered to speak here was pretty discouraging, as I did say today off work and have never done this before. And it is really such an important topic. I'm going to give it a go anyways, and hopefully it's new enough. According to the Canadian Poverty Institute, up to 40% of homeless youth identify as LGBTQ+. As a queer person, I could easily have been unhoused in my youth myself. Almost 20 years ago, I attended publicly funded Catholic high school in Hamilton that was explicitly homophobic. 20 years ago, this was at the time that same-sex marriage was legalized in Ontario. It was a hot topic in the school system. My first relationship at age 15 was closeted because I was being taught that my existence was against nature, was against God's love, and that without repentance, I'd be spending eternity in hell. This takes a significant toll and is indicative of the circumstances that marginalize many young people. And we know that youth homelessness is a significant contributing factor to adult homelessness. And if not for fortunate circumstances, as Sarah said, for myself, my significant privileges like Canadian citizenship and thus more seamless access to social services, reliable internet access so I can connect with others like me online, I could easily have been in the same position as some of my neighbors who are trying to make it outdoors. And this is also because cis heteronormativity is still embedded in our institutions, and for this reason, a high proportion of unhoused queer and trans people actually feel safer living in parks amongst chosen peers than in shelters due to homophobic and transphobic belittlement, harassment, threats, and violence that under-resourced shelters are not fully prepared to manage. The city's decisions to date have obviously not produced long-term and accessible housing results for all Hamilton's residents, as evidenced by the fact that there are still folks trying to survive outdoors. As many people have said, tents are not the problem. The problem is decision-making that prioritizes profit over people. While I do presently have a place to live, it was difficult finding this present unit for $815 for a bachelor, which frankly is not much more than my entire month's employment income as a graduate student working part-time. The landlord even had a conversation with me looking over my proof of employment and hesitated and asked if I would be able to pay. And also recall, as Sarah brought out, ODSP rates, it's a maximum of $497 for shelter for a single individual. $497. And Ontario Works is even less. Ontario Works is $390 maximum for shelter. When room rentals in the city cost upwards of $1,000 and rent eviction is a constant fear amongst working folks, rent eviction actually happened to my aunt, who's a counselor, and my uncle, who's an experienced tradesman, and their 2 kids last year. And ultimately, they had to move out of the city. Food and gas and housing prices are on the rise while people's income are not keeping pace. The waitlist for housing in Hamilton currently has thousands of names. And we have to face the fact that a simple turn of circumstances pushes people into a situation where there's no other option but to sleep rough. And just to conclude, pointing people to shelters, as many of my peers have said, is not an option. It's not a solution for many people. It's a short-term reactive measure to systemic inequalities. Shelters are not accessible or safe for everybody, and we need to respect people's agency to choose their own living situation. Frankly, I'm appalled that the City of Hamilton directs bylaw enforcement to evict people, which is to say tearing down basic tools for survival, especially while painting rainbows outside of City Hall and hoisting pride flags. And I find myself wondering how else to interpret these gestures other than as a really empty PR move when there are motions like this one that particularly endanger marginalized populations like queer people. And this is on the table. It's reactive and disgraceful. I call on this committee to reject this motion and call on councillors to reallocate all resources presently spent on encampment evictions towards housing infrastructure and programs. Shelters are not the answer. All residents in Hamilton deserve the means to survive, and we deserve leaders who will make policy choices that prioritize housing for all. And if you consider yourself an ally to us LGBTQ people, you will vote no on this motion.
Thank you, Allie. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you very much for joining us. Don McLean and then Matthew Higginson. So Don McLean. There you are.
Ma'am, thank
Good
you.
to see you.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. Can I begin before I start asking you to formally receive the previous delegation? I know you've moved away from that practice, but it means that there's no assurance that there's actually a quorum in the room listening to these delegations. And I think we need to find some way of making sure that happens. I appreciate the fact that I can see Councillor Danko, Councillor Farr, Councillor Wilson, and Councillor Pearson and yourself, but
that's quorum, sir. 5 is quorum now.
It's quorum. Okay, we'll proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to go.
Just a point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry,
I think it's important that the public know that I leave my camera off when there's lots of delegations because I have rural internet connection that goes through this
yes.
microwave dish, and so I turn it off to save broadband so I can hear everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I want to approach this a little differently than you've heard all of the stories here. And you'll hear more of them. But I think we need to be fundamentally rethinking how we approach this problem and how we approach the municipal budget that you're in the middle of approving at this point. We need to actually ask what are the actual priorities and who do they serve? And how does this line up with the actual needs of the people of Hamilton? So we have a housing crisis, there's no question about it. Rapidly rising living costs as well, and a climate crisis. The main victims of all these crises are those who have the least to start with. The housing crisis has eliminated the hope of owning for a large section of the population, but it has also been accompanied by a huge increase in rental costs, meaning more people forced into homelessness. Trying to chase them away is obviously not an answer. If I look at your budget, the largest spending item is the police at $183 million a year. And they primarily serve those with property. The more property those people have, the more they are served by the police. And those with the least property get the least benefit, or even worse. The second largest item in your budget is roads. You spend about $100 million a year on road construction and repairs. They primarily serve those who own vehicles, and the more vehicles they own and the bigger vehicles they own, the more benefit they get. And those without vehicles get the least benefit. In both those cases, large businesses and corporations get even greater benefits. The main focus of council in the budget deliberations is to minimize tax increases. Those increases fall on the owners of buildings. The owners of the larger and more valuable buildings get the most benefit from your focus of minimizing tax increases, which actually usually amount to less than $200 per resident in any given year, but often quite a bit less than that.
I'm sorry, just a second. Can we stop the timer for a minute? I don't know where that came from. And we just, how about we mute everybody? I have a feeling someone's trying to get on and they're using saran wrap or some tinfoil.
You want me to continue, Chair Johnson?
You're muted, Councillor Johnson.
Succeeded in muting everybody except me.
Where's Daryl when we need him? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
thank you. Okay, sorry, folks. We asked the clerk to mute everybody, and everybody got muted, including me. So my apologies. Don, you go right ahead. Your time continues.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Chair Johnson.
It's okay. Doesn't matter.
Just reminding you, I just spoke about the amount spent on the police
Yes.
and the amount spent on roads and who gets the benefit. And as I said, the main focus of council in the budget deliberations is to minimize tax increases. And those increases, again, fall mainly, the saving for those increases falls mainly to those who are richest and most housed and so on. So this year and last year, owners of residential homes, including myself, have seen enormous increases in the sale value of our properties. The 25% jump last year translates into at least 100,000 plus for the vast majority of houses in Hamilton. So if your property value jumped an extra 100,000 last year, a tax increase of even an extra 1,000 is chicken feed. If property taxes have anything to do with fairness, then there should at minimum be a stiff tax on windfall price increases, at the very least payable when the property is sold, if not immediately. This offers you numbers of sources of funding. What are some practical steps you could take as a council to address the housing crisis? A first step, one step clearly at this point, and I've been talking about this for some time, is equalize the tax rates for tenants and homeowners. There's never been a better time than now. The law says that if you lower property taxes on multi-residential buildings, that lowering has to be passed on to tenants who currently pay 1/5 of their rent towards city taxes. You can also shift road dollars to housing relief, essentially delaying the repair construction to focus on a much more urgent crisis. And this crisis may well get much more urgent than it is already, given where things are going at this point. And use part of this money, I would argue, to make transit free, at least temporarily. So we're actually helping the people who are most affected and giving a bit back from those who are least affected and in most secure positions. This would be a good year to raise house taxes substantially, maybe on a temporary basis, and it would require an increase to the rebate to low-income owners that we already provide. Directly help the homeless. Get aggressive with gouging landlords. Open public buildings and churches as overnight shelters so no one has to sleep rough. And I'm sure there are churches in our city who are looking for financial assistance and would look favorably on the opportunity to play such a role. Directly help low-income people. Establish and fund community kitchens in public and nonprofit settings. And this is an ideal time to require that all new housing be at least 25% deeply affordable. So you have a number of steps that you could take. You have the financial wherewithal to do it, but you have to change your outlook from one of we're managing the city's funds to one of we're taking care of the people in our community. And if we put that latter in front and we say those who have have the biggest need are the ones that we should be giving the most assistance to rather than the other way around, then I think you may have some possibilities to make some real changes that would be helpful. And I'm agreeing with the other delegates that I've heard speak in terms of this intensity of the crisis and the inappropriateness of tearing down more encampments.
Thank you, Don. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
No speakers, so we're going to Matthew Higginson and then Montana Millette. Is Matthew here? There you are, Matthew.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir, but I lost your video. If that's okay, I'm okay too.
Okay, perfect. Well, glad that I could see you for a moment there. I'm just going to read off something for you guys, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, you're going to what?
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure my audio wasn't cutting out if my video did. I'm in sort of in between transit, if that's okay.
I see that. Go right ahead.
Okay, safely parked.
I hope you're not driving, correct?
Definitely not. Safely
Okay.
pulled over.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, city workers, council, and fellow people of Hamilton. I'm here today to address the motion before you for enhanced parks bylaw and encampment enforcement. I'd hoped to share a delegation in front of a building I pass by several times each week, a beautiful Gothic heritage building that gets multi-use. There are often dogs running near young folks as they learn to skateboard and roller skate, while families picnic and hang out under the shade of trees. This is not by design. The people just filled in the space that had been left empty by the school board. The building that could have been. A building that was put forward in a motion by a compassionate trustee who had a vision that it could be taken over by the city and transformed into housing. A building that was left on the table. A building that was instead sold off to the highest bidder for maximum profit. Delta High. As I passed by the last time, thinking about this motion, I counted the hundreds of windows that could have brought light into hundreds of homes. But the solution wasn't viable, not in the clear-minded view that it was not under the purview of the city. A disappointment to many that ostensibly are democratically elected representatives would rather see it not as a school to educate for the future or housing for folks today, but to be sold off for millions. And so I'm asking, where do those millions go? What could have been? And to consider this under the context of the wampum covenant that covers this land, the dish with one spoon that suggests we take what we need, leave enough for others, and when you go, make it seem as if you were never there. Not that we did nothing with our time or the place, but that we protected and preserved it for future generations. That could mean being innovative with the existing spaces and not just maximizing current profits. Take this story I recently heard from a passionate young student in a different municipality who wanted less landfill in his town. It was being overrun, he told us. He asked about a biodigester and was told that it just wouldn't be profitable enough and that he would have to instead live with the waste. Are we willing to put forward that same mentality for the people in our city? A profit-driven approach is definitely not Hamilton specific, but the alternatives could well be, and we could lead the way. But here we are, where it's just common sense that a converted church on Main at Wellington becomes unaffordable before it's even fully built, to be set aside for those who can afford such a luxury. A condo further down, just past Gage, has tiny units that will maximize profits while neighbors are being squeezed out, literally escorted out of that public park next door. That took 4 police officers, several vehicles, 2 bylaw officers, and several city workers just to move that person and not even be able to confirm if they had a safe place to go. A house up the block goes for nearly $1 million, but a houseless neighbor who can't access the escarpment because of disability wants to rent and says that they can't find a 2-bedroom for under $1,500 in this city and is going to be pushed there out to the escarpment anyway. To quote Marilyn Hay, we need to restructure our economy from being focused on and enabling profit, where healthcare, education, infrastructure, safety nets, public transit, and things like that are not just viewed as costs to cut, but instead we can start promoting a care economy, one that emphasizes investments in people and communities, not the highest returns for our own oligarchs. We can certainly think creatively about how to maximize housing. And I was glad to see you folks on council vote to maintain the existing urban boundary. Another step might be to stop public-private funding, or P3s, that flow tax dollars out of our city and into the private pockets. To look back beyond the 1970s and look towards interest-free loans that the Bank of Canada could provide to fund government-led projects, to provide city-owned non-market housing, a solution that could solve in part this so-called housing crisis.
Matthew, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Please don't write these off as half-baked ideas or simply new residents importing leftist ideas. I bring these up because we don't seem to have a solution, not one that, at least based on the conversations that I truly hope you have heard, not just here today, but on social media and directly from encampment residents. And it is unjust to chase folks out of the city 7 days a week with seemingly no end to the additional resources that may take. And all of this nearly immediately when an encampment is found. Could we not invest that money in care? Is the problem really so upsetting that we, the people, cannot face it? Is it that we can't stare the failures of our social safety net and our housing priorities in the face any longer? I ask you to please vote against this motion until a long-term solution that includes recognizing housing as the human right that it is and our obligation as a society. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matthew. Right at 5 minutes. Really appreciate that. So, and I'm glad you're not driving, and be safe. Thank you.
Safety first. Thank you.
Montana, Millette, and then Blake McCall. Montana?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Maybe you might want to get a little closer, though. You're a little muffled.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you better. Thank you.
All right. So I'll start now. I'm Montana. I live in Ward 3, and I'm here to plead to councillors to vote no to motion 11.3. I'm here to show support to my unhoused neighbors and stand with my fellow residents that are against violent displacement through evictions. It makes me sad and angry that time and time again, constituents have to come to the table to reiterate the same concepts to the councillors who don't understand. Not only are you wasting our time, but you're also wasting your time. More folks are falling through the cracks and even dying. By supporting encampment evictions, you are supporting violence. The city wastes time, money, and valuable resources tearing down encampments, violently displacing residents over and over again, when all that time and money and resources could be allotted to ensuring they have safe, accessible, and free housing. We're always meeting the councillors where they are at, bending over backwards to prove to you that our unhoused neighbors deserve to have a choice. What about meeting them where they're at? None of what I'm saying is new. You were supposed to have heard it multiple times before, and you'll be listening to for now almost 40 plus people here today. I shouldn't have to come up here and call on my city councillors to have a basic human decency to respect unhoused folks' choices. Residents have valid reasons not to accept solutions being offered by the city, reasons that have already been covered in length through previous delegations. We even heard earlier today from Tiffany Singh about all the gaps and issues regarding affordable housing. So if there is no free and affordable housing, then councillors shouldn't be supporting the violent displacement of residents since there are no other options. By continuously giving us a reason to come to these meetings rather than actually doing the work to fix the problem that create these circumstances to begin with, I'll reiterate, it wastes the city's time, money, and valuable resources tearing down these encampments, violently displacing residents over and over again when it could be allotted to ensuring they have safe, free, and accessible housing. Take a break forever on violently evicting folks from the only place that they've found to stay. Reallocate funds from evictions and policing to provide free housing and listen to folks who have the experience. They should be leading the way. Please vote no to the proposed motion. Thanks. Nothing else to say.
Thank you, Montana. And thanks for being with us today. And I see Blake has popped in. That's wonderful. So Montana, if you don't mind, you can exit the meeting. Thank you so much. And then Gabriel Barabo will be after Blake. So Blake, go ahead. Your 5 minutes starts.
Thanks to the members of the Planning Committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Blake McCall, and I'm a homeowner in Hamilton in Ward 4, and coming to speak to you today against the motion on encampment evictions. I find this motion cruel, harmful, and not becoming of the city that I want to live in. From an outsider's view, this motion, along with other aspects of the city's policies around affordable housing and homelessness.
Chair, excuse me, Chair.
Just a minute, Blake.
Bureaucratic processes.
Blake,
Yep.
I'm sorry, you're cutting in and out, and I just noticed it more so after Councillor Wilson brought it to my attention. We really want to hear everything you have to say. So can you go back a few sentences, please?
Chair, may I suggest that the delegate maybe turn off the video, and that might help. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. That's what some of our councillors do too. They shut off the video because the broadband's not as strong. So it helps it become stronger. Thank you, Blake.
No problem. Okay, so from an outsider's view, this motion, along with other aspects of the city's housing policies, seem to be based on long-winded bureaucratic processes, far removed from what is actually happening on the ground. It is the wrong approach. It is not only wrong because that it doesn't work, as we have seen and we've heard from multiple delegations here today. It is wrong in that it strips humanity away from our unhoused neighbors. It turns them into this abject other as undesirable and not wanted, and allows for decision makers to hide behind logics of, oh, well, the law is the law. Oh, well, the other cities do this, so we should do this as well. Therefore, our hands are tied, as if you can't possibly make other decisions and make other choices. The bureaucracy that this motion hide behind removes the unhoused right to exist and make choices over their own life. And in place of this paternalistic attitude that the city, replace the paternalistic attitude, the city will make good decisions that are best for them because the city knows best. And then the city makes those decisions will be enforced by the brutality and violence by police and city staff safely outside of the decision makers. And is this attempt to remove humanity of folks struggling in our city really so important that council has to vote on it not once but twice? How is it that the city is so happy to spend thousands on each and every eviction? Isn't that money better spent on real housing solutions, on landlord accountability, on anti-rent evictions, on addiction support and then treatment? For me personally, I just have never understand the outrage around encampments. Like, I've never personally felt unsafe around houseless folks, be that in a shared park or when somebody's on the street and they ask me for change. I have felt uncomfortable being in my own privilege of security of my life and when confronted by such unrelenting poverty. But feeling uncomfortable is not the same as feeling unsafe or actual material being unsafe. However, in the past month, I have felt unsafe on my own street, where a neighbor has been flying the flag of a violent white supremacist organization, Diagolon. You might remember them. They were some of the folks who were arrested at the Coutts border blockade with massive amounts of arms. There's somebody on my street who is flying a flag in support of this organization, where he feels he can blatantly tell everyone who's paying attention that he believes violence is the solution to create an all-white state. I have contacted my city councilor and the mayor 3 weeks ago about this and never heard anything from them. Unfortunately, they are not in this meeting to speak to this, but it brings up the broader range of priorities that the city is showing through this motion and other actions. If I can complain about being uncomfortable when I see someone trying to survive in a park, and immediately city resources are going to be activated to remove that discomfort with little regard if that houseless person is in a safer place. But when I report a real concern of someone actively showing support for violence towards my family, towards my friends, towards my community, then there's radio silence. How is that okay? I don't think it is, and I think people should try to reassess their priorities. You know, as a parting note, I just want to say, like, I think if we see folks who are looking around the world and wondering that why people are losing so much faith in their institutions or in the governance, and you know, some people generally probably blame social media for that, but it's not the whole picture. It's the decisions that we are making right now that you elected officials are making right now that seems to brutalize members of the community while letting real material problems that are impacting our day-to-day life go with little concern. Those decisions are what kill our faith in this current governance model.
So Blake, 1 more minute, please.
Do the right thing. Kill this motion.
Thank you. So Blake, you can exit the meeting now. Gabrielle Barabo, and then Mary Love is up next. So Gabrielle, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, sir. Is this Gabrielle?
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Your 5 minutes starts now, sir.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Gabriel. I'm in Ward 3. I'm here with a lot of my other friends from the Hamilton community to say that this proposal obviously needs to be shut down. I'm going to skip a lot of what I was going to say to save time because I wouldn't want to exhaust any more counselors. I know a day's work is hard, and like so many, I took a day off work to be here. So, but I would like to point out how ironic it is that this country is proudly accepting displaced people who are being pushed out of their homes in the Ukraine by violence, while this city has a proposal on the table to show up with flak jackets and guns to the meager shelters of the most vulnerable in this city, literally to tell them you can't exist here, this is our land. Friday, the next teardown is scheduled in the ward I live in, targeting a disabled individual with a prosthetic leg who hasn't been able to walk all winter. Lacking sufficient mobility, they're certainly going to lose most of their belongings and what they need to survive at the hands of this city. So with this in mind, I'm wondering how the councillors could find pride in the decision to approve this proposal. My neighborhood had 12 kids who played in the streets when I moved here. I talked with them often and they were my friends, and within 2 years, they're all gone, all evicted. Houses sold for double what they were the year before. Several I know to have ended up in shelters, all racialized, some now separated from their parents. Their families dependent on ODSP, which we all know cannot cover rent in this city. I just got news another one of my neighbors, a senior citizen, is being evicted after living in their house for 25 years. They too have no hope of covering the new rent, and wait times are way too long. I'm terrified for them because I know what systems are in place to catch them, and these systems are completely inadequate as presented by the many who have delegated before me. So I'm just asking, turn this down and fix the real problem.
Thank you for joining us today. So Mary Long, and then we have, sorry? Oh, I worked with Mary Long. That's why I keep saying her name. I apologize. Mary Love, and then C.A. Clapison is up next. So Mary Love, my apologies.
It's not the first time, Councillor Johnson.
Did I do this to you before?
No, you're not the first person, I mean. Now, can you see me as well as hear me?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Oh, great, thank you. I had a video prepared, but I didn't realize that we were not supposed to address people individually. So I was lucky, I had time to rewrite it. So unfortunately, it won't have the production qualities of the video. Have a couple.
Let me know when you're ready, and then let me know when you're ready, and we'll start the 5 minutes.
Some have a place to live and they all right back. Tear down encampments and they never look back. Just like a river that don't know where it's flowing, the city took a wrong turn and it just kept going. Tell me why the haughty hearts, tell me why the haughty hearts ain't got no money, then you play no part. There's far too many haughty hearts Camp set up in a downtown park, shelters full and too many rules. Y'all took the protocol and ripped it apart. Now here we are delegating again, 'cause there's too many haughty hearts. There's too many haughty hearts. Ain't got no money, then you play no part. That talk comes from a far too haughty heart. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Everybody needs a place to rest. Everybody wants to have a home. When will you listen when somebody says, ain't nobody like to be homeless? Tell me why the haughty heart. Tell me why the haughty heart. Ain't got no money, then you play no part. Please examine those far too haughty hearts. Shelter's a right, not a privilege, Jack. Stop tearing down folks' tents and shacks. Switch your focus from tear down to build up. That human right has to be fulfilled. Tear down a tent, you disturb our life. Already had enough pain and strife. There's no housing most of us can afford. When the heck you gonna get on board? 'Cause everybody's got a hungry heart. Everybody's got a hungry heart. Ain't got no money, still can play your part. 'Cause everybody's got a hungry heart. Madam Chair, why the haughty hearts? Madam Chair, why the haughty hearts? Ain't got no money, then you play no parts? Madam Chair, why the far too haughty hearts? What good does a haughty heart do? What good does a haughty heart do? Ain't got no money? Then you play no part? Gotta ditch those far too haughty hearts. Gotta ditch those far too haughty hearts. Please ditch those far too haughty hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
All right. So we have C.A. Clapison and then Roa Mohammed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure. Dear Madam Chair and members of the Planning Committee, my name is C.A. Clapison. My pronouns are they and them, he if you must, please not she. And I'm here to share my perspective on motion 11.3 as a resident of Ward 2, a parent, and an evaluator. Early in this pandemic, the phrase, "we're all in this together," became commonplace. It brought us comfort, I think, a story about who we are as a society, people who take care of each other as best we can, even strangers. I imagine it must be difficult to have been in government in these last 2 years of an extended, unprecedented, and ongoing crisis. Needs are high and resources are limited. In such conditions, we demonstrate who we are largely by how we treat other people, how we show that we are all in this together. I'm lucky to own a home in the Corktown neighborhood and to be able to easily walk to the rail trail when I need a break from working at home on the computer. I'm only in a position to own a home in Hamilton because I had help along the way. Yes, I've worked hard like most people, but my circumstances are due significantly to the conditions and supports around me and not by merit alone. I grew up in Hamilton in a single-parent household. We were on social assistance for a time. Family members helped. Fast forward some time, and I was able to buy a home with my then spouse with financial help from her parents. If we hadn't bought at the time we did, I doubt we would have been able to afford a home here at all. Some part of the circumstances we find ourselves in is arbitrary. If the opportunities and supports I've received weren't there when they were, and I found myself sleeping rough because it seemed the best option in difficult circumstances, would I be someone who deserved to have my remaining shelter and few belongings thrown out and told to move on? But back to the rail trail. Earlier in the pandemic, I saw tents in various places along the trail on my walks, Occasionally people would come in or out, but mostly I just saw the tents, sometimes on their own, sometimes a few together. Each time I would come back to find one gone, I would wonder, where did they go? The best case scenario would, of course, be to safe, secure, affordable housing, but everyone in this meeting knows that the supply of such places is short. Now I notice tents a little farther up the escarpment, farther from the road, farther from other neighbors. When schools were closed, my child in grade 3 would walk with me. Never have I felt unsafe around encampments in my neighborhood. Never have I felt my child's safety was at risk in any way around those encampments. The motion in front of you speaks to the increase in encampments after a previous version of this bylaw was put in place in August 2021. I've done some evaluation work in my career, including for the City of Hamilton, and from an evaluation perspective, taking more of an action that leads us further from the goal is not a direction supported by evidence. With high need and limited resources, such resources as exist should be directed towards points of intervention that are effective. This motion also conveys that Hamilton should do what everybody else is doing because everybody else is doing it. Because other municipalities enforce their bylaws and tear down encampments, we should too. It also notes that the bylaw was deemed legally valid, but that does not make it right. This city's vision is to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully. No part of that vision is possible without a stable home. In my view, the proposed motion does not move our city closer to this vision, but decidedly further away. By stepping up enforcement to 7 days a week, by giving no more than 72 hours notice for someone to pack up and move, this motion suggests investing limited resources into practices that are both ineffective and cruel. People living in encampments are suffering the worst of the consequences of decades of policy failures at multiple orders of government. We should not be surprised that encampments are increasing, particularly given what we know about how the airborne virus of this pandemic spreads in congregate settings like shelters. Does the City of Hamilton have all the resources and jurisdictional powers needed to adequately address the housing crisis on its own? Of course not. But surely there are more effective uses of municipal tax dollars than stepping up an approach to homelessness that essentially says, not here. Throwing the belongings of neighbors who are trying to survive difficult conditions, not camping, as this bylaw says, into the garbage over and over again conveys a message that these neighbors are not people worthy of care or dignity. Is this who we are? Is this getting us closer to being the best place to raise a child and age successfully? Are we all in this together? I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I was just going to say you have to wrap it up, but you did beautifully. Thank you. Seeing no speakers, thank you very much for joining us today. So we have Roa Mohammed and Marcy Evin. I'm so sorry. I'm horrible at this. McAveen? There we go. Roa's here. Am I saying your name right?
It's Roa. Thank you. Let me know when I can begin.
Can you do me a favor, please? Just speak closer to the microphone.
Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, we'll just have to be really careful. I may get you to speak up, only because I'm getting old. Go ahead.
Okay.
Your 5 minutes start now. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Roa Mohammed. I am a resident of Ward 2 and my educational background is in health sciences. I'm here to speak against motion 11.3. There are two very different types of respect for a person as a human being and respect for a person as an authority. But because we use the word respect for both, people often talk as if they were the same thing. So for example, when someone in authority says, if you don't respect me, I won't respect you, what they're actually saying and justifying is, if you don't respect me as an authority, I won't respect you as a human being with the right to involvement in civic discourse without being silenced or shut down. This respectability politics can also be deployed by this council to control the actions of and rationalize the harm done to marginalized groups, including unhoused people and people who show up to advocate or to delegate here. There have been claims that this motion, 11.3, will be making Hamilton consistent with other municipalities. This just shows that we are not striving for real solutions for our city, but instead following in the footsteps of other municipalities that have wasted more and more money on policing to violently remove people with zero results. These places still have unhoused people, These places still have encampments, and they have not improved their situations at all. So why would you be looking to come in line with other municipalities when they have not had success? And when you claim to have a housing first strategy? I've seen personally in my work at watching an encampment eviction, Hamilton police officers hold an unhoused man down as he had a seizure, then calmly throw away his belongings and suggest that he and his girlfriend move to the escarpment. This is not a rumor, this is an actual fact. People are regularly being asked by Hamilton police while their encampments are being torn down to move into the escarpment. How can this council constantly claim to be putting forward humane solutions while this is happening? There's nothing humane about asking people to move into the woods farther away from sight and support. And working in food security in this council in this city over this past 2 years, thousands of people living in all of your wards have made requests for food, menstrual products, diapers. Your constituents regularly have to make a choice between paying rent, having food, and paying the rest of their bills, and medical care. And so many of your constituents, thousands, are this close to becoming unhoused. So the further down you push this, and the less you invest in actually fixing the problem and in housing, and the more you invest in enforcing and in policing, which always happens violently, the more this is going to become an issue. There's still going to be more and more unhoused people. It's not solving any part of the crisis. Through the chair, the councillor who has brought forward this motion has said to constituents in his ward, my ward, that no other councillors brought forward a motion or amendment to the bylaw to permit encampments. He said that if they had, he would have considered it. So consider it now. This city continues to prioritize funding policing over funding housing. Defund encampment evictions and violent policing and fund housing. It's a very straight line. It's very simple. Other constituents have pointed it out today in their delegations. You hear from people doing this frontline work that 90% of unhoused people get turned away because of restrictions at shelters. So clearly the services that people need do not exist. And instead of investing in those services, we are investing in further violent enforcement of encampment evictions. It simply doesn't make sense. And to say that it falls in line with any kind of housing first strategy is simply untrue. With any kind of humane strategy is simply untrue. And to say that people are going to have, thank you, that people are going to have adequate supports and be provided housing is simply untrue. Short stays are not adequate housing. This council needs to do better and needs to stop policing people out in the encampments and hear when they come to speak to you. Because at the end of the day, the council works for us and the police should work for us, but that's not how any of that works. And so therefore we need to divest immediately from policing and invest in housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Roa. Next up, I have Marcy McEleveen and Jaden LaValle. Oh, there you are. Marcy, please tell me what your name is. I've been trying to hit 100%.
It's Marcy McElveen, sorry. Don't worry, when I wrote an affidavit.
It's the two E's. The two E's threw me off.
It's the two E's. For some reason, there's a P in my name when it shows up. I have no idea. It's MCILVEEN.
Wow.
Some of you may have seen it if you
glad
read
you're
any.
Here.
Some of you may have seen that when you read any court documents around.
And I love the purple.
Thank you. To start, I'm going to start by saying those of you who do know me, a few of you on here probably do. I think a lot of you have gotten emails from me as I try to get people into shelter. I think I've seen Edward on here. I'm sure he's gotten lots of emails from me recently as well. I'm not big on statistics. I'm not big on numbers. I think everybody throws them around. Everybody has a different interpretation of what's happened, what's not happened, and what the stats say. I've read recently in the past 2 years about people that have been housed by the city, by outreach, by the intensive case management pilot at Vanier Towers. And although those programs and shelters are good for the people they work for, we don't hear the city say how many of those people have been evicted. I know people that have been housed in the past 2 years, including someone seen today, who have lost housing within a year. Because we give them housing, we put them into these programs, and then we fail to support them. One person I just ran into about 2 hours ago or an hour ago as I was leaving a clinic I was working at said, Marcy, why did they tell me I had to go into this program? I've now been evicted, and it's just one more place that won't accept me. They were in a city housing building, and it didn't work out because they weren't ready. They didn't want to be housed. They had told outreach they did not want to be housed, and they were made feel like that was the only option because they couldn't be outside. I'm not here to debate what's right, what's wrong, what's going well, what's not, what the solutions are. I was at and I witnessed and I seen a vote on a table, a motion, I don't know what the exact wording was, for there to congregate or set up a table where people could sit together and work through this. I believe it was Councillor Nan that brought that motion forward. I think it was the emergency service sector meeting or whatever. I don't know what the words are, I'm sorry. And I've since talked to Edward John and Narinder Nana about that table and about being part of that because I and unhoused residents want to sit down and have these conversations. I've tried to reach out to different councillors and to sit down and talk about what's happening, and I've gotten no response. Unfortunately, that isn't new. I'm from the city of Ottawa. As some of you know my story, I've lived rough off and on since age 11 until 33. I'm grateful for the fact that I was supported by the Hamilton shelter system when I first came to this city. And I have not had to sleep rough in this city. I would not want to, the way people that are deprived of housing are treated. We compare it to other cities, and yes, other cities enforce, and I'm not here to say what's good, what's bad, but if we're not willing to look at what's happening and take responsibility, if we can't meet the needs with the resources we have, we need to let people meet their own needs. And if that is to sleep in a tent in a park, so be it, right? Like, honestly, I don't know why the visibility of homelessness matters more to people on this call or elsewhere than the reality of homelessness. It's not a tent that creates has people living rough. I remember 2 years ago in 2020, I gave out a bunch of tents and I was accused of fabricating homelessness. I was accused of encouraging people to live on the street instead of a tent shelter. I spent an hour this morning trying to get someone into shelter, but the shelters are full, right? Am I going to tell that person now, okay, now you have to go sleep on a park bench because you can't put a tent up? Does that make them any less human? Does that change the fact they're deprived of housing? And to talk more about, because we've heard stories and everybody has stories about homelessness and about shelter and about success and about people passing away and all those things and what's right and what's not right. I think the main point is I believe, and I'm sorry if this crosses the line about personal, this is in no way an attack. I believe the meeting I talked about people voting on a motion to set a table where people would discuss a solution to homelessness. I believe, Councillor Farr, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair, you approved that motion to have that table convene. And now, less than 2 months later, that table hasn't convened, and we're talking about kicking people out in 72 hours. Let's give that table a chance to meet before we decide the fate of people that have nowhere to go, because I'm not here to tell you your shelter system's broken. I'm here to say that this morning I tried to get one person in. Yesterday I tried to get 3 people in, and the doors are closed.
Marcy, one more minute, please.
So again, it's not about the visibility of homelessness. I know it doesn't look great to see a bunch of tents in a park. But the fact of the matter is, take the tents away. People are still in a park. Doesn't matter if they're sleeping on a bench or in a tent. Deprived of housing is deprived of housing. And it's not up to the city. I know there's been arguments that it's the provincial government that needs to step in. It's the federal government. Granted, it's all of those people. It's me as a person that lives next to someone that's outside. It's my responsibility to show up for that person, and I do my best to do that. But until we can show up and have solutions and have space, let people be people, please.
Thank you, Marcy. I appreciate that. So thank you. Councillor Wilson's waving. Hang in there, Marcy. Councillor Wilson, you're on.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. McElveen. Thank you for being here. I think one of the things that, and I'll include myself, struggle with is the definition of humane. You know, we like to say we're going to move people to a more humane option. And I mean, I've seen programs exploring this on TVO and other platforms and trying to read about it and putting our head in the space of that a temporary housing situation, a shelter bed, for example, for some folks is not a humane option, and or they don't want to go there. Or it's not the right option for them because of their circumstance. And I have read about you in the newspapers, and I would like to know if you would be prepared to share that insight, given your background and given what you do now, in trying to help me with that, if you could. And I know there's no one example, but generally, thank you through the chair.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead, sorry.
All this like stuff works. I don't, like I said, there's not one example. I can only share my own experience. I've been asked so many times, tokenistically and otherwise, to speak for the people that are deprived of housing in Hamilton because I have relationships with them or I've met them. Everybody's situation is different, right? What I've walked through may look similar on the outside to people looking in as someone else, but my experience with that situation is different. As I said, I was an 11-year-old runaway because CIS wasn't a place I wanted to be, right? And didn't feel safe or whatever. And the shelter system, like you said, like it doesn't fit for everybody. I was in some shelters that were great. I ended up in the shelter I lived in Hamilton when I came. To be completely honest, I was pretty much kicked out of the city of Ottawa due to my behavior. I was one of those people who, if you gave me a VI SPDAT score, probably would have scored a 20, even though that's not possible. I am restricted from housing providers in Ottawa, Ontario. I'm not proud of that. Don't say it to brag, but say it to say that what I was is not who I am. And what changed is I was given a chance. Someone just let me be me. And they didn't tell me what to do. They didn't kick me out when I got here. So I ended up in Womankind as a direct result of substance use and not wanting to be substance free. It just sort of somehow happened. And I thank the city of Hamilton for that. Not necessarily any individual. I came here for a fresh start. But what happens is when you access shelter, and it's all about experience, right? The person I talked to today for Ferguson Encampment, we all know Ferguson Encampment existed. It was like the bane of the court injunction and all that stuff. And there was people, and we talk about the people that were housed out of there, and we talk about how many, I think there was a newspaper article about how many times the paramedics went and how many times the police went and all that stuff. We don't see newspaper articles about the families that showed up and brought food. We don't see articles about the people that came every day to support people. I don't know why those articles don't get published. They should. Ferguson Encampment had a lot of people, and there was one person there who refused to access shelter. The very last day, right? I think a big, huge teardown of that. And still has not accessed shelter. And today they came to me and said, I want to get inside. 2 years. 2 years. It was June 2020. So 19 months, no shelter, don't want shelter, don't care, throw my tent out, I'm not going inside. Today they want to go inside and there's no space. How do we walk with someone through their journey? We show up every day, meet people where they're at, and we're told by city management, city staff, there's these other options, right? There's shelter options, there's this option, there's that option. We have these programs. But then when the person's ready for the program, the door is closed. Mm-hmm. I guarantee you, if I go see that person tomorrow, they're not going to ask to go inside. I don't know if that answers the question at all. And I think that's the point of this table that was called, that one day will hopefully happen. I don't know if that table will still convene if this motion is passed. It seems kind of redundant to sit at a table discussing solutions when we're spending extra money sending police in 7 days a week to kick people out. Well, we're sitting at a table from our nice little homes on Zoom discussing how to help people. But yeah, it's a journey. It's a journey, and it's a hard journey, and everybody's experience is different. But what changed for me and got me from being the person that got kicked out of a city based on my behavior, based on the fact there was no more resources. I'd been to detox too many times. I'd been to every treatment center in Ottawa. I'd been to every shelter, and I'd been to every housing provider, and they shut the door because of my behavior. Not because they're, I'm not gonna say the word because it's a group meeting and it's online, but because of my actions, right? Whether they were my fault or not, I have a disability. I suffer from substance use disorder, attention deficit disorder, and PTSD. I still take responsibility that I got kicked out of those places based on my action. Right? I was violent. I was aggressive. I was the person that didn't accept help, whatever. But what changed is I came here and no one knew that.
Thank you, Marcy. So, Councillor Wilson, that's well over 5 minutes. But
Sorry,
I'll leave it.
I did not.
No, Marcy, it's very important.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. So, thanks again, Marcy, for joining us today. So now we have Jaden, and then we have Miriam Sager. So Jaden LaValle, there you are.
Hi.
Please tell me I'm saying your name right. I'm probably not.
Jadine.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jadine.
Tanse, listed TK, Papam, Dishinakashon, Ipapama Chibuya, Aindanli, Kachawana Stipu, Chiu, me Mama, Fox Creek, Nawakan, Hamilton, Newakan, Elio Tape Miswak. My name is Jadine. I'm Mitchell half-breed.
Thank you for that, Jadine. Thank you for that. Can you just speak up a little bit louder now? But I really appreciate that greeting. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I see you're busy, so I guess you can't get as closer than you can. So go ahead. Anything helps.
I said, my name is Jadine. I'm a Mitchell half-breed. I'm a decade-long Hamilton renter and a new mom. And for the last 3 years, I've lived in the Lansdale neighborhood in Hamilton. Before that, I was in Barton Village. And before that, I lived in Durand. I moved to Hamilton to get out of an abusive relationship, and I couldn't afford to live anywhere else when I moved here. But I really love living in my neighborhood now, and I love living in Hamilton. However, neither me or my partner, either on our own or together, even though we both work, can afford to buy a house in this city anymore. Like, we still love living here and we're committed to staying, even though we also live kind of in constant fear of being kicked out of a rental unit, as do like most of our friends. This is still a city that we feel really committed to, and between us, we've lived here for over 25 years. However, last fall, in this neighborhood that I do like, a pretty significant conflict erupted in a park right near my house regarding a long-standing encampment that was existing there. I live right near J.C. Beamer Park. It was a park that I took my dog for a walk in every single day before he died last year. It's a park that I'll probably sit with my baby this summer, all summer. In the summer, it's just filled with big families having like really large picnics and a bunch of rowdy kids in the splash pad. But there's like lots of people that use that park. And some of those people were folks who didn't have a place to live. And they had made a pretty like significantly entrenched home in the back section. But I would say hi to them when I walk past during the day. I often asked if they needed anything. Sometimes me and a couple other neighbors would drop off a tarp to them or get them in touch with another group that could provide them with like maybe a new tent or something else that they needed. I wasn't afraid of them. I didn't find that they caused any trouble, at least no more trouble than all the other people who lived in homes in this neighborhood. And they were just trying to get by like everyone else. But some of my other neighbors harassed them. One lady liked to go by early in the morning and shake their tents while they were sleeping. and yell at them to move, to get out of the park. Some of my other neighbors that live across the street from me actually shot fireworks into their tent during one of the long weekends. People could be generally really nasty. None of those people face any consequences for the things that they did. However, one morning a small fire broke out in one of the tents. I'm sure you all know this story by now. A man who lived there named Halal lost most of his belongings, but the city used it as an excuse to then go in and evict all the people that were living there. They said it was a safety issue. I can tell you right now that nearly a month before that, my next door neighbor had a huge garbage fire in their front yard, and me and all of the neighbors on the street had to run out with garden hoses and fire extinguishers from our kitchen and put it out ourselves. It almost burnt down at least one or two houses of block if we hadn't acted so fast. But no one tried to kick them out of their place. I think it really illustrated to me the way that unhoused people and poor people are treated so differently than more privileged Hamiltonians. I found it really sad. It's not like this was like a huge eye-opening moment for me. Like I said, I've lived in this city for a really long time, and I see the way people are treated here.
One more
But
minute,
frankly, it
JD.
was just really opportunistic and kind of despicable of the city to take that moment to try to evict all those people. And the housing problem in Hamilton is really laid bare these days. I've heard a lot of people talk about it already on here. You have to make a certain salary to be considered human, and that salary keeps climbing. Me and my partner don't make bad money. He's in the trades. I often have like these office jobs. It's still not enough to actually like really like make any gains in the city anymore. And people have been raising this concern for a really long time. And it's not fallen on ears that are unable to hear, but that are just unwilling to care. So you know, if you're not willing to meaningfully address the housing crisis in Hamilton, which would look like providing free housing to all the people who call the city home, then like at the very least, you can just stop evicting people trying to survive by like living in Hamilton Park. Just because they're not enriching some parasitic landlord on the block doesn't make them any less worthy of living in my neighborhood.
JD,
They're
you're
solving
on your
problems that you refuse
JD.
to
Sorry
solve.
for interrupting you. Sorry for interrupting you. You're on your 5 minutes, so if you could just wrap up, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, sure. No worry. I have like
Thank
3
you.
sentences left. They're basically just trying to solve a problem that you guys are not solving, which is like finding themselves somewhere they can afford to live. And this motion that's up right now doesn't do anything to make the problem go away. It just hides it more from wealthy eyes. And quite frankly, these policies just pit Hamiltonians against Hamiltonians. They commit tiers of citizens, you know, homeowners, renters, people that don't pay rent. And it encourages people to snitch on poor people and send cops to tear down their homes. So, you know, I would really like to keep living in the city. I would like to be proud to live here and also like have it be a place where I would want to raise my kid. So you guys have at least a little bit to do with making that happen or not happen. So please vote no, strike down this motion. Let's not cause any more harm than's already been caused.
Thank you for joining us today, especially how busy you are. We have Miriam Sager, and then we have Becky Katz. So is Marion there? Oh, there you are. Oh, we lost you. There you are. You're muted now, so we just have to unmute yourself. Bottom left-hand corner, I think.
Am I muted now?
There you are.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, clerk and staff and members of the community. I feel like, oh, my name is Miriam Sager. I live in Ward 1. After Jadine, I feel I don't have much to add, but I do, I guess, my own perspective. I should say that I am housed. I'm speaking from the comfort of my home. I have Wi-Fi. I can talk to you. People who are living in the parks actually need advocates at this point to address you because they don't have the means. There's not going to be that table to sit down together and be heard. And there's great advocates, clearly, but it's not quite the same as hearing from people directly. Also, I should say that I'm here as a settler. and we're discussing parks that are on stolen land. And I understand that a lot of the unhoused population in the parks are actually Indigenous people. So we're just extending the genocide of Indigenous people in this land. I was so proud of our city council for daring to take leadership about urban sprawl in Ontario. I thought that was an amazing, courageous step that our city councillors, including you, have taken. And now I feel profound shame and disappointment about using what other municipalities are doing as an excuse to perpetuate and exacerbate cruelty of our society towards the most marginalized. I grew up in a young and poor, much poorer land that had a strong safety net and a strong feeling of social solidarity and caring for each other more than caring about people's property and how much money they had and how much taxes they could pay. Everyone had a roof, even though everyone had less, and still were inequalities. I didn't realize then how precious it was until I visited Canada for the first time, coming back after my childhood here. In the winter of 1983, I saw people sleeping on the sidewalk in Toronto, and I just remember how stunned I was. Like, how could that be? And in a country that's so rich and with such a punishing climate, people sleeping outdoors. And I think we've come to take that for granted, that some people will just be not housed, and somehow that's okay. It's actually not. And I understand that Hamilton is actually deep in debt and doesn't have the resources to solve this problem on its own. And until cooperation is figured out with other levels of government to actually find permanent solutions for people, I still think it's the city's responsibility to help find at least temporary solutions, temporary shelter, rather than stealing and destroying people's tents and meager belongings. The city should provide some kind of temporary shelter. Tents, I don't know, a steel frame of some sort, and temporary bathrooms and running water, and meet people's actual needs. So whether it's public health and addiction services, food, shelter. It's very nice that citizens are doing that, and we have wonderful encampment support network. We're doing incredible work. That's actually, I would expect my city council to take that on as a responsibility, rather than hounding these people down like animals to be chased away from one park to another, to the escarpment, to places that are entirely unsafe. And we've heard enough today, I think, enough evidence to know that the shelters are really not a solution for most people.
Miriam, one more minute, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There've been some combatant responses and some angry and maybe aggressive responses. Well, how would you feel if you were being persecuted by the authorities rather than aided, when you were abandoned by society and left alone in a park? I'm kind of a timid person, but I think under those circumstances, I would not be smiling and saying thank you to any city worker who walked by. We're actually not better human beings than any of them. We're not more deserving. We're not more entitled. Random circumstances and privilege, and maybe the grace of God, if you will, but whatever it is, if not for that, we could be there too. And I think we have to remember our humanity and theirs, and figure out how to de-escalate and assist until we can find permanent solutions. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Miriam. Appreciate you reminding the time. So we have Becky Katz and then Sarah Dawson. Becky, thank you for joining us.
Hello, everybody. I'm so nervous.
Oh, please don't be.
Well,
Don't be.
I can't help it, but I'm just going to read from my Google Doc.
All right,
Hi.
you do that.
Oh, is it all right if I start? Okay, I'm starting.
Okay, big breath. First, big breath. And now you may start when you're finished.
Hi, my name is Becky Katz, and I am a constituent of Ward 2. I'm delegating today to speak up against Motion 11.3 put forward by Councillor Farr that will make it impossible for a houseless person to get any sleep in our city. Earlier this morning in the Planning Committee, a member of council was heard saying that he didn't want to hear 45 delegates say the same thing. I wonder if this is simply because he doesn't agree with what they're saying. If 45 Hamiltonians are taking the time to say the same thing, then perhaps the least you could do is listen. Despite my extensive experience in high school dramaturgy, I'm not really comfortable addressing you here today because of my stage fright, but I am doing it anyway because there are so many people living outside with no access to the technology needed in order to be here today to speak up for themselves. I'm going to start by telling you about a dream I had last night, and I think it had to do with speaking today. So, like, the waking life intercepts my dream world. It was actually a nightmare in which I was a city worker, getting ready for my shift, where I was tasked to go out to a park, dismantle an encampment, and toss everyone's tents and belongings into the dumpster, no questions asked. I'm grateful that this is not my actual job, but horrified that it is the job of many Hamiltonians. Rather than housing the homeless, the city uses its vast resources, time, and money to chase homeless humans into the woods so to make it seem as though we don't have a severe housing crisis on our hands. To make it seem like people aren't dying from exposure and neglect, to make it seem as though Hamilton is worthy of its exceedingly high-priced real estate. Hamilton is a city that is always making a name for itself. It used to be famous for its steel, its donuts, and its waterfalls, but now Hamilton lives in infamy for being the third least affordable city in North America. A report that came out last year claimed that it's more expensive to live here than it is to live in New York City or Los Angeles somehow. So with housing precarity and the cost of living at an all-time high, we see more and more people being pushed out of their homes. The most terrifying part is that things seem to be only getting worse. More dire and dire yet. The worst is yet to come. In addition to Hamilton being extremely unaffordable, it is also gaining notoriety for being a total sham of a city, a farce, where we clean up the streets before a big game or event to present to the out-of-towners as though it is always pristine. Hiding the crisis by tearing down encampments one after the other, coercing people to move into the escarpment, throwing their only belongings in the dumpster, treating them as if they are not people worthy of compassion and respect. This is not a city I am proud of. Why does the city criminalize homeless people for not having anywhere else to go? How does this motion confront the crisis? How on earth does it treat the root cause of the problem? And by referring to it as camping, as if it were for leisure and not survival, is gross and willful negligence. People are living in these parks because they are desperate. Do you think they want to be living outside during cold alerts? During heavy rainfalls, to be wet and freezing a lot of the time? If people are choosing this option over going to a shelter, it is painfully obvious that the shelter system does not function as it's meant to. I'm under the impression that our city council care deeply about this city and that they have the integrity it takes to run this city. Please vote against this motion to prove that you have the integrity it takes to run this city, because to vote in favor of this motion is to be spitting in the face of integrity.
1 more minute, Becky.
That's it.
You got over your nervousness. Way to go. Hey, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Sarah Dawson, and then it's Rebecca Casalino. Sarah, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the chance to talk. I have a video to share actually, so I'm going to try to set that up. Can you see it? And hopefully you'll let me know.
Yes, we can. Let's hope we can hear it.
Oh, yes. I actually think maybe there's something I'm supposed to do in particular to make the audio work.
Well, let's just play, see what happens. It's been hit and miss today.
Okay. We are here today talking about encampment evictions.
Perfect.
And why they need to stop. I'm standing at the corner of James and Cannon in front of an abandoned development project and to talk about how the evictions are related to a lack of affordable housing. And anyone who has tried to find a place to live in the past couple of months knows how expensive it is. The average rental price for a one bed is $1,500, which doesn't make any sense for anyone who's earning minimum wage or who's living on ODSP or Ontario Works. The people who are living in encampments are the most visible symptom of the complete lack of affordable housing and the complete failure on the part of City Council to rectify this issue. This building here was abandoned by developer, built on land that was owned by the city and was sold with the intention of building 0 affordable units. When there is a complete lack of affordable housing in the city, how are we supposed to solve the encampment crisis? Where are people supposed to go if we're not building homes for them that they can afford to live in? Now I'm standing outside of the former Sir John A. Macdonald High School, also in downtown Hamilton. This site closed as a school in 2019 and since then has sat empty. You know, we have an empty building here and an empty lot beside it. This is a real opportunity for the city to get it right. You know, this is a site that's currently owned by the school board. There were at various points plans for a community hub, but at the moment, I think most members of the community don't know what's planned for this building. Our demand as a community is for the city to take seriously the responsibility of housing all of its residents by taking sites like this one, of which there are dozens, and turning them into affordable and free guaranteed housing for people. This is a solvable problem, you know, and as long as we continue to allow buildings like this to sit vacant, we have no business evicting people who are just trying to find somewhere safe to sleep. Okay, and now I'm going to try to get out of this. Okay.
Good job.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to take the last little bit of time that I think I have to say that I'm so honored to be part of this group of people who's here delegating today. I'm really relieved that I recorded this video for myself because there's no way that I could follow all of what we've already heard here. And I'm excited for all of you to strike down this motion and to get rid of this ridiculous bylaw allowing evictions in city parks and to join this community of, you know, compassionate, creative, wonderful people who are interested in finding real solutions and making the city that I know that all of us want. And that's everything I have to say.
Thank you, Sarah. So appreciate you coming out today. Rebecca Castellino and then Rachel Moore. So is Rebecca available? Do we see her online there, Elsie Kelsey? And we still haven't forgotten about Aggie and Mohammed, Eric, Rebecca Morris Miller, and Carl. We did get regrets actually from Alicia. Okay, so thank you. We don't have Rebecca online. We'll go back if we have to. Rachel Moore and then Nicole Tollenaar. Rachel, I see you. Thank you. I hope I can hear you now.
Hi, can you hear
There
me
we
okay?
are. Perfect.
Perfect. So really everything that I have to say has been said already and incredibly eloquently. So I'm just going to read really quickly my statement and then yield the rest of my time. So I'd like to thank Council for giving me this chance to speak. I'm very concerned about the Enhanced Parks bylaw, and I'm urging Council to vote against it, and in fact to repeal the existing Parks bylaw. I've lived in downtown Hamilton my entire life. I was born and raised in Ward 1, and I've lived in Ward 2 for 15 years. And every day, not only do I see the effects of the housing crisis all around me, but I live in fear that I myself will be evicted and end up trying to find space to live in a city that I cannot afford. This is a direct result of a profit-driven approach to housing that leaves the most vulnerable out in the cold and leaves tenants like myself in constant fear. Earlier in this meeting, staff spoke to Hamilton as a best practices leader in response to the Affordable Housing Task Force at the province, and I am begging council to live up to that designation. We need creative new solutions, and evicting encampments and throwing people's belongings away is just more of the same that we already know doesn't work. I would like to encourage council to listen to outreach workers and people living in encampments. They are also your constituents, and they have every right to occupy public spaces and to expect their government to value their lives. I beg you to prioritize free public housing for all, to de-escalate the police response to people who need help and the people who are trying to help them, and to adopt a harm reduction approach to a crisis that is only going to get worse. And personally, as a woman living alone downtown, I would like to volunteer that my streets feel safer when people are able to live in the same space, to make a community together, to take care of each other, and to hold each other accountable. And when we scatter traumatized people to the winds, inevitably that makes the entire city feel less welcoming to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Rachel.
Oh, sorry, Rachel. My apologies.
That's
Oh, I'm so
okay.
sorry. Here I am. I'm so worried about mispronouncing people's names now. I'm not even getting the right ones. My
That's all
apologies,
right.
Rachel. Thank you so much for joining us
Okay.
today.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Nicole, then Grace Cameron. Nicole Tolinar. Do you see her on line? No. So Grace Cameron, please. And then Noran Afifi. Oh, there we go. Hi, Grace.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you might want to speak up because I've been explaining to everyone I'm 62 years old and I'm getting older.
Okay, I'll hold my microphone here.
There you go. Beautiful. Thank you.
All right, awesome. So, hello, my name is Grace Cameron. All right, so I remember when I was in high school, my goal was to end homelessness. I knew next to nothing about the crisis except that I knew that there were people who felt the same feelings that I did, whose five senses reacted in the same way as mine. When I was a child, my family went to Toronto in the winter, where I saw several homeless people on the street for the first time. I was freezing in my jacket, hat, mittens, long pants, and boots, and could not imagine what it would be like to sit on the cold concrete with next to nothing on my body. When I got to university, I was excited to learn the complexity of homelessness so that I could one day unravel it and make sure nobody would ever have to live outside again. But what I learned is that we have the answers. We know how to end this crisis. I was baffled at this discovery, and I now want to help the fight to convince those in power to use the knowledge we have to create a better society for everyone. I currently attend McMaster University, and while I learn that evicting people experiencing homelessness cannot solve the problem, I continue to see it happen, and it makes me feel hopeless that real change will ever happen. The facts and evidence are clear that implementing Band-Aid solutions only creates greater issues down the road, as well as negative outcomes for those who must handle the consequences of these actions, which is why I am so frustrated that this is continuing to happen. Homelessness will not be solved through evictions. It will be solved by structural and policy change, and you, Council, have the very special opportunity to do so. To close, I would like to read the Hamilton Encampment Support Network's demands, which I believe would be a more valuable use of time and money. Number 1, Council must vote to remove the Parks bylaw completely from municipal law. 2, do not pass item 11.3. 3, invest in accessible and permanent housing solutions for all unhoused community members. And 4, reallocate all resources put towards encampment evictions towards housing infrastructure and programs, as well as transitional supports for those newly housed. Thank you for your time. I hope that you use your power to make the right decision.
Thank you, Grace. So Noran and then Navin Garg. Oh, there you are. Please tell me your name.
Norhan, I go by Noura.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. So your 5 minute starts now.
Thank you. I'm a Beasley neighborhood resident. I'm a queer woman of color, an immigrant, and I live on moderately low income, and I'm a person with a disability. I'm currently housed, but I'm facing a rent eviction that will leave me with nowhere to go. So obviously I can't imagine being evicted from public lands while already unhoused. And at the rate of this housing crisis and with the way the city has been responding, I have a feeling that that will become my reality and that of the rest of my community members. I'm bewildered at how all of a sudden bylaw enforcement got so hands-on when it came to criminalizing and displacing unhoused people, while tenants dealing with slumlords have to beg them to do their job. I've been living at 13 degrees for the past 2 winters. Me and my neighbors have been begging bylaw to respond. Encampment residents have absolutely made me feel safer than any form of policing existing in my neighborhood. Folks there and HESN have taken care of each other in ways no official or officer can even imagine. I'm 100% against this motion and any parks bylaw. I find it quite insulting, and I'm tired of seeing my neighbors disappear. Seriously, what will you be accomplishing by continuously displacing and traumatizing people who literally have nowhere to go? This motion is basically like my landlord coming in and instead of fixing the problem, choosing to evict us just because it's cheaper, instead of doing his job. This motion and parks bylaw are only about increasing property value for slumlords like mine, at the expense and through violence towards literal human beings. So to anyone voting for this motion, good luck on the next election.
Thank you. Now we have Navin, and then it's Bertie Thorne. Is Navin with us today? And last name is G-A-R-G, so I think it's Garg. Oh, yeah. Navin.
Hello, councilors. My name is Naveen.
Naveen, my apologies.
Yeah. It's okay. This is my friend Rana. We're Ward 1 residents. We're here to speak about motion 11.3, the Enhanced Parks Bylaw and encampment enforcement.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been very painful to hear so many citizens very upset. And first and foremost, I want to clarify why we're speaking to the committee today. To be clear, we would rather not be here talking to this committee. We're here because we feel we've been let down. And beyond that, we're here because there are people's lives at risk, and the evictions that this council is putting forward feels to us like a sign of municipal failure. And they haven't really been rooted in much beyond violence. The city with this motion is proposing to displace the lives of unhoused people across the city. And honestly, I'm quite personally uninterested about hearing the opportunities or choices they've provided to unhoused folks prior to evictions. Our unhoused neighbors have made their choices quite clear, and the city has decided not to listen. The triggering close quarters, lack of privacy and security, and inaccessibility of shelters have been some genuine concerns raised by unhoused residents, and they should be heard, especially in Hamilton, a city with one of the highest per capita densities of disabled people provincially, where most encampment residents live with concurrent disabilities. Furthermore, I'm shocked that we've decided to cast people out, given them none of the resources they need, and then decided that their housing solutions are impermissible. These people are just trying to survive, and it feels like you're punishing them for it. The affordable housing waitlist, according to YWCA, has 6,000 people on it, a list that will take 5 years to get through. And I'd just like to let that sink in, because it's sunk in for me. I, the person speaking to you today, am 19 years old, and the city wants me to be confident in a decision and a solution that's going to take people a quarter of my lifetime to be housed. In the meantime, I'm supposed to kind of sit comfortably knowing that the city will evict them from housing alternatives that they may find within 12 to 72 hours of a formal complaint, 7 days a week.
Yeah. So I guess the question really is, where does the city think people will go after being evicted from encampments? Is the expectation that people will just roam the streets or go to the escarpment with no permanent place to rest or store their belongings? This is not a solution that we want, not an outcome we want, and it's probably not an outcome that the city wants either. If the city finds it so so disturbing to have unhoused people just like in parks. I feel as though that like relegating those people to like trails and to sidewalks is an even worse outcome. And I guess the question is like, where do we draw the line at where we're going to stop criminalizing? Like, we're going to stop criminalizing these actions. Are we going to criminalize sleeping on the sidewalk after we do this? Because that's too annoying. Then are we going to criminalize sleeping on a trail? People are in situations that they generally don't have control over and are very undesirable to them. And if you continue to criminalize it, they're not going to be able to stop doing that thing. They're just going to go further and further into push to the margins, and then we're just going to keep pushing the line at what we're willing to demonize and criminalize. And at some point, we're going to reach a point where we're spending so much money on keeping people out of the places that we want to be like belong to house people, I guess, that we're going to be spending more money on that, policing them than would probably be required to permanently house them. And as people lose their houses and their homes to the rising rents and prices that exist in Hamilton, the number of people who are going to be pushed onto the street will continue to rise, and the amount of people the city is going to have to spend money on criminalizing will have to rise. It's going to just keep rising like permanently unless we address the root cause, which is that people cannot afford housing. The point of this discussion of funds, the use of funds, is not to say that like economic considerations are the main issue here, but to point to the fact that the funds that are being used to criminalize, demonize, and hurt unhoused people could instead easily be put towards fulfilling their human right to housing, something which should be inalienable. If the council places any value in the human right to housing, health, and safety, they should vote against this motion.
Naveen, one more minute, please.
And instead should invest the city's time and money into sustainable long-term solutions, such as the reclamation of all the unhoused, unused properties that have been mentioned by people previously of one of the 11,000 unoccupied properties in Hamilton, and use those resources, those untapped resources, and all the money we're spending on policing, put that towards actually helping people and getting them out of this horrible situation instead of further criminalizing them and further hurting them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. So, Naveen, we're finished. Bertie Thorne, if you're online, please. Oh, there you are.
Hi, are you able to hear and see me okay?
Yes, thank you very much. My 62-year-old ears can hear you nicely.
That's fabulous. My name's Bertie. I live in Ward 3. I want to thank everyone for their time today. I know we're all tired and very uncomfortable. I'm here to talk a bit about my experience as an ODSP recipient. What I have to say isn't new, but I think it's very worth repeating. In 2021, I actually didn't receive any money from ODSP because I had a job working at an art gallery. It was the first time in my life that I was ever paid more than $11.69 a month, which is the most any one individual can receive on ODSP and is meant to cover both my housing and all of my other living expenses. At the time, I was 27 years old. I made $1,800 a month while working at the gallery. I accepted the job, which at the time was only a 3-month internship, even though I was very worried about being kicked off of ODSP for making too much money, which is quite funny because the rent for this apartment is $1,500. It's not even a real 2-bedroom. This job was a remote position, so it felt like work that I could keep up and not just in spite of my disability. They kept me as long as they could afford, which was over a year. The only other job that I've ever had was a hard minimum wage job at a mall that pushed me out because of my disability. When I was a kid, I was one of the primary caregivers for my disabled single mom and my 2 brothers who also had disabilities. I never got to have a job like my peers growing up. I can't even move out of this apartment because even if I could afford it, because most landlords only rent to working professionals. I only got this apartment in the first place because my working professional roommate at the time was the primary applicant. I got on the priority housing list as soon as I left my family in 2019, and I was not offered a bachelor until 7 months later. I took my chances with a roommate because I wanted to have a real choice in terms of where I could live. I don't have mobility concerns, but I've seen the application forms for myself, and I know firsthand that the accessible housing stock in this city is tiny, which makes no sense when Hamilton has the highest per capita density of disabled people in the province. My story is not the worst of stories, but it's not the best of them either. All it takes is me getting wrongfully evicted for my luck to run out. If the worst happened to me too, I hope you wouldn't waste your time taking me out of a park. And I say respectfully through the chair, if you couldn't really say that you might not also fail at keeping your home if your best bet at paying rent with no other support was living off of ODSP, I think you need to consider that maybe you're living in a very different world than me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bertie. So I'm going to do the last call out for those that we didn't get online earlier. So Aggie, Mohammed, Eric, Rebecca Morris Miller.
Hi,
Oh, Eric.
thanks for waiting. Sorry about that.
No, I'm glad you could make it. So Eric, I don't know if you were present earlier, but it's 5 minutes.
No, I know the rules.
Okay, super. You can start anytime.
Thank you. My name is Eric McPherson. I'm a PhD candidate at McMaster University, as well as a resident of Ward 1, just south of campus. I'm here today in support of the Hamilton Encampment Support Network for all of the things that they, as well as several of the delegates before me, have demanded, so I won't reiterate those, but I urge the committee not to pass Councillor Farr's motion, item 11.3. Given that, as the text of the motion states, the number of encampments in the city has doubled since enforcement resumed last August, I think it would be callous and unconscionable to meet this rising housing crisis with force instead of compassion. To do so now, while so many crises envelop our city, would be cruel and unnecessary when we do have the resources at our disposal to act compassionately and in a supportive way instead. I think we should ask, how does it reflect on our city that this is how we treat Hamiltonians living in encampments? Luckily, I think, the committee does not have to act this way. It can reject motion 11.3 and instead use city resources to house Hamiltonians currently living in encampments. A corner lot across the street from my friend's apartment on Queen Street, just north of Main, lay empty until recently. It's now going to be a condo according to the signage now posted up on the street, which will only worsen the housing crisis in Hamilton. The committee, the city council as a whole, should build new public housing on sites like the one at the corner of Queen and Main. Only through such direct intervention in the market can we hope to put an end to the housing crisis and show that our city is worth a damn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. And thanks for being persistent and coming on. So we have, let's see, Rebecca Morris Miller, Coral, Rebecca Castellino, and Nicole. This will be the last call out, folks. Oh, we do have one video, sorry, and this is for Alicia. So why don't we listen to that now? And then we'll get everybody to open up their videos, please, so we can have the vote to receive all the presentations.
Can we put an end to the housing crisis and show that our city is worth a damn? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. And thanks for being persistent and coming on. So we have, let's see, Rebecca Morris Miller. 12 years, folks, I've been here. This is a new one for me. Somebody want me to eat those words or?
name is Alicia, and I am a Ward 1 resident and will be speaking in opposition of item 11.3, enhanced encampment evictions. I ask for your full attention and appreciation towards all delegates today who are here to help you make better decisions. Because it's important to remember that the housing crisis is the result of many bad decisions and faulty prioritizations. That's what I'll be focusing on today: evidence-informed decision-making and why I suggest committee use this framework. For context, I'm a Master's of Public Health from McMaster University, and throughout my graduate studies, I learned tirelessly about evidence and how to use it. Evidence-informed decision-making is the process of distilling and disseminating the best available evidence from research, practice, and experience, and then using that evidence to inform and improve public policy and practice. So let's walk through this framework with encampment evictions as an example. I apologize for the lack of visuals, but I encourage you to visualize a circle. It helps if you can close your eyes, where the 7 steps of this framework are lined up along the edge of the circle. So you must go through all steps clockwise, but you may have to go back and forth and repeat some steps or make changes, as it's not a linear path and it's continuous, so a decision is never really done. So step 1 is define. You must clearly define the question or problem. In research, we often use the abbreviation PICO to represent population, intervention, comparison, and outcome. So in our case, the population would be encampment residents. The intervention would be police enforced encampment or park evictions. The comparison would be enhanced evictions versus no evictions, although there's countless better options, but often the current practice serve as an easy comparison. And finally, the outcomes, which could be anything, but let's just say mortality or housing status. Those seem pretty important. So next is step 2, efficiently search for research evidence. Since I'm severely time restricted, I can't do that for you now, but I do encourage you all to be practicing this on a regular basis, no matter what the topic is. Search long and wide. Don't use only one source, whether it's one paper, one constituent, or your own beliefs. Step 3 is appraise, which means to critically assess the quality of your evidence. This is something we should all be doing, but takes time and practice. Step 4 is synthesize. So you want to interpret and form recommendations for practice based on evidence found. Step 5 is adapt. Whatever evidence you've searched, appraised, and synthesized must be adapted to the local context. So in our case, Hamilton, which has different housing costs, shelter space, or lack thereof, compared to other cities. So step 6 is implement. Decide whether to implement the adapted evidence into practice or policy, and plan how to do so. In our case, Councillor Farr is moving this motion or planning to implement the intervention of enhanced police evictions using a 6-step encampment process map, which I hope you're all familiar with. If not, please ask the councillor to explain it. Alternatives could be no evictions through the bylaw until adequate housing is provided, and housing first policies are adopted throughout Hamilton, which use harm reduction principles, and all would be appropriately funded, which is not the case right now. Finally, we get to step 7, which is to evaluate the effectiveness of implementation. This is a crucial step, and it's often not practiced. So in our example, we would like to think back to the PICO question, evaluate the outcomes we deemed important for our population of interest. How has mortality or housing status changed in the population since the implementation of the current encampment eviction policy? My own use of this framework has led me to the conclusion that the encampment eviction protocol has worsened the well-being of residents and cost taxpayers a lot of money that could be better spent housing people and caring for people. Now, I'm a fairly recent Hamilton resident who's come to love this city, including the people that call it home. There's a strength and resilience that I really admire about Hamiltonians and makes me want to fight too. But people shouldn't have to fight to stay in their homes or their city, and our elected officials and public servants should definitely not be the ones forcing them to. Now, I understand some of the concerns of housed residents, your constituents who want to be able to use their public parks and to feel safe in their neighborhoods. I'm not here to shame them or dismiss their concerns, but using their concerns to justify evictions, tear downs, and violent police interventions is shameful, and that is a decision that you are making if you pass motion 11.3. I want to also reassure committee members that it is very okay to make mistakes and to change your mind when you learn new information. That's a sign of strength, not weakness. And that is evidence-informed decision-making. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to pick two. Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Wilson, to receive all the delegations, please. And then we're going to receive the written delegations. And then we're going to go into motions. Folks, we'll do 10.1, or sorry, 11.1 first and work our way down numerically, as we said at the beginning of the meeting. And while you're voting, I want to thank each and every one of the delegates who came forward today. Being a former non-councillor speaking to council is not always an easy thing to do. So I appreciate everybody taking their time to do that. Now we're going to vote receiving the written delegations on the encampment on the motion. Same, yeah, Councillor Farr, Councillor Wilson. Okay. Now we're on to motions, folks. So 11.1, reclassification of Ottawa Street away from major arterial to meet current use. Councillor Wilson, please introduce your motion. And let me know who your seconder is, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am sponsoring this motion on behalf of Councillor Nan, who I know was occupied with, I believe, an interview committee, and I do so proudly. I believe you are all in receipt of an email from her explaining the gist of it. I know Councillor Marula, the bordering municipality, is also endorses it. Basically, it is to direct staff to review the current functional road classification of Ottawa Street and identify the process and the timeline for that reclassification. If I could read it out, please. My apologies. Whereas
just for the process, we have Councillor Farr has got his peace sign up. He will be your seconder, please.
Thank you so much. I don't have that screen open, Chair. I appreciate you giving me that heads up. Whereas the city's Vision Zero action plan aims to achieve a safe system approach to prevention of death and/or life-changing injuries with the expressed necessary hierarchy of needs that places child pedestrians at the center. Whereas Ottawa Street serves as a vital community hub of pedestrian traffic to an elementary school, social and affordable housing, critical community support serving Indigenous residents, women, and seniors. Whereas Ottawa Street is a vital commercial corridor in Hamilton's East End, serving as an essential commercial gateway for thousands of households and hundreds of retail and commercial businesses, and an increasing number of patios. Whereas Canon Coffee and Laidlaw United Church have both had vehicles driven into their facades and multiple times in the case of Canon Coffee, creating financial hardship and disruption to operations. Whereas Ottawa Street is exclusively residential south of Main, whereas Ottawa Street is currently classified as a major arterial road, whereas the Hamilton Brickworks yard is no longer in operation and served as a basis for Ottawa Street remaining classified as a major arterial road. Therefore, be it resolved that staff from Transportation Planning be directed to review the current functional road classification for Ottawa Street in its entirety, taking into account the changing nature of Ottawa Street, goals of Vision Zero, and complete streets, and report back to Planning Committee with recommended changes, a process and timelines for amending Schedule C functional road classification of the Hamilton Urban Official Plan.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I believe staff are here to assist in it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, is Brian still around, or did he have to get back to his office?
Brian Hollingsworth is with
welcome.
us as we
Welcome,
speak.
Brian.
Go ahead, Councillor Ferguson, your question.
So, Brian, I realize this is just a report to staff to report back to committee, but I just want to get clarification. Directed to review the current functional classification. Is it to classify now as an arterial road?
Through the chair to Councillor Ferguson, right now it's classified as a major arterial, which is the highest class of arterial. So we would be, the motion doesn't direct us to assign a specific class, but we would review its characteristics and its classification and bring back a recommendation to planning committee.
Okay, and so if you change that classification, it would be eligible then for speed humps and that sort of thing?
Depending on the classification, we would also overlay it with our complete streets guidelines to look at the different characteristics and what's appropriate for the street.
Okay, and that's great, and I'll support referring it back to report. I just concerned. I know in my ward, it's always a big issue when you do that sort of thing because it forces cut through traffic then into residential roads, and I just wasn't sure what it meant to go to a different classification, but you made that clear, so I look forward to your report back. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Farr, then Councillor Pearson. Councillor Farr.
Through you, my quick question to Mr. Hollingworth, sorry, Brian. You're conducting a study right now, aren't you, on identifying and classifying different arterials?
We are
different roads?
Yes.
Mr. Hollingworth?
Through the chair to Councillor Farr, in conjunction with Complete Streets, kind of a parallel study, we have a budget approved and a terms of reference drafted to conduct a road classification and right-of-way review study. This could be done as part of that or deserve a special focus or be advanced based on the recommendations of this motion.
Thank you.
I'm okay seconding it as a special focus, and I might amend it at council and add a few more special focuses.
Well, right now we're talking about Ottawa Street. So
it's okay. No, it's
Councillor
okay.
Pearson.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Councillor Pearson. And Brian, I'm sorry, can you please introduce yourself? I didn't ask you to do that earlier. Did Brian go away? There he is.
Oh,
Could you please introduce yourself?
my apologies. Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking.
Thank you. Sorry, that's my fault, not yours. Go ahead, Councillor Pearson, you're next.
Thank you. And Councillor Farr touched on my concern and query, but I also wanted to ask Brian, is this not also being reviewed under the truck route subcommittee?
Thank you, Brian.
Through the chair to Councillor Pearson, the truck route subcommittee, the truck route master plan report will, as you know, is coming back May 28th. We'll be looking at the truck route network, including how Ottawa Street should be classified. But I would say that this motion is different and more broad than just a truck route decision.
Okay,
thank you, Councillor.
For that. I'm supportive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing anyone else speakers. The vote will be up shortly. Councillor Wilson, thumbs up. Thank you. Well, she moved it. That would have been interesting. So, Councillor Wilson, your mic is still on. Thank you. 11.2, Traymore resident demolition. Go ahead. And please, who's your seconder?
Mike, trolling for a seconder.
Okay. Councillor Danko? Yep.
Thanks.
Thumbs up.
Thanks so much. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yep. My apologies. Just getting things. This is about a number of homes. If you can picture driving along Main Street West, where McMaster is, you've seen these homes with a metal perimeter fence around them. They were bought by McMaster, and there's no one living in them. There hasn't been anyone living in them for some time. McMaster is reporting that the perimeter is being compromised at some occasions. And you may also recall at this committee that you received word that the OLT has issued its ruling for that residence, so it's all good to go. So the houses are quite an eyesore. So McMaster is working to complete the site plan specifics, and there's not a question of them going south on this residence. They quite need it. So just a little background for my committee members. Traymore Residence Demolition permit for the demolition of residential dwellings located at 43, 47, 51, and 55 Forsyth Avenue South, 75, 77, 81, 99, 103, 107, 111, and 115 Traymore Avenue and 50 Dalewood Avenue, Hamilton, in preparation of a new university student residence, whereas McMaster University has received conditional site plan approval and is awaiting final sign-off on the delegate authority as per the demolition control bylaw and is currently working through site plan approvals, whereas McMaster University has boarded up the vacant properties but continues to have untoward activity at the property, whereas it is not appropriate to pursue repair or restoration of these buildings as prescribed by the property standards bylaw or maintain the property on the vacant building registry, and demolition is appropriate. Therefore, be it resolved that the chief building official be authorized to issue a demolition permit for 43, 47, 51, and 55 Forsyth Avenue South, 75, 77, 81, 91, 99, 103, 107, 111, and 115 Traymore Avenue, and 50 Dalewood Avenue, Hamilton, in accordance with bylaw 09-208, as amended by bylaw 13-185 pursuant to section 33 of the Planning Act as amended, without having to comply with conditions 6A, B, and C of the demolition control bylaw 09-208. Bylaw has reviewed and they're fine with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Please vote accordingly. Thank you. Good. Everybody's in. Okay, now we're on to 11.3. Councillor Farr, please introduce your motion and who is your seconder?
Councillor Ferguson's my seconder. I just have a quick question, though. There was a number of delegates, and we all appreciate them taking the time today. But I wanted to get some clarity from staff. I know we have some housing. I think Edward John is here, our Director of Housing and Homelessness. Just to sort of get my own clarity on some of the stuff that I heard, and when, at what point on your agenda in front of you, Chair, am I able to do that?
So what I would prefer you to do, the process is you introduce your motion. You can speak to it at that point, ask staff questions after that. So can you please introduce your motion? And then we'll ask Edward John to chime in at that point if you have any questions. And your 5 minutes will start after your questions start. Okay?
So I'm clear. My 5 minutes is devoted to speaking to the motion, not asking questions. So would I come back then to ask the questions or ask?
Absolutely. You can speak as often as you want, but I'm assuming that there's going to be other people wanting to chime in and ask their questions too. So why don't we get the motion on the floor, and then your 5 minutes will start with your questioning with the staff, and then at the very end you can do you can speak to it. It's up to you how you want to work this out, but you know we're on time limits here, so everybody gets equal share.
Fair enough. I'll read the motion out. I'll speak to it and then hear from others, and maybe my questions will be asked by others.
Yep.
So, and I'll reserve the right to come on a second time. Thanks very much, Chair. So whereas August 9th, 2021, City Council voted to return to enforcing the prohibition of camping in our city parks and public places, and through our parks bylaw, a prohibition no different than most other municipalities across this province, and the bylaw confirmed is valid in a 2021 Superior Court decision. Whereas the number of encampments in Hamilton more than doubled from approximately 20 to over 40 following that August 9th resolution, with many encampments entrenched in public parks for months. Whereas on September 9th, 2021, the Emergency and Community Services Committee received information report identified there, encampment response update, the copy attached to this motion. It outlined the encampment process implemented by staff. Whereas City Council is concerned that persons continue to camp in city parks in contravention of the parks bylaw and for extended periods in Hamilton, while all other neighboring and comparator municipalities enforce the same bylaw as a priority and within a few hours and a few days. Like Hamilton, many of these municipalities include outreach assistance and safer options to encamped individuals as part of their encampment process. Whereas City Council believes Hamilton should not be the only city with a parks bylaw enforcement process that often results in both an increase in the number of encampments and an open-ended duration for encampments in parks or public space, and should therefore facilitate the implementation of the encampment process to incorporate more precise timelines and direction into the process consistent with similar processes implemented in other Ontario municipalities. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs city staff to complete their activities under the encampment process, including notifying the Hamilton Police Service the trespass notice has been issued within 12 to 72 hours after staff received the first complaint regarding unauthorized camping in a city park or public place. And B, enforce the encampment process 7 days per week, and that any staffing feasibility services levels be brought to the March 30th council meeting and incorporated into the debate respecting the encampment division staff recommendation that you mentioned earlier, Madam Chair. Excuse me. And I'll just speak to it. And thank you. I might have questions later. The ongoing concerns from residents and businesses come twofold in my ward. They ask why encampments are growing. Why are they remaining entrenched in a lot of cases since council approved to return to enforcing the bylaw prohibiting camping August 9th? The answer they get from me is we have an enforcement process that enables this to happen. What are you doing to address it, Councillor? The answer they get from me is that's today's amendment. That's what is before us. Amend the process and do what other cities are doing. I called many. I spoke to many. We cannot be the only city with an enforcement process that often results in encampments entrenched in parks. Every comparative city I corresponded with enforced their bylaw within a few days or sooner. Only Kitchener, Madam Chair, manager there told me that some may take as much as 7 days, but it's not, quote, typical, end quote. This amendment does not negate the important outreach element of our process. I want to make that perfectly clear. Most cities I spoke with do that, as I mentioned. Enforcement in combination with outreach, and a special mention to London and their very good coordinated informed response process. I'd like to see that actually adopted here. August 9th, 2021, Council went back to the prohibition of camping in public parks and spaces in our parks bylaw. Same prohibition in most, if not other cities. We repealed a protocol that permitted camping with various conditions, often unheeded, unfortunately, in that protocol. It was a disaster in many of my parks, unfortunately. That protocol, though, was also, if you want to look at it glass half full, was evidence of our willingness to collaborate and explore middle ground alternatives as we are nationally recognized with our work on housing and homelessness. And that was just one of many indications. Unfortunately, it didn't work. But it was an effort unmatched anywhere else. Nobody went as long, nobody tried as hard in no other community. From August 9th through the winter of 2021, encampments more than doubled in city parks. Many were entrenched for long periods of time. So heading into winter, Justice Goodman validated our bylaw. He said that the city is doing enough to provide shelter and support and confirmed that encampments bring negative impacts. The Hamilton Legal Clinic, representing 5 houseless and former encamped individuals, lost its bid for an injunction preventing us from enforcing our law. The HLC is challenging that still in Superior Court. The AGs, the Attorney Generals of the province and the feds, have declined to participate despite the constitutional tone of the ongoing court challenge, and that the decision would have ramifications for all cities, not just Hamilton, as a Superior Court decision, in my opinion. Justice Goodman, so what did he say? On impacts, he said, quote, reliable evidence of criminal activity, nuisance, health and sanitation concerns, drug use and violence, end quote. He talked about safer alternatives existing in the city and sleeping rough not being safe or humane. He talked about encamped individuals resisting safer and more humane options is more likely to happen when our enforcement process provides opportunities for encamped individuals to become entrenched. And, you know, we do provide options, notwithstanding what we heard today, designed options to get individuals to safer conditions and facilitating a hand up with any other issues any individuals may require assistance for if they want to. Our Gowling's lawyer in the proceedings, Mr. Borden, was successful. And among the many facts he offered, I've highlighted just a few. There's evidence of tens of thousands of dollars in damages spent by the taxpayers to replace, and that's ongoing. Trees, grass, permanent structures damaged. The costs are continuing to escalate. We still need to remediate some areas from last year. As an example, Madam Chair, more recently and in the last few weeks, metal seating and tables at a brand new park in downtown were systematically being stolen or damaged for scrap, presumably. And we now have no public seating or tables under a pergola in a brand new park and thousands to replace. He talked about encampments propagating safety issues. Justice Goodman agreed to that, obviously, and facts were presented on that, and defined encampments as the creation of a secondary shelter program, and this needs to be very clear in everyone's mind. By doing this, we draw resources away from our sustainable housing program, which again is nationally recognized. Nobody does it better. Not one delegate challenged the fact today that we do it better than anybody else. Council has a housing first initiative. We have no council mandate that I'm aware of is been put forward or is being put forward to create a secondary shelter system. We support a housing first mandate. That's what we do. No councillor has offered any alternatives, in fact, providing location options in their wards or anything else. Other things have been mentioned. I won't get into it, but I may ask the questions from the delegates respecting other options to staff if appropriate and if time permits. But all of this said, and to conclude things, Madam Chair, and I probably went over a bit and I appreciate it, the bylaw is sound, it's appropriate, it's consistent with every other city. But the enforcement process we have attached to this bylaw needs a tweak. And that's what's here. It's an amendment to an enforcement process of a bylaw that is everywhere. So I just please note that this amendment was vetted as well to the IC, the city clerk, licensing, legal, housing, other staff, some of my colleagues, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. So we have a speaker's questions. We have Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Danko. Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I do have questions of staff, but if I may ask the mover just two questions of clarification, because I want to make sure I am understanding the motion properly and not wasting folks' time if I'm basing my questions on a misunderstanding. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Farr. So I've just numbered your paragraphs in the motion. I've numbered them. So I'm going to the last one first, which is number 5 on the first page, the first whereas, or the last whereas, beg your pardon. So I just want to make sure, and you repeated it, that is the motion suggesting that the growth in the number of encampments is a consequence of the bylaw?
The bylaw or the bylaw enforcement process?
Through the chair, please.
Through you, Chair, sorry. Do you mean the growth since August 9th is a consequence of the process that plays out in enforcing?
Sorry, through the chair. I'll go to the first paragraph in a minute, but on the 5th paragraph, the last whereas, City Council believes Hamilton should not be the only city with a parks bylaw enforcement process that often results in an increase in the number of encampments. So is that sentence telling me that you believe that the number of encampments is a consequence of our enforcement process?
Oh, absolutely. That's what's intended there, and in addition to other factors, obviously.
Okay.
Councillor?
Thank you. Through the chair. And in paragraph 1, are you stating then that the number of the doubling of encampments therefore is a consequence of us ending the encampment protocol?
Councillor?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I should understand, but don't understand the question, Madam Chair. So just ask again, Councillor Wilson.
No
Councillor
problem.
Wilson?
No problem. The date of August 9th, I think, is in reference to the encampment protocol being terminated, correct?
Yeah, and that unprecedented emergency meeting, yes, August.
Thank you.
Okay, so is the doubling of encampments a consequence of the termination of the encampment protocol?
I merely pointed out, so I appreciate the question, and it points to the fact that on August 9th, we went back to, a bylaw consistent with every city, like in a parks bylaw that says you can't camp overnight. We had about 20 encampments at that time in our city, a little more than that. As the summer progressed, the numbers only grew. And so while we, in an unprecedented emergency meeting, said we need to address this, we need to get back to doing what every other city does and enforce this bylaw, because the protocol before it wasn't working, and it was a disaster in a lot of cases, in my opinion. And while we gave it a good go and went longer with this compromise than any other city by far, we had to get back to it. So once we did, the expectation may be from many of us, in fact, probably from most of the councillors, and most did support, who supported this motion, the expectation would be it would work. And in fact, the opposite occurred. And so that's merely what that whereas is pointing out, that, when we voted in an unprecedented emergency meeting to make this happen, the expectation was clearly that we would get back to an enforcement process that was effective for decades, actually.
Thank you. Let's keep our answers short, folks. This is a long meeting. Go ahead. Councillor Wilson, you still have the floor for 1 minute and 13 seconds.
Thank you. So I'm going to return to those two paragraphs later in terms of the logic that seems to be embedded in them and the lack of consistency. My question is then, thank you, Councillor Farr, through to staff, through to, I'm supposing it's Mr. John. Through the chair, I'm wondering what the motion means for those 6 steps that are set out in that September report of last year that was approved by and then subsequently approved by council at Emergency and Community Services, that I believe is attached as an appendix to the motion. What does that mean for your work and the work of outreach if the time frame is compressed and the objective is to rehouse, or at least temporarily?
Thank you. Edward John, Director of Housing Services. Through the
Thank
chair.
you, Edward.
No problem. Through the chair to the councillor. So certainly the outreach component of that 6-step process is just one of those steps. It is ongoing, and I do want to note that outreach exists outside of that process. So my staff, it's now 7 individuals in the field, 1 supervisor, continue to engage with unhoused individuals 7 days a week, looking to find those solutions, looking to provide those options. When it comes to the coordination with MLE and the process, the 6-step process, obviously what our role in that is to coordinate what engagement has taken place, inform MLE of the outcome of that engagement, whether individuals have been responsive to that engagement, whether there are options available for those individuals within a certain geographical area, and then determine what we can do to facilitate, if there is a desire to move to available options, how we best coordinate that. So reducing the time period to which that occurs, obviously, I mean, trying to do more in a shorter period of time is a challenge, but I do want to reiterate that this goes beyond just the process. So whenever we do engage, we continue to try and maintain that engagement with the individual outside of this process. So if they move to a different location or if they go to the shelter, continuity in that engagement process is paramount. But certainly reduced period of time, we'll have to monitor as to what staffing pressures that puts my staff under in order to achieve that engagement. And engagement is complex. It doesn't have a timeline that you can put onto it. These are individuals often in circumstances that we have to be mindful of meeting them where they're at and the challenges that they're experiencing on any given day. So, we continue to engage, we continue to return to that desire to provide solutions. And as this committee and my own committee have feared, we've had challenges through the pandemic. The pandemic has made not only engagement, but the housing process confounded. So, the motion to date, we will have to monitor as to what staffing pressures that puts my staff under to achieve those timelines and what that means for the engagement process.
Thank you, Councillor. And this will be your last question, ma'am. You're over 5 minutes now.
Thank you. If I could just notify the clerks if I could be put back on. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. If I could just get clarity from something that Mr. John just said. He gave emphasis to the staffing pressures, and I'm given the compression, and I don't mean to make light of that, but I am looking at the other side of it, though, is the outputs, and that is to the goal is to try and find a suitable housing, even temporary, for the individual. So. If that is part of the objective, I think all of the members of council are seeking to achieve when in our homeless strategy. And if we're moving people along and or having them have an encounter with Hamilton Police Service, how are you to do that part of your work, Mr. John, if you can't keep track of someone in your efforts to find them housing?
Through the chair to the council. So, councillor, if I understand the question correctly, it's once we've achieved the engagement part of that process and they proceed into the enforcement piece and the trespass piece and then the action by police, how do we maintain connection with that individual?
If the objective is to get them into a more suitable or more just living accommodation. Through the chair.
Through the chair to the council. So in terms of the success of that outcome of engagement, I go back to the piece that engagement is complicated and that we continue to endeavor to build rapport with individuals irrespective of the processes they may be going through from enforcement. So for example, if we engage with an individual and they are not interested in engagement or there aren't options available to them that they wish to select, then we would ultimately continue to ask, where will they be going next? What are the options? And maintain that relationship as best we can. We obviously have a by name list and coordinated access, which is our data-driven tool in which we assess their needs. So once again, when we pick up that conversation, whether they do decide to go to shelter, whether they do decide to go to a different encampment or a different part of the city, when we do re-engage with that individual, we're aware of their needs and we can once again return to that rapport and build as best we can that connection. But under any circumstances, whether it's enforcement action or otherwise, that rapport and that relationship building is paramount.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you're on for a second time. I'm going to Councillor Danko now, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thinking back to the encampment protocol, which when that was in place, I would have liked to see that continue. I don't think there's, my position on that was pretty clear. However, respecting that the majority of council did make that decision to revoke that encampment protocol and move forward with enforcement. So respecting that decision of council. Listening to the delegates today, it's pretty clear that there's a lot of genuine care in the community. But I also heard a lot of, what I feel are really unfair characterizations of both the ward councillor and council as a whole. And one of the themes that I've kind of observed through this is just this idea that encampments are benign and the tendency to gloss over some of the really true issues in terms of community safety and the impacts on neighborhoods. And it's unfortunate because, we really shouldn't just kind of forget about the true impacts of encampments. My question through you, Madam Chair, to staff, I think this is to municipal law enforcement, is I'm trying to understand is what is in this motion is quite specific about operations. So I'm trying to understand what is different here versus what municipal law enforcement is already doing in terms of enforcement.
So is Monica Cirillo? Thank you. Go ahead, Monica. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Monica Cirillo, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Through the chair to the councillor. So what's before us today with regards to the motions is a little bit more clarity as to the timeframes that would be associated with the steps that we would be taking. The process itself would be substantially similar, meaning that the complaints would still be coming in through MLE. We would still go out to determine if there's a violation of the parks bylaw. We would still be issuing that trespass notice if we can't get compliance, and ultimately go working with HPS. Outreach would still be going through the process, as well as Ed had mentioned, they will be going ongoing outside of the process as well.
Councillor?
Thank you. So right now, in terms of notifying Hamilton Police or the enforcement protocols, we have delegated our authority as council. We set policy, and staff operationalize that policy. So currently, would you be using your professional judgment on how to proceed with enforcement? Versus with this motion, you would then have operational direction to proceed with enforcement within a specific time frame.
Monica?
Through the chair to the councillor, I view the motion as making a decision on the response time and the service level. So council or committee would be making that decision. When it comes to operational decisions as to what sites are attended, when we go, what actions are taken there, that operational decision making would still remain with staff, my officers and myself. So I would view the protocol or the motion here today more as a policy and a time frame is really just a part of that policy.
Okay, thank you. I'll listen to the rest of the discussion, but again, respecting that the majority of council decision was to enforce the bylaw, and that enforcement is necessary. If you're going to have a bylaw, then enforcement is necessary. But concern from my role as a councillor that I'm getting involved in operational issues, and to be honest, on this in particular, again, there's the members of the community with a lot of true, genuine care there, but I'm also, concerned that there can be lead to confrontations as we've already seen, and I really don't want to be seen or to have any part in directing operations. And right now, as it stands, I'm confident in the professional judgment of our staff to proceed with enforcement as they see fit, because every single one of these interventions is different, and there's really a lot of nuance that goes into the city's approach, and I'm concerned that if we then put in specific timeframes to get police involved, it's going to lead to further confrontation. And I'm really concerned about my role as a councillor in, getting involved in operations and not policy. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's your 5 minutes anyways. So we are back to second time speakers, Councillor Wilson and then Councillor Councillor Farr. Councillor Wilson, you're on. 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I'll be perfectly honest. I didn't understand, Chair, the answer that was provided to me from Mr. John. So I didn't intend to use my second time to ask this question, but I am going to. and maybe my confusion also stems with I'm trying to figure out, other than the fact that we have a housing crisis, and other than the fact that we have encampments, I'm trying to better understand what it is that the motion, what problem the motion is seeking to address. So through the chair to Mr. John, could you perhaps answer it this way? Could you walk me through what is done now from the 6-step process, with particular emphasis to your shop, meaning housing, and how that work would change post this motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. Sorry for the
Not
insult.
Through the chair to the council, I apologize if I didn't respond
it's
accurately
me.
to your question. So, I can walk you through the process. Certainly, we coordinate with MLE when they receive complaints and we are made aware of a certain encampment. We will then discuss with them what information we have maybe on that particular encampment. As I said, we work outside of the process, so we are obviously dealing with encampments prior to complaints and continue to deal with a number of individuals that we know and follow them between different areas as well as when they go into shelter. So in terms of the process, once we get notified of MLE, we will have a case conference. We will discuss what we know about that encampment. We will determine if we haven't been recently for engagement, we will return very recently and have that engagement with those individuals on the encampment. We will report back as to who we spoke to, how many people were there, how many people we believe to be there, what options we have available. So if there's shelter space, if this is housing options, we will take information from those individuals as to their needs. We will do a VI-SPDAT, which is an acuity test. And then we will obviously try through our coordinated access to align them with available services. So that happens in a short period of time. And that is ultimately the process. We provide that information, that snapshot back to MLE, and then they determine the next steps and the processes they see fit. So we are somewhat removed from any further action, but we obviously wait in the wings to provide the support and whatever actions happen after that. And so if there is an instance where an individual does not wish to engage, that's information we would pass on to enforcement. If there's a situation where we have capacity and an individual is interested in presenting at that shelter for that available capacity or that expanded shelter system that we have in the hotels, we will coordinate that. We will facilitate transportation. We will look at their storage needs. We will look at and address their individual needs to get them there. So that is the process. What we are hearing today through this motion is for there to be a time frame placed on that. I mean, there is always a time frame that we discuss, but this is a time frame that has been placed on that. So there will be a potential resource issue depending on what occurs through the summer. Right now, we have known 25 individuals unhoused within encampments. Not untypical for a period just coming out of winter. As we meet the warmer weather, that is likely to increase. We've seen 2 years of unprecedented growth in encampments, and as we've heard, you can rightly understand why. We've had a pandemic, we've had concerns in our congregate settings, we've had concerns and issues with diversion, which is the diversion able for individuals to go stay at friends' houses, couch surf, all those other options. So there's a myriad of reasons why we've seen an increase in the encampment situation. But that's ultimately the process. So when it comes to warmer weather, we don't know how many encampments are there. So it's going to be difficult to say how well staffed and resourced my team are to deliver that engagement in a meaningful way in a short period of time. But there's something we will monitor as we go forward and certainly report back if there continues to be issues or if there is a need for additional resources to ensure that we maintain that ability to engage with individuals.
Councillor Wilson, I know you're not going to like to hear this, but
No, I'm
1
not.
minute left. And then we have Councillor Pearson, first time speaker. And then we have, I can put you back on for a second time after your 1 minute's up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just kidding. I know it. You're doing a great job.
Well, I can mute you.
Yes, you can.
What was that?
If I may, because Mr. John just raised it, I am still getting confused in some of the logic of or the premise that our encampments are growing and our unhoused population is growing as a consequence of the way in which we enforce our bylaw. So, not 2 weeks ago, we received an email from the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities advising us that we were at capacity in our shelter system for families. And this same month, I believe, we have received a media release and information on our point in time strategy that told us that the demographics of the unhoused population is changing in Hamilton. We have a significant growth in women who are unhoused. And year after year, almost, Dr. Elizabeth provides us with her population health overview, which tells us factually that Hamilton has the highest concentration of urban poverty, I think, almost in Canada. And further, that our opioid deaths are greater than the Ontario average, and that the number of Indigenous persons who are unhoused is also significant and within the band of significant material deprivation, and that the number of children in Hamilton living within material deprivation is significant. And on average, before the age of 5, I think they have moved too many times. So, what I'm asking you is quickly. What is the capacity of our shelter system at present? And if you just said that we're probably going to see more encampments in the summer, what does that mean further for our encampment system, our shelter system?
Thank you. Last question. Go ahead, Mr.
So through the chair to the council, and it's an important point to speak of the family situation, because our family shelter is somewhat different to our male and female shelters in terms of how we deal with them. So we typically don't have an upward limit on our families. We actually, prior to the pandemic, always used to house them through hotels when the VAW sector and family shelters were at capacity. What we found currently is that had incredible amounts of families enter that system, and those are households with children, and those are different responses as opposed to encampments. We don't have children in encampments. There's a focus instead of women and in encampments. For our capacities in the men and women's shelter, we've recently transitioned our previous men's shelter at Cathedral into a women's shelter. So we've actually been able to increase capacity, and I'm thankful to say that we do have capacity in the women's shelter. Once again, we continue to monitor that, and there are more things than just capacity as to access into those spaces that, you know, a simple bed doesn't mean that there's a space available for a woman, depending on their individual circumstances and issues revolving around that. And similar with the men. So we do have space currently in the men's sector. So I don't want to belittle. We have a serious issue in our family system when it comes to capacity. However, currently in our men's and women's shelter, we do have capacity thanks to some transition planning that we've occurred. But we continue to monitor that because we know through our point in time count that we are overrepresented in both Indigenous and women houselessness, and that needs to be addressed. And we are looking at solutions for that. So I don't at all want to suggest that that's not a continuing issue. And then I think your second consideration was, you know, what will happen as the weather improves, and we, as we always do, even pre-pandemic, see greater number of encampments occur, and that's something we're going to have to monitor, because, you know, if we are then in a position where we have to engage with high numbers, we're going to have to see that as a resource issue and tie that back to a capacity issue and look at what available options we have and any creative options that we can achieve.
Thank you. Those are your 5 minutes. And we're going to Councillor Pearson for first-time speaker, going back to Councillor Farr, and then if Councillor Wilson, thumbs up if you want to be back on again. Councillor Pearson, you're in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Edward, thank you so much for all the information you've provided. I'm sure this has been equally as difficult for you sitting through some of the presentations with how intensely involved you and your staff have been. I have a very simple question. How many is the total of the staff that are involved on this on the encampment issue every day?
Thank you. Edward, do you have that number?
I do, through the chair to the council. So we have a team of 8 on our outreach. So that's the city outreach team which go out and deal with encampments. So that's 1 supervisor and 7 staff who are from other agencies but seconded to work with us as we go and do that engagement. We've typically found that a good number. We have enhanced that recently, so that was through previous requests to committee and council to enhance that, so we have a better response. And that's something, as I mentioned, we will monitor as matters occur. And I'll be remiss to say that we are looking at Thursday to be bringing forward another coordination piece when it comes to the encampment team to look at those very specific issues and what we can do better to address them.
Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe I will just ask, because as presentations were being made, we had a lot of news a month or 2 ago about the tiny homes, the units that could be installed. Do we know where that's at?
So through the chair to the councillor, so discussions are still ongoing, both with planning and with housing services. We are looking for a site, the geographical location, and then also staff here had a number of questions in terms of some of that exit strategy, some of those supports, and how best to coordinate that as we proceed with that that idea in terms of small cabins.
Councillor?
Thank you, and thank you for your perseverance and great work, because I know it's difficult, as much as some of those comments that came across from the presenters were indifferent to us. I know what staff are doing and how hard you're working. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to Councillor Farr for the second time, please.
I really appreciate that previous comment by Councillor Pearson. It's in fact very hard to keep up with staff and what they're doing. They do it so well, and there is so much that they are doing, and it was not exactly highlighted, and that's okay, by the 45 or so that spoke to us today. And I want you to know, and I know you know this, Madam Chair, I take zero pleasure in bringing this unfortunately needed amendment forward. And just as most of the growing number of concerned business people and residents in Ward 2 that I'm speaking for here, they're concerned about encampment impacts. They continue to be concerned. They're concerned about the last 2 years, but the summer coming especially. They take zero pleasure in bringing the issues forward to me. It's very difficult to get them to come out and delegate. We only had 14 actually at a planning committee not too long ago. But these issues go well beyond visibility or don't like the cut of the jib. It's something that actually a previous questioner had asked, and it really is the impacts. And Councillor Danko actually alluded to this. We can't avoid the conversation of what these impacts are. Not referenced hardly at all today, if at all today, but explosions, 140 plus fires in our neighborhood parks for the most part. One kid exposed by a homeless gentleman, and a mother told to F off when bringing it up with the individual. The public sex, the drugs, the crimes of all sorts, on and off encampment sites, the violence, the public urination and defecation, the all-night parties, and there's lots of those, threats that have occurred, and on and on and on. And I know people don't want to hear it, but these are the impacts that have propelled me to bring forward an amendment, which, by the way, appreciating the question that one of you had a concern for getting involved on an operational issue. I made it clear in my opening rant following the motion being brought forward. This is perfectly fine. Council can definitely amend operational schemes. We do it all the time. We can do it as a council. We can't do it as individual councillors. And this is an amendment to that. And you can feel free to ask legal. I'm not going to waste committee's time or my own time bringing these forward as questions, but legal is here. I see Angela Burden is here. Our clerks have shared this with me. What I brought forward was the product of working with staff. So it is absolutely our right to amend a bylaw process. And in this case, that's exactly all we're doing here. I see Angela Burden. I just saw her pop up. I didn't know she was part of the meeting. I want to test her abilities as general manager of emergency community services, just with some facts. The houseless count that was referenced a little earlier. How many participated in the survey, roughly, approximately, Angela? Oh, how many houseless people in our what is it? Every 2 years we do the houseless count.
Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through
Thanks,
the chair.
Angie. Thank you.
You
I
cut
should
out.
say thank you. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the counselor. I don't have that exact information. I don't know if Ed John has that, but we can get it for you.
I'll take Ed. I think it's 540-ish. Ed, was there 540-ish surveyed?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't have it in front of me, but I was going to say approximately 600. So leave that to be around the number.
And roughly of those who participated, the houseless folks who participated, was it 20, 25%, somewhere in there that just recently arrived to Hamilton in the last year as part of the survey? Does anybody have an answer to that?
Through the chair to the councillor, I believe approximately 20% identified that they had been in Hamilton for less than 1 year.
How come? Through your chair.
Through the chair, apologies, what was the question?
How come? Through you, Chair. Why Hamilton?
Through the chair to the councillor, the questioning didn't get to that granular of detail at this point. As I always mention, it's how can we help, and in terms of what that question leads to in terms of resources available and their understanding of the resources in Hamilton that may be available to them. So that's the intent of the question. It's not necessarily to suggest that they're newcomers.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, or Councillor Farr. One more minute, please.
Thanks, Ed. I appreciated that you shared again what outreach does and what it always does, and a lot of it again outside of what exists in the encampment enforcement process. It's 7 days a week. It's 7 employees, probably in climbing once we get to council. The by name list you mentioned, the relationship building, none of that ends, and certainly outreach can continue if we pass the tweaking of the enforcement of an existing bylaw that's no different than any other city to actually make it the same as or comparable to our comparators, as opposed to being the only city that does it this particular way. How many houseless housed during the pandemic, Ed? Just, I want to conclude by bragging a little, letting them, and just by the numbers, Angela or Ed, doesn't matter.
Okay, who wants to brag?
Through the chair to the council, we're at over 500 households and over 1,000 individuals.
That's very impressive. I'm sure I could compare that with other municipalities, but maybe for council. How many on our outreach team are expected once we amend the process? If council at our next council meeting concludes we should have a new division, as is being suggested, literally an encampment division is being suggested. So how many of your outreach staff would be expanded if we do that?
Through the chair of the council, the outreach team would stay the same. We have recently enhanced that, but as I mentioned before, we will continue to monitor any staffing resources needs as we go forward, particularly as we are entering a year now with hopefully the pandemic receding, and so we're looking as to what pressures we'll have for outreach going forward. But we do have a new team proposed in a discussion on Thursday, and that will involve a director, a manager, and a supervisor.
Thank you. Councillor Farr, do you want to go on for the second time now?
Yeah, I will, because I'm going to leave on a good note. We do too good a job. We're nationally recognized, and we should definitely leave on that note. So I will go on a second time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, are you waving to say hello?
Well, that, and I'd like to go on the speakers list.
Go ahead. You're up, sir. You're first time speaker.
Edward, I just want to pick up on something that's been said. I think you even repeated recently. How many was it 1,000 individuals we have housed in shelters or hotels and 500 families? Did I hear that number correct?
Through the chair to the council, that would be permanently housed. So we wouldn't be counting 1,000 people going to a shelter. That would be 1,000 individuals going into permanent housing, and that would be through the programs we fund with our agencies. So we have a lot of community agency support in how we house individuals. We are funded provincially and federally to end chronic homelessness, and so those are the counts that we bring back through the multitude of avenues we do to house people. So it could be through housing allowances, through Canada Ontario housing benefits, a whole array of support programs to which we try to ensure people who are homeless are housed and meaningfully housed for a long term.
How many people are in shelters right now?
So we currently have an expanded system, so we are still relying on hotels, and so it is approximately, I think, around 600 individual spaces we have available throughout all of our expanded available accommodations. As we go forward, we will be bringing reports forward as we transition out of the pandemic to reduce back to potentially pre-pandemic levels, but we are evaluating as to what our need will be in the future for shelter capacity.
Okay, so we have 600 people in shelters. You said you had 1,000 individuals that are in housing and 500 families. Is that correct?
So through the chair to the council, that's 500 households, and that equates to approximately 1,000 individuals.
Councillor?
Okay, so it's 500 and is that short-term housing, that 1,000 individuals?
Through the chair to the council, that's considered permanent housing.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a handle. We drew in 45 delegates today, and very critical of what our councilors and staff are doing, and I guess that's their right. But if we have 600 people in shelters, I'll just stop right there. You also have 1,000 people in housing that's permanent, 500, and you said we had 30 people in encampments, or 30 encampments left.
Through the chair to the council, currently we're aware of 25 unhoused individuals in encampments that we know of.
Councillor?
Okay, so about 4% then of the people are in shelters. And we have some capacity left. So this whole debate is about 4% of our homeless people then that we spent today. I just think our staff are doing an amazing job. I just wanted to, and that's why I'm seconding the motion. I think they've busted their butts to try to fix this problem. And, there's still some individuals there that are advocating. In fact, I think most of the delegations today advocated on behalf of the homeless people, but I'm not sure they understand these statistics. And maybe they do, but based on what they said, I doubt it. And, they're speaking from their heart today and concerned about people living rough. And I think we all are. But I think Edward John, the police, municipal law enforcement have done an amazing job to try to get through this. And when I hear that there's a lot of them that aren't from Hamilton that are currently in the camps, we have to ask why. So clearly, I second the motion, so I fully support it. And I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. I can't turn the chair over to Councillor Farr, so can I please ask Councillor Danko? I think you are the second vice. Oh, sorry. Councillor Ferguson, you're the second vice. I can turn the chair over to you, please.
I'm the first vice of planning.
First vice. Before I became a councillor, I actually assisted residents in how to present to council. And I had some pretty strict rules that I laid down to say, if you're asking something of someone, the last thing you want to do is to call them names or to pull them out one at a time individually. So Councillor Farr, I apologize to you. I really believe, even though your name was on the motion, you've had the support of this council going forward. And for some reason, today was target time and it wasn't fair. You brought the motion forward for the encampment enforcement. You're tweaking it today. And I feel that it's a council decision. You can always try. It's a council decision, and whatever that 100%, whatever that decision is, then we stand behind it 100%. And the majority of the council did endorse the enforcement of encampments. I'm really glad to hear the staff and the numbers that they are reaching. I can't praise them enough for what they're going through, especially during COVID. When we were at home with our computers, they were out on the front line. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone who worked on this coordination for the encampments. And I believe that there is a motion coming forward to Emergency Community Services. And I believe that all encampment enforcement and coordination is going to be going to GIC, which I believe that's where it belongs. I think this is a complete holistic council decision. It's a bit unfair that the 6 of us are carrying the weight for this, but it's what it is. It's the way the process works. Enforcement and bylaw is in this bailiwick. But I really believe this is a GIC decision because it's a council decision. And we stand by council when it's 100% or when it's a majority of the vote. Sorry, folks, it's been a long day. So I'm supportive of this motion going forward. I believe it will be debated again at council. I really would like to be able to give the staff the tools that they need, the tools that they feel they could use. It doesn't mean that 100% they are going to use it. It's just tools to give them going forward. And the more tools we can give our staff who have been working tirelessly on this file and doing an exceptional job, the better it is for all of us. And I mean every single resident in Hamilton, not just those around this table or the people that are working the front line, for every single person. Anyways, folks, it's been a long day. I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, second time. Councillor Farr, second time. I believe, Councillor Farr, I'll leave it up to you if you still want to stay on second time. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. And I'm glad you did reference that motion or that report, if you will, that's coming at Emergency Services. I wasn't sure whether I was allowed to do that. In advance of that, it makes perfect sense because of it just seems an unnatural division that this topic has taken in its form with respect to committees. So thank you for that, and looking forward to listening to that. I guess what I'm still, and also, by the way, if I could just add, when you try and lead with empathy, it's an empathy of 360 degrees. And so throughout this, because certainly we have encampments in Ward 1, I never seek to discount any of the feelings of any resident. If they feel frightened, they feel frightened. If they feel uneasy, they feel uneasy. If they're unhappy, then they feel unhappy. So in leading with empathy, you recognize and you never dismiss the feelings of any residents, those living in encampments, those living around encampments, those advocating for any side on this issue. So I just wanted to make that comment as well. But I have a question, if I could. And I'm, again, given the almost false nature of this, it's not the movers doing, but through the chair to Mr. John. Right now with Hamilton Police Service, do we know how many encampments they actively move or have moved since August 2021? Because I think if I could, the motion is suggesting that maybe they will be moved because we're compressed. It says here we have an open-ended duration. So if I could ask you that through the chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think this is best directed to Monica in terms of MLE, in terms of that relationship with the police and
yep. So Monica?
Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, I wish I had a concrete answer for you. I don't have a specific number in front of me as to how many encampments have been moved since August. I can advise at this point, over the last 2 weeks, none of them have gone to the point of handing off to HPS. But I'm happy to circle back and get that information for you.
Thank you. Councillor?
If I could, would you be able to provide that information to Council, Director Cirillo?
To the chair. Absolutely.
Thank you. So my other question again is just trying to understand this and what it's replacing, and the word open-ended duration. To Mr. John, is the present enforcement method in the 6 steps as they're defined in the report of September the 9th, 2021. Was it not working in your opinion? Because there was no staff report suggesting that.
Through the chair to the councillor, sorry, the response on September the 9th, is this
You're
trying to ascertain in terms of which, because we obviously had the protocol and the protocol ended, and we had the sixth step. So
right.
Sorry for my ignorance. Are you inquiring as to, did I have concerns with the six step process?
In the report of September the 9th, 2021, to Emergency and Community Services Committee, it sets out the encampment process with the 6 steps. And this motion is stating that that's open-ended, that process. So is it your professional opinion that the existing practice is not working and is the cause of the growing number of encampments?
So that's a two-part question through the chair to the councillor. So engagement is always open-ended. So we don't stop engagement. So in terms of the success of the step 6, I think that is a question for Emily in terms of enforcement, whether it was not working. From our purposes, we always engage and continue to engage. So that is, it's not for me to say whether that's been successful, because I would need to know how it is defined success. So for us, we need to engage. We put the individual first, and that's our priority. And we look to provide accommodations and options to that individual. So for me, in terms of housing services and that outreach to say whether it's a success or not, I mean, we ultimately decide and persevere in engaging with the individual irrespective of the enforcement processes that are going on. So I respectfully suggest that maybe success of enforcement may be a question for Director Cirillo. And then, sorry, the second question was in terms of...
Sorry, believe it or not, that's your 5 minutes again. So Councillor Wilson, please finish asking your second question, and then we'll go to Monica, and then I'll go to the next speaker, please.
Well, Mr. John just sort of, if I can ask Director Cirillo then, what does this corporation use to measure success? Because the motion is suggesting that our present approach is not being successful. So how are you measuring success? And how is Mr. John measuring success? And why isn't the present practice not meeting or supporting that measure?
Through the chair, to answer your question, Councillor, I think both myself and Edward, the Director of Housing, have different perspectives as to what success is. His is getting individuals into shelters and getting them into homes. Our process is defined as success as enforcement of our parks bylaw. So our parks bylaw is ensuring that people are in compliance with it.
And how is the existing practice frustrating your definition of success? That's what I'm not sure I understand, because I didn't see a report from you changing this.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I think that it's important to outline that the parks bylaw, it does have limitations in the sense of what the bylaw officers can do. So when we are enforcing a parks bylaw, our authority as bylaw officers is to issue tickets. And so to take anything further would have to go to HPS. I'm not sure if this answers your question, though.
No, it doesn't, because the motion is suggesting that the present process is open-ended. I still haven't received confirmation from you or Mr. John that that is the case, is it? And secondly, I still haven't received confirmation or any clarification from you or Mr. John that the present practice is not meeting your definition of success.
So Monica, is the present tools that you have, is it working for you in your bylaw department?
Through the chair, I would suggest that how I view Councillor Farr's motion is it's not substantially changing the process we will be following. What it's doing is it's giving us a little bit more direction to timeframes in order to achieve the compliance that we are looking for. So the additional tools will certainly aid in our success, but I think that there's still going to be it's a good question. You know what, Councillor, I don't know how to answer that, and perhaps it's something I can take back, and Edward and I can have a conversation as to what the success will look like, and I think it at least emphasizes why there's a need for an encampment team.
But that, sorry, Chair,
So,
if I can, a supplementary.
Hang on a second. Councillor Wilson, you've been like almost 10 minutes. So please take this time to reword, because obviously the connection's not there. So Councillor Farr.
Yeah, I would suggest, just from what, and I really appreciate, and expected and anticipated the comments and the questions from a few of the previous speakers, but I would suggest that this is my motion. This isn't Monica's motion. This isn't about Monica or Angie Burden's or Edward John's reports, past or present or pending. This is a motion that I, as a councillor, have devised after very careful scrutinization and many days speaking to other communities, comparator communities, Brantford, London, Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, Kingston, Barrie, there's many, and nobody has a process like ours. Monica does what she can with what she has, and she's working in conjunction with a number of other divisions. And I appreciate that Monica, is going to be asked these questions, absolutely. But my gosh, most of the motions councillors bring forward are not the direct result of what staff tell us to do. We're the governors. We tell staff, and this is me after conferring with the Integrity Commissioner, the head clerk, Andrea Holland, other senior staff, making a tweak to a bylaw that is under our purview to just simply, a bylaw, by the way, that we went back to on August 9th by a large majority that is consistent with every other city, the ones I just mentioned, and many others across the nation, let alone Ontario. It's just simply tweak the timeline and be consistent with our other communities. That's what this is. It's as simple as that, and it's not based on what Monica has put in any kind of report to us. Like most motions, we come forward with ideas. We're elected to do that, and in this case, I can assure everyone that it is based on a great deal of outreach, of work, of research, of my own personal conversation that took days in the off season during the winter with other providers, managers, and housing directors in other places. So I'm going to leave it at that, Madam Chair. I'll call my own question because I just have, it's overwhelming. I think the genesis of this should be clear by now. I appreciate and anticipated the questions and some of the comments that I've heard, and certainly all of the delegates. I mean, every one of them. They're very, very passionate people. I have no ill will towards them. I absolutely expected, I thought maybe even more would show up today, but we need to be consistent with other communities. Otherwise, quite clearly, what we're seeing with what we do now in terms of a process will be exacerbated. It will get worse, not better. And that's what we've learned, not just last year, but the year before. So thank you.
Thank you. And I believe this is going to have a very fulsome discussion at council. So wherever you vote today, you know it's coming forward to council. So Councillor Ferguson for the second time. Councillor Ferguson? You're muted, sir.
Can I move to call the question? We've been at this for too long.
Everybody has had an opportunity to speak. I only have one person left on the speakers list, so protocol demands that I go to that speaker to make sure, correct, that we're okay to call the question. Councillor Wilson. Okay, thank you very much. The question's been called, folks. It will be up shortly. In the interest of time, I appreciate the debate and the conversation. I'm sure it will continue at council. Councillor Danko is trying. Okay, thank you. The yes have it. So it goes to council, folks. Now, if we can go to 11.4, it's 6:15. Authorization to apply for a variance to the bylaw for lands located at 206 King Street West. Councillor Farr, please introduce your motion for this such address. And do you have a seconder? Councillor Pearson is seconding it, and I don't know who muted you, but you need to unmute yourself, sir. There you go.
You did not mute me this time.
Oh, no.
Not this time.
Hand check. We're good.
Do I need to move it? Can I just read the therefore, or do we want to read it?
You know what? Therefore be it resolved.
That council of the city provide authorization to AJ Clark and Associates to apply for minor variance, site-specific bylaw approved within the last 2 years of lands located at 206 King Street West in a Radio Arts building there. Great project. In order to address building setbacks and permit a reduced parking stall size for a parking stacker. And very briefly, with special thanks to Steve, who rightly interjected in a rare moment from our Director of Planning, who may probably, in fact, is still with us. When the delegates spoke to this was not a staff oversight, but just the product of conversations. And I really have no issue as the ward councillor in taking a break from the moratorium for these two variances to be heard and getting this long anticipated wonderful rejuvenation of the area up and running as soon as possible. So thank you, and thank you to my secretary.
So to be clear, this is just to allow them to apply for a variance.
Just to bypass the moratorium is what, waive the moratorium.
Correct. Yeah, so Steve Robichaud, thumbs up for that direction. Thank you. So please, you can vote too if you want, Mr. Robichaud.
Yeah.
I'm so glad he's voting.
Me too. Thank you, Mr. Robichaud. Okay, we're on to notice. Oh, what? Thumbs up, Councillor Danko. Yeah, thumbs up. We're good. So now we're on to notices of motions, folks. I think we're done most motions. Notices of motions 12.1, demolition control bylaw exemption for rapid housing initiative modular affordable housing project at 221 and 223 Charlton Avenue East. Councillor Farr, please introduce your motion. Do you want to leave it as a notice?
Well, we're creating more housing opportunities, affordable housing opportunities, and it is sort of pressing, so I seek to waive the rules, and that is seconded by Councillor Ferguson.
Ferguson, who puts the peace sign up tells me who's seconding it.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so folks, let's waive the motion, waive the rules. This is what your vote is right now, to waive the rules from a notice to a motion. Danko and Farr. Thumbs up, please. And I think Farr is a thumbs up because he's motioning the motion. There we go. Thank you, Councillor Farr. It's now a motion. Same seconder, Councillor Ferguson.
Sure, and again, therefore be it resolved that the chief building official be authorized and directed to exempt the 2020 221-223 Charlton Avenue East Affordable Housing Development Project from demolition control bylaw 09208 section 6A B and C in accordance with bylaw 09208 as amended by bylaw 13-185 pursuant to section 33 of the Planning Act as amended of the to permit. That might be a spelling problem there, but either way, to permit the issuance of a demolition permit in a timely manner. And this is for the Copetown, wonderful Copetown co-op expansion project right at the heart of the neighborhood and adjacent to Corktown Park. Ed could explain more if you want, or we could just leave it at that.
Okay, I'll first ask if anybody have any questions or concerns. If not, we can tell Ed he can go have his dinner. Thank you. And while we're waiting, I'm going to go to Councillor Pearson for her notice of motion.
Just waiting for the clerks. Thank you.
We're still waiting for Councillor Danko, and thank you. All right. So now we're on to another notice of motion. Councillor Pearson.
Yes,
your
this
notice
is
of motion.
Notice of motions moved by myself. Everybody has been distributed with a copy of it, I believe, by the clerk. So I think if it's okay due to timing, I'll just go into therefore be it resolved that appendix
This is a notice. First, we have to waive the rules, please.
Councillor
Can I-
Farr
and-
seconding that.
I have a point of order. I'm declaring a conflict on this now that I've read the content.
That sounds good. Okay, so you need a seconder, please.
Councillor Farr, please.
Councillor Farr, go ahead. Waive the rules, please, to this notice of motion.
Thank you. Oh dear, that's not working.
I don't have it in my email.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I got it. Councillor Danko, thumbs up? Yep. Okay, thank you. And now, Councillor Pearson, you can introduce your motion. Go right to the therefores if you want.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Jason Farr. Thank you, Councillor Farr. Therefore, be it resolved that the Appendix 1 of Schedule 25 be amended and the tariff fares increased to $4.90, that licensing and bylaw services be directed to complete the public advertising and prepare the amendment to bylaw 07170 for the next planning committee meeting. And this has to do with the taxi industry and their fare when a patron enters the cab. Thank you.
So, Councillor Ferguson, if you could take the chair, I just want to be clear on this right now. So, right now, the
Madam Chair, I'm in a conflict on it.
I'm so sorry, Councillor Farr, as the past chair. Oh, who's the second chair?
Danko.
Councillor Danko, please. My apologies. So
I thought I was off the hook, but I'm happy to.
Just put your thumbs up when I tell you to. Taxi cab tariff fares, which set the first 71.4 meters of a trip to 390, you're amending this to go to 490, correct?
Correct, Madam Chair. And in the body of the motion, this fare, $3.97, has not been amended since 2013.
Okay.
In light of all of the issues that the taxi cab companies have been dealing with over the last number of years, being COVID, now gas prices, staff have reviewed this and suggested bringing this forward because our business case referral is not coming to Q3 as far as the review of the taxi industry. So in order to give them an opportunity to, at least survive as best as possible out there, staff are supportive of moving this motion forward to increase it to $4.90. I call it the flag rate. So when you get in the cab, that's the initial charge.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions, Councillor Danko. Any other questions coming forward? Councillor Danko, was that a thumbs up?
Yes, I do have one question. So through you, the number in the motion, is that a staff recommended number, or was that recommended by the taxi industry?
If Monica's available, that was staff's recommended, staff provided. I asked for the review and they came back because of correspondence I'm sure you've all received from representatives of the taxi industry. Monica reviewed this, she's present, and it's staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko?
No, thank you. That answers the question.
Monica, thumbs up. There you go. Thank you, everybody. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks for that clarification through the chair. So if I could ask, where did that number come from? Is it informed of inflation? I'm just trying to understand the rationale behind that particular number.
Through the chair, to answer your question, this was done through a municipal comparison. So this was one of the report back that we were going to bring back to planning, but unfortunately it's not coming back until Q3. This was research that my team had already done looking at comparative municipalities and noting that we haven't increased it since 2013. $4.90 was the amount that was recommended.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's very helpful. Thank you. If I could ask through the chair, which municipalities generally are urban municipalities or?
Yep, through the chair, absolutely. It's usually our competitors are the larger ones: Mississauga, Ottawa, Kingston, Windsor, and a couple in the GTA. I don't have that best practice just in front of me, but it would.
Sorry, you're breaking up, Chair. I can't.
Cities.
Yeah, Monica, can you take your video down? Maybe that's your broadband is getting weak. Everybody's coming home from work and they're on their iPads.
Oh, I apologize. Was my answer? We didn't hear it.
Councillor Wilson, would you like to listen to the answer again?
I would. Thank you.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So through the chair, the different municipalities that we have looked at are traditionally Ottawa, Kingston, Windsor, Mississauga, a couple of the other GTA ones. Unfortunately, I don't have the full list of the jurisdictional scan that we completed in front of me with regards to this. However, those will be the exact cities that we will be comparing against for the other recommendations that we bring forward for the taxi industry in our Q3 report.
So if I may, Chair?
Yep.
Just so this amount in terms of those comparators, is it like the same? Is it in the middle? I'm just trying to figure out where it sits within that band. That's all for my questions.
Thank you, Monica.
Through the chair, it certainly sits in the middle. We also took into account that it hasn't been increased in the last 10 years. So we didn't increase it to as high as some of the other cities have it set at, but we thought that $1 was a reasonable amount based on our comparators. And we also spoke to our taxi industry as well, and they were supportive of the $1 increase to $4.90.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't see any other hands waving, so can we please put the vote up? Don't forget to abstain, Councillor Ferguson. Okay, it is carried. Thank you. So we're on to general information. Mr. Thorne, GM Thorne, do you have any updates for this committee, please?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I know it's been a long meeting, but I do have two quick updates for committee. The first relates to the return of staff to the workplace, and I know council's had a number of communications sent your way about the broader return to the workplace of staff across the corporation. Just to provide some specific information related to those staff who deal with development approvals, who are a number of the staff that you would deal with on this committee. So like other areas of the city, those staff will start returning to the workplace on April the 4th. We have developed a coordinated hybrid model for a number of those staff, such that staff who deal with development approvals in planning, in growth management, in transportation planning, will generally be on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday in the office, Tuesday, Thursday working remotely, is the general model we've been looking at. In building division as well, they're looking at a model of 4 days in the workplace and 1 day working remotely. So that will begin the week of April 4th. I expect by the end of April, we'll have all of those staff back in the office based on those hybrid models. With respect to our counters, we have communicated that, again, across the city, we're looking at that date of April the 25th for the reopening of city offices to the public and city counters to the public. So that will include the city staff working out of City Hall and our counters in the upper floors of City Hall. So as committee knows, right now we just have a single counter on the first floor of City Hall where applicants can pick up and drop off materials. But starting that week of April 25th, we will go back to full service counters and normal business hours for the building counter and the planning counter in the upper floors, as well as our business licensing counter over at 330 Wentworth. And I will be putting this information in a memorandum to go out tomorrow to the Development Industry Liaison Group so that they are aware as well of that timing. So that was my first update. And the second update I wanted to give was just to introduce a new face to you, which is the new director of the Growth Management Division, who has been participating today in his first planning committee meeting. So I'd like to introduce Ashraf Hanna, and there he is. He has his camera on now, and I'll ask him to introduce himself. But he has a couple weeks on the job now, and we're very grateful to have him on the team.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all, and happy to be here with the City of Hamilton, and look forward to working with you all.
Awesome. Thank you very much for joining us and staying with us this late. We're hoping that the rest of our meetings aren't this way.
I really enjoyed it. Thanks.
And thank you, Madam Chair. That's my update.
Sorry, Jason?
I was just saying thank you. That's my update for today.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson, you have a question?
I have a question or a request actually to Mr. Thorne and certainly Ashraf. I guess this is basically baptism by fire. We don't normally run these late-term meetings. So Jason, I just want to ask Jason, and I know it may be a little bit of a work thing, but we're getting continual reports of applications going to OLT for non-decisions. Can we have an update in a report of how many in the last while, what the applications were, just for our information? And I know we have some that I know we see on the reports every month of applications that are over so many months, but the ones that are coming forward that are for non-decision going to the OLT, can you provide us with that, maybe to all members of council?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm happy to pull that together. And I think the councillor is correct. We have seen a bit of an uptick in recent weeks in terms of the number of applications going forward for non-decision. I think there's a couple of reasons for that, but I'm happy to provide an update at a future meeting.
Thank you. And I know in, I think a couple of meetings ago, we had the update on, I think they were consent items of OLT decisions that have come down. I think there were 9 of them. And I mean, without going back to the agenda itself, where does it stand and what our success rate is when these applications go to the OLT? If you could provide that as well, an overview of how many went, how many we voted in favor of, for staff support it was voted in favor of. You get the analogy of back and forth. We all voted against it, went the OLT, and what the OLT's decision was. I'd appreciate that. And I'm sure my colleagues would as well.
Yes, we can provide that. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Just asking this direction, Madam Chair, and be provided to all of committee and council. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Danko to receive the presentation by GM Thorne. Oh, wait a minute. I got to get over here. Thumbs up for me. Sorry, Elsie Kelsey already went into closed.
Thumbs up from Ward 2 too, please. I'm in closed as well.
Yeah, we got your thumbs up. We're waiting for thumbs up from Ward 8. All right. Super. So it has been moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that we approve the minutes, closed session minutes, February 15, 2022. Any questions? We need to go in camera to discuss. If not, oh, sorry. Are we adjourning? What? Oh, sorry. It was Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Pearson. I didn't want him to feel left out. Okay, thumbs up for me, please.
Sorry, Chair, this is just to move into closed you're looking for?
No, this is to approve the minutes of the closed meeting from February 15th, 2022.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Oh, I can do it now. Sorry. I'm out of closed. Farr and Ferguson, thumbs up, please. Yep. So the next thing we have, folks, is 14.2. If you feel we need to go in camera, please wave frantically. Thank you. Councillor Farr.
No,
I was going to say, or are you okay with the direction that staff are asking for? We can approve it in open. Just let me know. Do we need to go in camera or not?
Actually, I was going to suggest that we don't have to, but I would rather hear from staff. It's not, I don't believe it's time sensitive because it would still need ratification at council. And I may have a few questions between now and then that I don't need to ask today, if that's okay. So through you to Steve or whomever, are we able to deal with it? Or Patrick, maybe, this isn't time sensitive. Are we able to bring this onto the council agenda, which would make it a heck of a lot smoother process, by the way, if we waited a week?
So Councillor Farr, just to be clear, are you just trying to be time sensitive as far as the lateness is concerned? Because if that's it, we're going to end up having a longer council meeting. So I'm just making sure.
No, I do have some legitimate questions that didn't occur to me until after the delegation.
Okay, so you can't ask them in camera right now?
No, I could if you want. Okay,
well,
yeah,
that's
sure.
then we need to go in
Might take
camera.
a while. Okay, yeah, sure.
Sorry, folks, but it's this, or we have in camera, we go in camera at council, so we might as well get this done. We're already late. Right? Sorry, clerks, but. So moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Wilson. If you don't mind, Councillor Wilson. May I have to move into closed session respecting 14.2 pursuant to section 9.1 subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city, the receiving of advice that is subjected to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and to the position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Please vote accordingly. Thank you. In the meantime, I'm going to announce this. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of the committee rejoin the meeting. Committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So I think we've got a unanimous there. Okay. Okay, we're in open, folks. Can turn on some lights, right? Do we have to wait 5 minutes? Oh, good. Let me know when we're ready live. Okay, thank you, folks. So it has been moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Wilson, that the directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 22007 PED 22038A be released to the public following approval by council, and B, that the balance of the report LS 22007 PED 22038A remain confidential. And this is regarding instructions for the appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, for lack of decision on Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment Application UH-OPA-18-004 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZAC 18-009 for lands located at 299 to 307 John Street South End 97, St. Joseph's Drive, Hamilton, LS 22007 PED 22038A in Ward 2. So, Councillor Farr.
So I, with the greatest of respect to you, all of my colleagues, the fine staff for legal and planning and everywhere else, Elsie, Kelsey, and more, I will respectfully decline but reserve the right on record now to potentially change my vote now a week from now at council.
Thank you. So vote accordingly, folks, with the understanding we may all change our vote come council. And I've already out of e-scribe, so I'm thumbs up, please. Councillor Ferguson, thumbs up? Well, he moved it, so I'm assuming he's...
I just got to get back into open session.
Just thumbs up is good.
All right.
All right. Because guess what? Next is the best part ever. Councillor Pearson. Councillor Danko. To move to adjourn. Folks, thank you very much for a very respectful meeting. Really appreciate it and wish me luck driving home. Show tunes are on. Windows open. Proceed.